play here on Odyssey Sports Station.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
It's a start. I know everybody's asking an update with Diggs. Unfortunately, he tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Really hurts our team to hear that news, and he's been such an important part to our team, and it's everything that he brought, not only on the field but off the field, the energy, the leader, like the way he worked every single day. He brought a lot to our team, and we have to pick up the slack. A lot of guys have to step up, pick up the slack, but definitely praying for him to have a speedy, successful recovery. It's definitely a blow to us.
Coach, yesterday, sharing the news that I think we all feared, that Stefon Diggs didn't look good on Sunday, and then holding out hope as the week kind of moved along and dragged on that, hey, maybe it's not as bad as we think. Nope, it is. It was a torn ACL, and Stefon Diggs done for the season. So bad news yesterday. You got to get right back on that horse, though, because it is a Thursday night game. Good morning, my friend. How are you?
Yeah, the horse shows up early. Everything feels weird today. It feels kind of like a Friday. I was wondering why Captain Mickey wasn't on, but and you guys get an extended pregame show tomorrow, basically 7 hours, because we'll do 4 hours in the morning, and then Sean's going to MC a Halloween costume contest. That's not sarcasm. That's true.
No, that's up here. You won't get to watch that. That'll be
right. You won't. Well, somebody might stream it, and then we got the pregame show tomorrow, Thursday night football, and yeah, look. Luckily, you broke the news with the fake Adam Schefter account
fake
yesterday.
Schefter wound up being
hours
right.
ago.
Yeah, he wound up being right.
Yeah. That it was probably an ACL, and it turns out it was. So. Long term, I don't know. Maybe this means Stefon Diggs comes back at a discount next year, but whatever. The big question is, all right, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, everybody else, Tank Dell obviously, versus some very good cornerbacks for the New York Jets. And likewise, on the other side of the ball, there's questions. So this is, I guess, offensively and defensively, the Jets, and the record is what it is, but I don't think this is a hard game to get up for, especially without Diggs, where guys are going to realize, wow, we're really under the gun here. And you look at the Jets roster, and there's stars and potential galore. They just haven't performed that way. But I don't think it's a hard one to get up for, even on a Thursday night.
No, you lost there last year. You were embarrassed there last year. It was your worst loss of the season.
Humiliated.
It was your worst loss of the season on the scoreboard, and Zach Wilson had his greatest day as a pro. Now, Zach Wilson's not involved anymore. It's whatever version of Aaron Rodgers this is a quarterback. But, yeah, it shouldn't be a hard game to get up for. The Diggs news yesterday, you could tell, man, like between DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud, it took some starch out of him, man. And I thought this, Seth, back during training camp, watching Diggs operate, and it felt like everybody was asked every day about Diggs' leadership because he was so present out there at training camp. He was so, you could feel him out there. You know what I mean? Like he was walking around and he was doing his thing, coaching up teammates. His personality was very, very evident. And to the point where, you know how I am. I can't live in the moment. I'm always looking a month ahead, a year ahead. And I'm watching Diggs at training camp and I'm going, man, if this is just a one-year thing, you're going to feel his absence next year. I mean, they talked about it up in Buffalo in training camp this year. Like for all the drama that he brought, you feel his absence. I just didn't think it would be in Week 9 that we would be talking about this.
No, because he's been really, really durable.
Yes.
And yet, this is why people are. He's an aging wide receiver. It shouldn't be whenever aging anybody starts getting injured more often. That's one of the risks you run when you trade for veterans. Yeah. I mean, the injuries amongst all ages, but for a guy that's been very, very durable in his career, this sometimes happens. So I don't regret the trade at all. I think it was a good move. I think that they haven't been able to capitalize on everything that could have been, especially when all three of those receivers were out there on the field together for a variety of reasons. But it had nothing to do with It had, like, any of that stagnancy had nothing to do with Stefon Diggs' personality, leadership, anything like that. He was a definite plus in terms of, I think, culture. The people probably be surprised to learn that people in Houston think Stefon Diggs helped the culture. I think he was good for the culture. As everybody says, he competes his butt off. Remember, you're on a team where C.J. Stroud thought last year that what a vet like Laramie Tunsil does is nothing extra. Like that's what you just kind of sit around and do your thing. Well, no, guys like Joe Mixon and Stefon Diggs bust their butts in practice.
Yes.
So for that reason alone, in establishing a culture, and then for the relative risk of him getting injured, that was all factored into it, and I'm glad he was on the team.
I am too. You know, there'll be people who parse out, was it worth a second-round pick? Did you get a second-round pick out of this? I'm with you. I have no regrets about the trade. That's all I care about. I hope he's around the team still as the season goes on. I hope he's on the bench on Sundays. You know, I don't know if you torn ACL, probably keep him away from the sideline.
It's funny. Before ACL, it doesn't. It's kind of embarrassing almost because you have an ACL, but then you can walk around fine and everything. Your knee is loose and you can feel you can tell that you cannot do anything.
Yeah.
But you're walking around and people are like, "Hey, you look great." You're like, "What do you mean I look great? Oh, you think I'm a wimp? You think I'm a wimp? You think I could be out there?"
No, you're just a fast healer, okay?
No. But that's before the surgery.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So sometimes with an ACL, they wait for the swelling to go down and everything, and you try to strengthen and keep your knee steady before you have the surgery, and then afterwards is where it gets tough. So I could honestly expect to see Stefon Diggs maybe around for the next week or two, depending on what he's going to do with his surgery. But then after the surgery, that's where it gets tricky.
Yeah,
it's just a pain in the butt to be in meetings or on your feet or anything.
I just hope he's around the team. Everybody you talk to, he's been a good influence in that building. And here's C.J. Stroud, who was pretty busted up about it yesterday. I thought he was very down about it. This is him talking about the leadership that Diggs brings.
Yeah, it's impacted us huge. You know, it's Steph is, been somebody who, you can lean on as a friend, as a teammate, as a brother. Somebody who gives you life advice, and just somebody just an OG, just a vet, that, has played a lot of ball, and lived a lot of life, So I feel like, if he's still around, he'll still be able to do those things. And, it's just not fortunate for him, that he had to go through this.
Okay, so
the things that don't hit the stat sheet, Sean, are the times that Stefon Diggs leaned over to what tweet CJ was drafting, and Stefon said, "Hey, you know what, CJ? Maybe don't do the side-eye emoji there at Bryce Young."
Right.
Or just something like that. I've been there, man. I've been there.
Yeah.
Maybe don't. Hey, CJ. Maybe don't randomly treat FOH and then with no comment about anything or anything else. So it's just like, let's let it go.
Yeah.
So that's been invaluable in that regard.
Looked over and said, "That's a lot of crypto that you're investing in right there." Maybe not, CJ. Maybe not.
Are you sure you want your name on that after-party invitation? I don't think.
So
I know that's your junior high school classmate, but I don't know, man.
Easy,
They're having it at a morgue that they don't have actually legal access to. No, don't do it, CJ.
Don't do it. Yeah, don't do it. Yeah. So will he be around for advice like that moving forward? We hope so. So now it's time for the others to step up. Here's C.J. Stroud on John Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson.
Metch and Hutch are two guys, that, Metch is considered in year 3, but, his rookie year was kind of last year with us. And, I believe, he's playing really good ball. He made some big plays last game and, is somebody who I just think needs his ops and, he'd be able to do a lot. And I've been able to spend a bunch of time with him, one of my best friends on the team, as you guys know. So, and Hutch is the same way. Hutch is somebody who I came in with. I've been throwing routes on there with him for, 2 years straight now. And, I think, our connection, you could see it last week grow and he'll continue to do better. So I'm excited to see those boys get the opportunities.
Okay, so a question on my podcast yesterday that I was kind of workshopping. He asked a question, and I was kind of going through the answer in my head as I'm answering it on the podcast, so I want to bounce this off of you. Most of the snaps at wide receiver last game went to Stefon Diggs and Tank Dell. There's obviously all of Steph's snaps are available now there. Who do you think gets, Mechie, Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods? You got multiple tight ends.
Yeah.
How do you think they fill that void?
It's just I don't know. It's
specifically Thursday. Yeah,
it's a boring answer. It's like by committee. It's all of them.
That's the answer, then.
The tight ends especially.
Yeah.
And then also Joe Mixon as an outlet. Like all these things that they've been talking about that CJ's starting to really click with. I think is that, and this is the exact same thing that Pat Mahomes went through a few years ago. Tyreek Hill's last year in Kansas City when teams decided to just take the top off the offense and everything. That was good. Even now without Nico Collins, teams aren't necessarily going to play that way, but CJ's really had to learn to take some of the easy money and distribute it underneath. They've got to get the ball to the tight ends. They've just got to distribute it more. I think that Xavier Hutchinson is the guy that most seamlessly fits in and is already ingrained in the offense.
Yeah.
And so I think that he probably gets the majority of the targets because CJ's got a trust level with him, and that he hasn't been able to forge yet with John Mechie. But I do think that, look, the Jets play a boatload of man, and they've got really good cornerbacks. So this week, I think it's the tight ends and the running backs that you end up.
Yeah, I think it's, I'm with you on Hutchinson and where he is kind of in the pecking order. I feel like functionally, maybe especially early on, that Robert Woods is the one that kind of fills what Diggs was actually doing for this team. Like Diggs had 47 catches, 31 of them were for first downs. Like Diggs was an underneath chain mover for this team more than he was anything else. So my feeling was, I'm with you, Hutchinson's going to get more snaps. There's no question about it. I just felt like, man, for like what optically Steph was doing for this team, like you saw Woods do it twice in the game on Sunday against the who the hell did they play? The Colts. Had a couple chain movers. So yeah, that'll be one of the more intriguing things in this game tomorrow night is who fills that void and how do they do it? There's definitely a void being left for sure.
Yeah, I think Dalton Schultz gets 7 receptions.
Okay.
I don't know what the futures are on for him or anything, but I'm going to take the over on Schultz.
That would be over whatever the total is for receptions for him, for sure. That's a good,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he's probably like 3.5 if I had
He's
to
been
guess.
targeted that many times in a game. He just didn't manage to come down with it.
He looked better in the last game for Schultz. He looked good.
Well, I think I got to break it down and see how much he was actually in pass protection last week versus the week before.
Yep.
And some of the things I'll tell you what, it's really good that Robert Saleh got fired because – look, Saleh's got so much experience against Bobby Slowick individually in practice and everything, like all these things that, like some of the things the Texans are doing right now to make up for the pass protection. Saleh's got answers for that. Ulrich, the new head coach, their defense suck. I don't worry about it.
Okay, I'm glad you went here because this is where I want to go in the next segment because we're breaking down all these matchups with the Jets and the Texans, and there's one that just, boom, hit me right in the face yesterday. I'm mad it hasn't been brought up, and I feel there is disrespect in the air right now. So we will talk about that in the next segment. You can text us, 713-572-4610. That's the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. Berkeley Eye Center is what I want to tell you about right now. I'm talking to you folks out there looking to get rid of the glasses and the contacts, even
today or visit ourvisionhomes.com.
By West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Texans Jets tomorrow, 4:15. Texans countdown, 7:15 kickoff. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. So Seth, in my mind, as I'm going through the game yesterday and starting to kind of put together some of the preview stuff that I write and podcast that you and I do on the show and whatever. And maybe it's because Draken this week. Maybe it's Anthony Richardson's lack of cardio has been a focal point for a couple of days. We'll get to that in just a little bit. He got benched yesterday. Maybe it's because of those distractions.
Himself or by his coach?
Pardon me?
Who benched him, himself or his coach?
That's a good question. He benched himself on Sunday. I think the organization then said, you know what? You were right, Anthony Richardson. You should go sit for longer than one play. So as I'm breaking this thing down in my head yesterday, and there's a lot of focus on the star power in this game. For a 6-2 versus 2-6 game here, these two teams, there's a lot of star power in this game, no question about it. And the matchups, boy, the Jets corners versus a depleted wide receiver core for the Texans. The Texans corners versus the Jets wide receivers. That's a fun matchup. The Texans pass rush, and what's that going to do to Aaron Rodgers? And then I did the old thing that I do, and I can't believe it took me 2 days to do this, where I look at the faces of the quarterbacks and the head coaches, and I said, my God, Sean, why have I been ignoring the most lopsided matchup in this football game? And I know DeMeco Ryans has taken a little bit of heat lately for some of the answers in press conferences about some of the parts that are underperforming of the Texans right now. We'll get to that. But DeMeco Ryans is a really good head coach. He is and I'm glad he's the Texans head coach, and I hope he is for as long as I'm covering the team and beyond. We might need to bring back our disrespect radar, because the Texans, in a game where they have DeMeco Ryans as the head coach, and the coaching situation with the Jets is an interim head coach who has yet to win a game, who didn't know how to throw a challenge flag properly in his debut, an offensive staff that burns through timeouts like they're M&Ms or Tic Tac. They burned all 3 of their timeouts in the first quarter of the Patriots game on Sunday.
Including some, and plus you add on to that some delay of game penalties to boot.
Yeah.
The Jets couldn't get out of the huddle at all. Like, the Texans have had some issues with that.
Yeah.
They flat out couldn't get a playoff. Yeah.
So you may be sitting in your car saying, well, that's what happens with a Nathaniel Hackett offense. No, he's not the OC anymore. He's still in the building playing Angry Birds or Candy Crush on his iPad during games, whatever he's doing up there.
Probably DMing Aaron Rodgers during team meetings.
Right.
Sure, giggling about stuff.
Yeah, he's like, can't believe I'm not your coordinator right now.
You think Sherry likes me?
They replaced him with a guy. They replaced him with a guy who got a DUI driving home from the airport a couple of years ago from the charter when he was the Titans OC. Todd Downing.
Oh, I forgot that happened.
Yeah. So that was his replacement.
Okay.
That was his replacement. Okay, so Seth, this is the staff that the Texans are going against. Janky-ass interim head coach who hasn't won a game. Their defense is a headless horseman right now because their DC was basically the head coach that they fired. And they've got an offense that's being run for half the season by Nathaniel Hackett and the other half of the season by this clown Todd Downing. Highlighted here.
I would include too. So Ulbrich, is it Ulbrich or Ulbrich?
I think it's a hard K sound. I think it's Ulbrich.
Ulbrich. So Robert Saleh gets fired, and then in the ensuing weeks, after the first week that Ulbrich was in charge of the defense and the entire team, they did a pretty good job versus Josh Allen. But then against the Steelers and the Patriots, they allowed passer ratings of 108. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Versus Josh Allen, they allowed a 127 passer rating.
Okay, yeah.
And then against the Steelers, they allowed a 108 passer rating.
That was Russell Wilson, who hadn't played a game yet this year.
So, this has been And then they did a good job versus a relatively good job, despite the fact they lost the game versus a combination of two quarterbacks in New England. But it's a disheveled mess right there, and the defense, which weren't as good as they had been in the past, but still looked like a Robert Saleh defense. They look like they're falling apart.
Yeah.
So the coaching matchup is pretty good. No matter how you feel about Bobby Slowick, the coaching matchup right this moment heavily favors the Texans.
Heavily.
Yeah.
And they're underdogs in this game. I just feel disrespect.
The only thing I'd say, Sean, is that you like to do that thing where you actually put the pictures of the quararbabbacks and the head coaches next to each other.
Yeah.
If I actually knew who Albrick was, then I would look at that and be like, that guy is either a football coach or he's an Alaskan king crab.
Yeah, a lumberjack.
Of an
good face. Yeah, he's got a tough face, but he ain't D'Amico Ryans, man. So I just feel like this. There's the star power on the. I think what's making the Jets the favorite in this game is they've got big names. They're a talented 2-6 team. There's a lot of 2-6 teams in the NFL right now. They're probably the most talented. Now, granted, the most talented guys on this team with the Jets are all underperforming right now. It feels like. And I think too, if the Jets had a real kicker, they'd be 4-4 right now. They wouldn't be 2-6.
If you swap the kickers, if you swapped Greg Zuerlein for Kaimi Fairbairn, the Texans and the Jets look like a much more they look much more comparable.
It's 4-4 versus 4-4 probably.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I feel like the coaching matchup in this thing wasn't getting the attention it deserved, and I wanted to highlight it there. We'll talk more. We'll hear more from D'Amico Ryans a little later in the show. He met with the media yesterday. Big news today, Stephon Diggs out for the season with an ACL. We'll get to that in headlines and at the top of the hour. This was Anthony Richardson on Sunday after the Texans game when he was asked, hey, man, why'd you tap out of a play on 3rd and goal as you guys are driving for, a score in a game you're trailing by 10?
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
That's a lot of running on a play where he got sacked on the scorecard.
I know, he ran 9 yards or so, and then went down without area. Yeah, Jake Hansen's got to be thinking. Hopefully he wasn't thinking at all, but if he were thinking as he was closing in on it, he's like, all right, this is Anthony Richardson. You're never quite sure what's going to happen. You're kind of just throwing yourself into the volcano and hoping for the best.
Yeah, might get posted.
Hoping the volcano gods bless you that day.
Yeah.
And it worked out for him. And Jake Hansen benched him, basically.
Well, Jake Hansen benched him, and then the Texans got him fired, temporarily at least. Anthony Richardson benched by the Colts yesterday, which you and I talked about this quite a bit on the show Monday and Tuesday this week. The Colts are a fringe playoff team right now. They're the 8th seed. Yeah. They're 4-4. They're 4-4, and one of the teams in front of them is the Broncos, which I feel like they're kind of doing it with, smoke and mirrors and whatnot. The Colts, with competent quarterback play, can make the postseason this year.
Right.
And it's not a young team. It's a veteran team. And my feeling had been like, man, if I'm a vet on this team, I'm feeling a little disrespected that we're treating this season like it's a 17-game training camp for a guy who may very well just never turn into an even average thrower in the NFL.
It's the thing that's crazy about it is there's now people rising to Anthony Richardson's defense, which you want to talk about disrespect. These are clearly people that just don't even realize the AFC South exists and haven't watched any Anthony Richardson.
That's right.
They don't understand how far behind this guy is in terms of understanding the game of football.
Yeah.
And that's where somebody asked me yesterday, it's a good question, bonus time on X, and running backs, wide receivers, even linebackers get a break often. Why are we giving a physical playing QB such a hard time? It was just one play. Just curious. So I thought, and off the top of my head, and in 20 seconds I answered, because over 100 years of evidence tells us that NFL quarterbacks are not wired that way. Even the bad ones are not. Nobody's ever seen this before. Nobody's ever seen a quarterback tap out. And guys like Lamar Jackson, Cam Newton, Alex Smith, guys that run a lot, that don't do this. That's part of being the job. Dude. Quarterbacks will tell you sometimes it's hard because you have a long run and you got to get back in the huddle and you got to make the play call. So, 100 years plus the NFL has been playing and nobody's ever seen a quarterback say, Coach, I'm tired. Please give me a blow for a minute. When it's 3rd and goal.
In a game you're trailing by 10 against a division opponent on the road. Dude, Jamarcus Russell never tapped out of a game. I'll just give you that. Jamarcus Russell, who was heavy and by all accounts kind of lazy. He never tapped out of a game.
I'll give you
Jamarcus Russell was winded running out to the huddle to start a series of downs.
I'll give you another part. He was winded when he ran out of Jolly Ranchers.
Yes.
I just went into withdrawal.
I gotta go to the store.
Look. This is the thing. Above and beyond that too, it's just simply that he already has a history of missing time.
Yeah.
And people are going to say, well, yeah, but he was injured. Okay, how injured? How injured? Because every NFL quarterback is injured. Richardson has taken himself out of a game due to injury before and then come back into the game.
Yeah.
I'm very careful and very hesitant to question players' toughness. Yeah. I 100% question his actual toughness. I think he might just be a big athletic freak of nature that just genuinely doesn't get it and doesn't understand the NFL. And I would include in this, too, when it comes to the stupid things that got him benched, at the end of the game, he had not a clue in the world that he should be getting out of bounds. This is your quarterback. Yeah. Your quarterback. Yeah. He didn't have one inkling of trying to get out of bounds in a time when they desperately needed to conserve time on the clock.
If he doesn't do the thing where he taps his helmet and asks to come out of the game, if he stays in that game and whatever, the game ends the same way, but he never tapped out to come out of the game for that play. Is he benched today, do you think, or is he still the quarterback of the Colts?
I think that slammed the door shut on them saying, well, he's doing a lot of positives and we got to build on those. I think the negatives are too large to ignore.
Yeah.
And there's only so much patience teammates and everybody else can have with that when you're doing something that's so egregiously bad for the team.
Yep.
So, the highlight reel is incredible for him. I'll take a highlight reel of Anthony Richardson's truncated year, and it's probably going to be pretty damn impressive.
Yeah.
You're like, this guy got benched?
QB
what
power,
the hell are you thinking?
QB power rankings based on highlight reels. Anthony Richardson's a top 5 quarterback.
Right, and I think that's where a lot of people are basing there. How do you – but you're developing him. When it's convenient for him, when he chooses to take the reps element. When I just hold on, coach, I'm not quite. He's a freaking Goldilocks.
Yeah.
I just need everything to be just right, and I can't have any kind of owies on my body.
Someone's texting in 5-Hour Energy fan line. He had a design QB run, then 2 back-to-back scrambles. I knew he was tired when he tapped. I don't know if that person's sticking up for Anthony Richardson or not.
I think he's just saying that he knew that. Yeah.
He had multiple plays in a row, and he looked tired, which is all well and good. I'm going to pretend for a second that this texter's sticking up for them. I'm not going after you, texter. But if that is a defense for Anthony Richardson, it's not a defense for Anthony Richardson. Go watch Lamar Jackson. That guy's running 5 plays in a row.
He actually runs for distance too.
He does. He's not a short sprinter.
He's a middle distance runner.
Yeah. Hey, Will Anderson was on with Will Kunkel. I think he was on Kicking It with Kunkel. Will Kunkel, Fox 26, does really good interviews with local sports figures, and asked Will Anderson, have you ever seen a quarterback do that before? Have you ever seen a quarterback tap his helmet and come out of a game before? Couldn't wait to hear the answer. Here's what Will had to say.
Have you ever seen a quarterback go like this?
Never.
Bro,
Never.
So what goes, did you notice it?
I didn't notice it until after the game and I seen the interview and he said it.
What goes through your mind when he does that? Anthony Richardson taps his head, needs to come out, and then after the game says, I was just tired.
Hey, I think it's just a testament to defense, man.
Yeah.
And how we were pressuring them and how we got them running around. And I feel like that was the whole thing. They was talking about, he hasn't been sacked much. And we was like, we got to change that today. This got to be something different. And I feel like everybody took that as a challenge.
Good answer, Will. You made it about the Texans.
It was a really good answer. That's good. That's good reframing the question. The question is not that Will Kunkel was trying to, screw Will Anderson over or anything, but the question is very much about Anthony Richardson and Will Anderson, where it's hard to say anything there positive about Anthony Richardson's makes it about, there's about our positive effort. Yeah, good job.
Good job,
Will Anderson. Good job, Foley Fatukasi. Hey, if Fatukasi brings him down and Richardson isn't as tired, then maybe he stays in, throws a touchdown.
Throws a dime.
Because Anthony Richardson decides to stay in the game as the starting quarterback and throws a touchdown on that third and goal.
That down was 2nd and goal from the 23. If Foley Fatukasi brings him down, it's like 3rd and goal from the 33.
Yeah, but you know how I feel about this. As much smack as I'm talking about Anthony Richardson, he still terrifies me on any given Sunday. I 100% was expecting him to get benched at halftime because he was such a mess after that interception. I thought they clearly can't. And yet at the same time, I'm thinking, but I really, really hope they bench him because he scares the hell out of me. Flacco, if he's going to beat you, he's going to beat you in a way that you can see coming. Whereas Anthony Richardson, he's 0 for 11 on his last 11 passes, and but then he hit 2 deep balls that nobody's ever seen before.
We got to talk about the Flacco part of this too. The Richardson part is getting all the attention. I'm going to jot this down. The Flacco part of this is incredible. We got to talk about it later. Flacco now has a chance to bring a second team to the postseason in the second half of the season.
He's going to be screwed out of the Comeback Player of the Year award this year. Whereas last year it was on, people thought, oh, great, this guy taking it away from somebody who almost died. And now this year people will be up in arms that the new rules won't allow Flacco to be the Comeback Player of the Year.
Yep. All right, let's get to headlines. The big news with the Texans, Stephon Diggs out for the year. We'll dig into that. The injury report, minus Diggs, has some interesting elements to it as well. Trades around the NFL, one that I thought the Texans would be in on this guy, but maybe not. Obviously not. And World Series updates as well. We'll do all of that in headlines coming up next. Flight by Yingling is what I'm telling you about right now because the college football watch parties, we've had 5 of them so far. The Flight by Yingling college football watch parties have been so fun. And we've only got one left. It's a Saturday before Thanksgiving up in Cypress at Cypress Trail Hideout. So we haven't made it up to that northwest side very much during this tour. You guys are going to close it out for us. And we want to see you out there because with the Flight by Yingling college football watch parties, there are giveaways. There are the Yingling girls handing out Flight by Yingling. And there's a chance to win a $5,000 mattress from Texas Mattress Makers just by hitting a QR code that we've got on our promo table there. We're giving it away at the end of the college football season. Hope to see you out there in a few weeks. In the meantime, get to where you buy your beer.
know everybody's asking an update with Diggs. Unfortunately, he tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Really hurts our team to hear that news. And he's been such an important part to our team, and it's everything that he brought, not only on the field, but off the field, the energy, the leader, like the way he worked every single day. He brought a lot to our team, and we have to pick up the slack. A lot of guys have to step up, pick up the slack, but definitely praying for him to have a speedy, successful recovery. It's definitely a blow to us.
That was DeMeco Ryans yesterday, very beginning of his press conference. The news we all were hoping we would not hear. Stephon Diggs out for the year with a torn ACL. That was DeMeco Ryans. Here was C.J. Stroud about the news.
Yeah, man, it sucks. It's not easy. It's not, something that I just can have a whole bunch of words for. I just hoping, and just trying to just wrap my mind around, what happened. But it's tough. You can't really you try to think positively about it, but it's not a bunch of positive thoughts, and I just really feel bad for him. He's worked extremely hard. I think he was having one of the best times he's ever had on the team. At least that's what he told us. So I just feel for him and praying for him. He keeps his head up high, and he'll bounce back even stronger. So it just sucks.
So we'll talk more in the 7 o'clock hour about what the absence of Diggs means, where the Texans go from here, both in season and after the season with Diggs. In the short term here, Seth, this is it's kind of a really intriguing test here for the Texans, especially maybe the younger guys on the team, especially the ones on offense. You got to turn the page quick on this thing, man. You're playing tomorrow on the road.
Right. Yeah, there's no. As far as how the way people handle them in the press conferences and everything. I can promise you there is zero, how do we move on? That's just because injuries happen all the time in the NFL. So, it sucks when it's one of your better players and somebody who's a leader and everything. But there's, whether it's a short week or a long week, it's not like they're out there moping around at practice thinking oh, I can't believe Steph isn't here. Yeah. That's life.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe probably more the adjustment isn't as much emotional as it is okay, now we got to operate without this guy.
Right, yeah. And somebody had asked me this morning whether does this mean that he asked that he phrased the question, does this mean Tank Dell moves back to the slot more like last year? Well, he actually has been in the slot more this year than he was last year. Tank's not a slot receiver. He's been on the outside way more than he's been at slot, and they rotate guys through, and you're always these days there's just fewer and fewer guys who spend all their time in the slot. So yes, does he replace some of what Stephon Diggs was doing? Yes, but a cataclysmic shift in the way they operate, other than that CJ is going to continue to have to find the tight ends and running backs more often.
Yeah.
And I think it's not like Xavier Hutchins and John Mechie aren't going to get more targets and more receptions. They will. It's just that there's no direct replacement for Stephon Diggs.
That's right. Yeah, no, he's a great player, and they'll feel it without him. And it puts a lot of focus on that hamstring of Nico Collins. All the good news we're getting on Nico. Man, I hope it comes to fruition, and he's out there. They need all hands on deck, all available hands on deck for that Detroit game coming up the following week.
And I'll tell you, too, this is kind of the thing that happens when you've got 3 wide receivers and everybody's dreaming all offseason of what that might look like. Are they going to have 3,000-yard receivers? Right. No, they're not, obviously. And I think sometimes maybe psychologically the fixation – on the offensive players' minds about what a light show it might be. And all right, yeah, you're telling yourself, well, hey, we haven't done anything yet. We got to figure it out. But there's a bias towards getting those 3 guys the magnificence, where now maybe by a dose of real reality of that this is okay. No, we're comprised like a normal. We're constructed like a normal NFL offense, and we got to operate as such. Don't be fixated on anything downfield or what might be. Just get the ball to the open guy. And I think CJ's been doing a better job of that the last couple weeks. Sometimes it's your check down. Sometimes it's your hot. You can manage it the way people that don't have a wealth of wide receivers manage it.
Yep. As far as the injury report goes, the DNPs for yesterday did not practice. Jarrett Patterson, not a surprise, concussion protocol. Dameon Pierce DNP yesterday. I don't know what this means for tomorrow. It's not good. A groin, so we'll see.
Kickoff return extraordinaire.
Well, he is making positive contributions to the team right now. You know.
Were you last week during the game? There was one point I thought, man, I'm actually kind of grateful for the new kickoff rules because that's been the only exciting thing that's happened so far in this game.
In this game, on both sides, yeah.
The first couple of exciting plays were kickoff returns, and that was about it.
No doubt.
So. Yeah, that's look, and this has been now with Damian. I mean,
2 injuries now.
He's been injured 2 this year.
2 soft tissue, hamstring and a groin.
And then he just didn't show up as a player last year, and he got injured.
Yeah.
And the previous year he ended the year on IR. So for a guy that has a very physical style of running, when he's good and at his best, that's concerning.
Absolutely. Limited in practice, but returning, Azeez Al-Shire and Jimmy Ward both back yesterday. That's good news. So we may have and Henry To'oTo'o was full go yesterday again. So might have our
He's full go unless he comes back with symptoms or something. We should expect him on Thursday.
Yeah, yeah. He's practiced in full the last 2 days. So
did they ask him if he was going to wear a Guardian cap?
I don't know. I don't know if he did any.
I think you have to when you're coming back from the concussion protocol.
No, you don't.
Oh, you don't?
No,
okay.
Tua's not wearing one. Yeah.
Oh, good call. That's the very reason I asked this question.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Thank you, Sean.
Separate topic. I could see that becoming a thing down the road.
In my mind, I thought, that was the question.
I got worried that you were even asking the question.
And it was a story because he wasn't answering. Yes, So, okay. Are there odds on whether or not Henry To'oTo'o is going to wear a Guardian cap?
I don't know. So the Jets worked out a bunch of kickers yesterday. That's worth noting. We'll see if Greg Zuerlein, who's been terrible this year, is the kicker on Thursday night. But they worked out like a half a dozen kickers yesterday. Anthony Richardson benched in Indianapolis. We talked about that in the previous segment. If you're looking to trade for a wide receiver, a lot of people, as soon as the Diggs news came out, said, go get Deontay Johnson from Carolina. Literally moments later, Deontay Johnson winds up in Baltimore on a pretty cheapo trade. It was just a Deontay and a 6th for a 5th-round pick, and Carolina's picking up most of his salary, which for those of you Texan fans who wanted Deontay Johnson on this team, I think the paltry amount that he went for in this trade tells you probably everything you need to know about what Deontay Johnson is like behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Like, Carolina just wanted out.
Right.
They just wanted out.
Yeah. And for a team that could use help with their young quarterback, right?
Yeah.
So I think that right now, look, once Nico comes back, is assuming he does, then you've still got a good wide receiving room.
Yes.
And a deep wide receiving room at that. You've got veteran players with experience, especially when you factor Robert Woods into it. The other, I don't think the Rams trade away Cooper Kupp or anything.
No.
So, these are the guys you're going to roll with, most likely for now. Now, the offensive
later in the show, and see what you think of those. We'll get to those. World Series last night could have ended. Dodgers could have swept the Yankees. They did not. The Yankees, they went 11-4 last night to hold
Thanks
off.
A lot, bullpen day
to stave off elimination. Yeah, the Dodgers were going with an opener. They were going with a bullpen day. Didn't go well for them. The Dodgers will try to close things out tonight. If the Yankees merely get to a Game 6, they'll be making history. There have been, I believe, 25 times where a team has led 3-0 in a World Series. 21 of those have ended. Something like 21 or 22 have ended in sweeps. There have been 3 or 4 that have gone to 5 games. It's never gone to 6 games. A team that gets up 3-0, if they don't close it out in Game 4, then historically they close it out in Game 5. The big story from this game last night was 2 Yankee fans early in the game trying to Mookie Betts went arms into the crowd to catch a foul ball that I believe Gleyber Torres hit. And there were 2 Yankee fans there, one of whom was trying to rip the ball out of his glove. The other was holding on to Mookie Betts' non-gloved arm to allow his compadre to keep ripping away. And they practically ripped the glove off of Mookie Betts' hands, and he was dangling there for a second because of those guys. It was crazy.
Yeah. So the guy, Capobianco, and his brother
Darren Capobianco.
This is the quote from Darren Capobianco. They're both from Connecticut, by the way. I just see the ball I don't know what I want to say, go up for grabs. And, then Mookie was swearing at us. Not good.
That's a quote. That's a real quote.
He only said not good once at the end, but yeah.
That's a real quote.
So at least he recognized after the fact that it wasn't good.
The guy ripping at the glove, who I'm guessing that's Darren Capabianco. Are they brothers? Is that what you told me before the show?
Yeah. I don't know for sure that Darren was the guy that was ripping at the glove, but they were there. He said that,
whoever was ripping at the glove, that guy looked like he was out of Central Casting for a Yankee fan.
Oh, the big heavy fella.
Fat dude in a gray Judge jersey with the a look on his face while he's ripping at the ball, like a maniacal
It stinks that they're from Connecticut. It would be better if they were from Jersey or Brooklyn or something.
Yeah.
But, Connecticut's got some really dumpy parts, too. It's not all just fancy manicured lawns like where Sean grew up.
I grew up in the hard scrabble part of Connecticut, man. Simsbury. I told you this. I told you about the kid who swung his tennis racket at me that one time.
That's right. You almost got
decapitated by a tennis racket.
You almost got a carbon fiber bludgeoning.
And a croquet mallet. He had a croquet mallet in one hand and a tennis racket in the other.
Back in your day, it was probably one of those old skinny wooden tennis rackets, right?
Yeah. There was no graphite back then. No.
Yeah.
All right. You can text the show 713-572-4610. That's the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Up next, is Kenyon Green still the starter at left guard for this team? Did we get an answer on this yesterday? I want to take a listen to it with you guys. Did we get an answer? We'll have for you coming up next. For those of you that want to watch some great college football this weekend, TDECU Stadium
Average annual savings for new home insurance customers surveyed in 2023 who switched to Allstate and reported savings. Savings vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Good to be with you. So DeMeco Ryans met with the media yesterday, and he was asked, I believe Cody Stutes asked him this question, is Kenyon Green still the starting guard for your football team?
Kenyon is done fine. Kenyon, of course, like I said yesterday, he had some bad plays. A lot of guys had some bad plays, and everybody's asking about Kenyon, and nobody feels worse about this than Kenyon, right? And he knows he has to play better. He will play better, and let's go to work. Like, that's what it's about. It's not about everybody trying to figure out, is Kenyon out? And let's Kenyon is ready. He'll be ready to roll, and we won 6 games with Kenyon. Like, we got to keep going.
All right, yeah. Boy, here we are. With me wanting to do a Southern Belle impression again.
DeMeco Ryans.
I don't know why. Why does everybody want to talk about a little old Kenyon? A Kenyon is a conscientious young man who has nothing but the utmost of best intentions. And he's doing just fine. Did we need to pull him out of the game? Certainly, but that was just to talk about things. He's just fine. They won 6 games because of Kenyon Green. I don't know if we'd be where they are right now without Kenyon Green and his courageous, heroic, almost incomprehensible Kenyon Green. You would dare to ask me about whether this young man is going to play football for us on Thursday night or not? You, sir, are a scoundrel.
Now, to be fair to DeMeco Ryans, he didn't say they won 6 games because of Kenyon Green.
He's also not a Southern Belle.
He said he said that they won 6 games with Kenyon Green.
What is this?
Which is equally valid, equally invalid.
The petty cast and you're
No. Let me finish my sentence.
There.
I was making a point that neither are valid. Like your Southern Belle, what you were saying, and DeMeco's point that they won 6 games with him are equally invalid. That was my point. I'm petty
glad
casting.
That Kenyon feels bad about it. That's it's a combo of Caserio calling it a false narrative that the O-line has been an issue, in a week where you benched your starting left guard. And then, DeMeco saying everybody wants to ask about Kenyon. Yeah, you guys benched him. Come on. Yeah. Don't treat me like this. Yeah. Come on. You guys are better than that.
Here's the thing. The question was, is he still your starting left guard? I did not hear a yes in there. That was the thing.
No. Yeah, I think there's a very good chance he's not starting on Thursday night.
Do you? Okay, yeah. Like that's the thing. I that's what I was listening for when the question got asked. I'm like, oh, okay. And then when you got to about the 10-second mark and there wasn't a yes yet, I'm like, okay, well, this is interesting.
Right. Yeah, that's what you have to take from it is he's trying to soft pedal it, and they're trying to support Kenyon Green. Sure. Cool, that's the way you should do it.
Yeah.
But look, nobody, and I don't believe that anybody in that building feels that, oh, yeah, Kenyon's going to ball out versus Quinnen Williams. We got
God, I forgot it's Quinnen Williams on the other side.
It's Quinnen Williams, Sean, the guy that concussed C.J. Stroud on that field because you didn't have a good left guard in there.
Right.
So, there's a lot of people out there who are justifiably angry but also claiming victory because they said, how did they not address interior offensive line? And I spent the whole offseason saying, well, I mean, they want to see what they have in Kenyon Green, and they feel good about maybe the competition there. I think they feel good about Jared. They probably feel better about Jared Patterson right now than maybe they did before last week, but he's got a concussion, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is where the short week, if you're looking at elements to the short week here and where I don't know that there's anything that benefits the Texans with the short week, especially as the road team, but if you're looking at specific things where the short week comes back to bite you, as opposed to playing on Sunday, Jared Patterson's probably one of them.
If you vote for me for NFL commissioner next Tuesday, I promise you this. I will create a rule whereby you'll be allowed one concussion protocol exemption per season. The players will have to agree to it ahead of time, not while they're concussed. They'll have to check the box on their voter registration that says the kind of like the organ donor thing.
Yeah.
But it's that, or on their driver's license application where that I consent to playing at least one game while I'm actually still in the concussion protocol.
Okay, legit question, former player.
Yes.
How many guys would check that box?
I know these days probably not that many. I would advise against it as your commissioner.
You would advise against it.
Some of you ignore me.
You would advise against utilizing this bill that you are putting forth to Congress.
I'm like Philip Morris putting the warning on the cigarette box.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, man. These little things will give you cancer right quick.
Yeah.
But give me here. I'll sell as many as you want to.
We know some of you need an outlet. Yeah.
The question is, would a concussed Jared Patterson be better than non-concussed Kenyon Green?
I would think,
and
yes.
I don't know at this point what it would be.
I would take Patterson in that right now. Kenyon needs to step it up, man. He knows it. He knows he needs to. So you think Kendrick Green starts in this game tomorrow?
No, I didn't say that. I said there's a good chance that Kenyon Green doesn't start. So I don't know. I have no idea. I'm not projecting or predicting.
But but it would be Kendrick Green if somebody was starting.
If Kenyon Green isn't starting.
Yeah. So you're not making a prediction. You're just saying chances are.
Yeah, I'm saying there's a good chance that he's not starting. See, I mean, if he was definitely starting, I think D'Amico would have said he's starting, and then because look. What are Caserio and D'Amico trying to do here? They're trying to build him up. They know everybody's kicking him. The kids from Houston, stuff's going to filter back to him. So they're trying to give him as much positivity as possible.
Yeah.
The ultimate stamp of confidence would be, hey, don't worry, buddy. But they benched him the week before. They'd look like frauds if they just made it that easy.
They did. I really wish Patterson hadn't gotten hurt because this would make it very interesting going into this game. Patterson came in and played well. He played well enough.
Yeah.
In that one series, the one series he was in there was the one long touchdown drive they had.
The one thing that Patterson does that was glaringly obvious, seeing them play, one after the other, is that Kenyon he lets defensive linemen get their hands into him. He just opens his chest up to them. To the point where it doesn't matter if you have long arms or short arms, he can't use his hands effectively.
Yeah.
And Patterson is not like that. Patterson uses his arm length well, and it was a small sample size, et cetera, et cetera. But, I think there's a lot of potential for him there at guard.
Yeah.
Most people will say, look, in-season trades are overrated. The vast majority of times they don't work out, et cetera, et cetera. I would make an exception in this instance with the guard position where let's say Jared Patterson was out of the equation, I think any veteran, competent NFL offensive guard can step in and be better than what Kenyon Green's been giving you.
Yeah.
I don't spare me all of your, cohesion talk and everything.
Do they have to have played in this system? Do they have to be a Coop Shannon-standing guard?
I mean, ideally, yes, but no. I don't. Like most offensive linemen, really most NFL players in general, other than quarterback, kind of with Devin White last week. D'Amico said Devin White was at the building basically 24/7, learning everything.
Yeah.
You can get yourself up to speed. Everybody's running the same stuff. Some teams do it more than others, but it's not. It's not the rocket science that sometimes NFL films and various interviews want to make you believe. But you have to pick up some stuff mentally, but the right kind of veteran can do it.
So Stephon Diggs goes out for the year yesterday. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking about guys having to step up in Diggs' absence.
We like the guys we have, and our guys have been here. They've been working, understand how we do things, what we do. It's all the same. Nobody has to do anything extra. Joe still just has to be Joe. Nobody has to do anything extra. It's just everybody has to continue to do their job and do their part to help our team, be successful. And that's just about every guy going out, executing, and playing to the best of their ability. That's all I ever ask of our guys. Excited to see who steps up next.
The play that I keep thinking of with Kenyon Green, when you talk about doing something extra, so because you don't want guys to start pressing and trying to do more to make up for this guy or that guy, because then everything just falls apart really quickly. But like Kenyon, in a lot of ways, I feel like last week, ultimately, he looks like a guy that knows that he's under the gun. And the one play where he's on a combo block with Juice Scruggs in pass protection on a defensive tackle, and he wants to do the right thing, and he scans, and he looks, and he thinks, I can go help out with Laramie Tunsil. So he chases a guy Laramie Tunsil out with, and Laramie Tunsil, by the way, is just fine, and he turns his shoulders, and he's trying to do the right thing and maybe just give somebody a rib shot, but meanwhile, Juice Scruggs gets destroyed then by the defensive tackle. Yeah. And there are a lot of plays like that with Kenyon where he just needs to settle down and just play your technique.
Yep. The Stefon Diggs, I think there's a few questions regarding Diggs now that possibly his Texans career is over. I think that's one of the questions. Like you brought this up earlier in the show. Have we seen the last of Stefon Diggs as a Houston Texan, do you think? What do you think the chances are that he comes back
I wonder
next
when
year?
he looks at it, I wonder, I think some of it might depend on how the rest of the year goes. I think, this sounds counterintuitive, but it's like if the offense gets clicking without Stefon Diggs in it, Stefon Diggs might be more inclined to come back because he's probably got questions about just how good a coordinator Bobby Slowick is. And I think Stefon Diggs conducted himself the right way. It doesn't seem like there was any kind of questioning of Bobby Slowick or anything like that. And he gets along great with the players on the team. But I think if the offense continues to be a mediocre NFL offense, I think he might try to go. Like he might take less to go elsewhere. People are thinking, I'm thinking, okay, maybe you get him at a discount next year. But he'll be feeling that career mortality very intensely, especially coming off of surgery in his 30s. I think he might go somewhere where he feels better about the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he was brought in, it felt like, to a team that could make a Super Bowl run. And I think they can still I think they're still above the line of teams that can go to the Super Bowl, the Texans, even without Diggs. But he was traded here, and it felt like almost as that final piece. I'm with you. I almost feel like if this team looks like a Super Bowl team without him, there's a better chance he comes back because he could feel like I'm getting with a team that I know has a chance to win. I'm not getting with a team that was 10-7 last year with a rookie quarterback where there's still a lot of unknown about what exactly the ceiling is. If you watch this team and they get to say the AFC title game or something like that, then Diggs could be like, all right, they're a bona fide. Even without me, they're a bona fide. Now I'm getting on board, and I'm taking a bona fide, and I'm making them even more – I'm making them even better, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and with an offseason where they can – they can figure out and do the or do the autopsy on exactly how they need to be doing. And I do think they're looking on this in a very general and vague take about all of this is that I think might have some validity is, man, sometimes when you have a fortune dumped in your lap, it's hard to know how to manage that fortune. That's why so many lottery winners end up broke. It's just, oh wow, I've got an inexhaustible supply of money now. Really? Are you sure about that? And it felt like that with the Texans offense a little bit. Look at this. Oh my gosh, we've got all these options at wide receiver. Think about all the fun and fantastic things we'll do. Yeah. And then teams said, okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to take away the fun and fantastic thing. Yeah. And go ahead and try to hurt us elsewhere. And all of a sudden you're hovering on bankruptcy. Offense of a Super Bowl caliber team. This team is the 14th scoring offense in the league right now. They are not operating like a Super Bowl caliber offense.
Right. Yeah, that's the thing. Like Diggs going out, just in terms of like personnel, like how it feels like, oh man, Diggs is out. This is a blow, and it is a blow. Like Stefon Diggs is better than Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. There's no question about that. Yet at the same time, when this offense was really clicking in the middle of last season, post-Carolina game, man, it was really clicking. Like, clicked early in the season, then it went through a lull, and then that Tampa Bay game was like, boom, it clicked, and then you go to Cincinnati, and it's clicking, and you're playing you're playing Arizona and Jacksonville and Denver, and it's clicking, and then CJ gets concussed. That period in the middle of the season there, like that month in the middle of the season where CJ was really ascending to like, wow, this guy's the dude, these are the guys who you had on the field. Like the guys you have right now are the guys you had the weapons are the same, except you have Joe Mixon instead of Devin Singletary on the field.
And I would add on to that again, that except for Kenyon Green as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Kenyon Green wasn't your guard. You didn't have great guard play.
Okay.
But you had multiple different guys that were at least doing a better job of it than Kenyon Green.
I haven't brought this up yet because it's been brought up many times on the text page because I don't want to envision this again. And I don't want to have to go look at Titus Howard's Twitter bio again to see if he's calling himself a right tackle. But I'll read this text, which is one of dozens that we've got in the last 3 days or longer. Hey, guys, at left guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle.
Yeah, I'm just torn on that because Titus Howard is a horrible, horrible guard.
Get it?
He's not a good guard,
So
and I don't. Yeah,
is he better than Kenyon Green?
He's better than Kenyon Green, though. Yeah, he's going to be better than Kenyon Green.
Right.
But he's also not. I'd rather. I don't want to do it for one game, depending on how if Patterson comes back, and that's who they want to do, and maybe Kendrick Green gets, if he gets a start or if he gets reps. I mean, I'm talking about reps. I'll tell you honestly, the first half of the season in a lot of ways for the offense has felt like the preseason. That's how I've been treating it psychologically. I'm like, all right, you know what? They're 6-2. I'm going to treat this like an extended preseason. They're trying to figure out what works and doesn't work. So in your final preseason game versus the Jets, let's see if Kendrick Green has what it takes. You'll go out and get 65 reps in a preseason game. Versus Quinnen Williams, who's not going to treat it like a preseason game.
No, he won't. I'm not into Titus at left guard. I'm with you. Let's wait and see what happens with Patterson. And I'm really intrigued about this Kendrick Green thing now. If you're, I'm not saying you're saying it's going to happen, but you feel like the possession arrow is pointed that way a little bit.
No, I didn't even say that. Why are you doing this? I said I wasn't sure if Kenyon Green will start.
Oh, I thought you said okay. I thought
I've
you
told
said
you 3 times now. I don't know if Kenyon Green's going to start or not. If he doesn't play, then it would probably be Kendrick Green.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How you grading the Diggs trade now that he's out for?
No, I'd still give it a B+.
Yeah.
I think you don't grade it based on whether or not somebody gets injured. Now, you factor that into it, that he's an aging wide receiver and the chances of injury are going to go up the older you get. But I think it was and the B+ comes more because it was only for a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
What ultimately was a 1-year deal. That was agreed to beforehand. So, I think you grade the trade based on everything that you knew at the time. And I think if anything, I think maybe the management of how it was going to affect the offense and what you were hoping and planning on doing from both Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, that in hindsight, that may have been more of the flaw. And that, I mean, how much time did they spend during training camp really being sure Stephon Diggs was integrated into the offense? And then meanwhile, the tight ends go into a protective bubble.
Yeah.
I think C.J. is gradually over the course of the season become more equitable in how he distributes the ball and when he gets rid of it quickly and all of that. But the actual trade itself, I'm still super cool.
I'm totally cool with it too. I obviously hate the way it ended. Now Ocho, noted Diggs hater, texting in on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, the official 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and Football Superfans. He texts in, Diggs is a bona fide possession receiver. He's not a number 1 or a number 2. I think that exaggerates it a little bit, but it is interesting. I do think for what the Texans were using Diggs for, like if you're just watching Diggs, if you're in log and what he's been used for, like in a vacuum, you go, okay, that like a Robert Woods could be a poor man's Stephon Diggs if he stays healthy for what they're using him for. I guess my question would be, Seth, like how much did the presence of Diggs have to do with the type of season Nico was having before he went out with the hamstring injury? Right.
Oh, right. Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean?
I think that they were
teams respect Diggs way more than they respect
complementary
Woods.
piece, and I think they still respect Dell too. It's just that like neither Diggs or Dell have that prototype size and everything, and now that Diggs is isn't as fast as he was when he was at his apex. He's not the same guy. He's not the same guy he was, but he's still very, very valuable for all those things he can do on underneath and in the intermediate, I think. But whether you want to call him a number, is he a number 1 guy on a really good receiving core? No, I think you want somebody like Nico Collins on the other side of him.
Yeah, for sure.
And honestly, once Nico comes back, it becomes a lot easier for Tank Dell to look more like himself without necessarily playing a lot better, but just because you don't have to you're not divvying it up between Diggs and Dell as the guy that's the beneficiary of Nico drawing attention away from him.
Yeah, Tank's a good fantasy play this week, I think. Tank's going to get a lot of targets.
Here's the way I'm doing it with Kenyon Green, I guess, or maybe you and I aren't quite on the same page. No. I don't know if the Texans know themselves whether Kenyon's going to start on Thursday night. Tomorrow. Okay. When's that? Tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night.
Or at least maybe when D'Amico is speaking. Maybe they're still trying to figure out so I think it's very much up in the air, and Kendrick Green's the obvious replacement if Patterson's still in concussion protocol.
Yep.
Which he has to be now, right? He doesn't even have more opportunities to do football activities.
Right. No, Jared Patterson's not going to play. Yeah, he won't play. Payne and Pendergast with you. And we're going to dig more into this game, obviously, today and tomorrow. The Jets tried out a bunch of kickers yesterday. They have a really bad kicker right now. D'Amico Ryans was asked about this yesterday. The Texans are 12-4 in one-score games under D'Amico, which is, I think that's a remarkable stat. I think it's even more remarkable that he's coached in 16 one-score games out of the 25 that he's coached in his career.
Yeah.
And I don't, sometimes, stylistically, I don't know, man. Because they've played in so many of these, I'm always trying to parse out D'Amico's words when it comes down to it. Anytime you have a team that plays in this many one-score games and a coach says, man, that's where you want to be in the fourth quarter with a chance to win the game or whatever. I'm like, no, man, you want to put the foot on the throat and stab these guys in the heart in the third quarter.
Ideally, yeah. You don't even want to be in contention. You want to see which backups can get some experience
exactly.
in the fourth
Well, especially
quarter.
On a Sunday before a Thursday night game.
You don't want to go into it with an expectation that it's going to be a battle at the end of the fourth quarter.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
You got to be ready for it, but also, plan on just destroying them for the first three.
And when you get a chance to destroy them, But here was D'Amico yesterday on close games in the
down the stretch in this league. Every game can come down to that final possession, and our guys understand that. We understand each week how close games are all around the league. It comes down to one possession more so than not. So it's about guys being confident, guys being smart in those critical situations, and just executing, right? And our guys are calm in those moments because we've been in a few of those moments. And our guys, they know what it takes to win in those moments. And, we've learned from mistakes that we've made in those moments as well where we weren't on the right side. So it's valuable lessons we've learned. We learn from other teams, but no greater lesson than learning from ourselves in these moments. And, I just hope our team continues to play big in the critical moments.
They're 8-1 in their last 9 one-score game. The only one they lost was that Green Bay game 2 weeks ago. That's the only one-score game over their last 9 going back to the middle of last season that they've lost. I said this yesterday. I said that the Texans have a subpar killer instinct, but they've got an amazing survival instinct. They've had opportunities in a lot of these one-score games to put it away in the third quarter, but they fumble in the red zone. They throw a pitch out to Mixon that doesn't go right. Even last year, they were up. They had a chance to go up 3 scores on Denver in the third quarter of that game. They got kind of screwed by a bad call on that Desmond King fumble return. But still, you got a chance to go up 3 scores in the second half of a game, and Jimmy Ward's having to save your ass with an interception in the end zone. Stuff like that.
They're like a possum. That's their killer instinct right now, is a possum. Dead until the trouble is gone, and then pop up and do something.
Right.
Yeah.
I win.
Yeah.
Everybody died.
Did you know that a possum, when it plays dead, it's not like even consciously playing dead. It goes into like a comatose state.
Really?
Yeah. Like it releases its bowels. It's like starts drooling. If you cut off a possum's tail while it's in that playing dead condition, it wouldn't even budge.
Wow.
So its body temperature lowers. Yeah.
So it's not pretending dead. It's actual dead. They're just able to come back from it.
Just like the Texans offense.
Yes.
In the second half. They go out there and they got their eyes are rolled back in their head, the feces all down their legs, and they just kind of wait it out until the very end. They pop up and go jump into your dumpster.
So the possum doesn't even if they're not laying there with their eyes closed and opening one eye to like see if the trouble is gone or anything.
Yeah, I always wondered about that. Like how calm, cool, and collected is a possum?
No
My
kidding.
God, like turns out not at all.
Cold-blooded like a possum, and literally cold-blooded. Oh man, that's wild.
So the predator will come up and sniff around at it.
Right.
You know?
Right.
Quinnen Williams will come around and sniff around, put his snout up
at
to
it a little bit.
Smell the Texans' offense. Be like, oh, you guys really are bad in the second half. And then, boom.
Yeah.
Up goes Possum.
That's it, man. Next thing you know, Kaimi Fairbairn's kicking a 59-yard field goal in your ass. Yeah. Ha-ha. Take that. The Jets not so good in one-score games. They're 1-4 in one-score games with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback. And they're
what are they, 1-4?
1-1-score games with Aaron Rodgers as their quarterback.
He's got a new health regimen.
What's he doing?
I guess cayenne pepper and water.
Have you ever done that?
He said it's like a fountain of youth.
Have you ever tried it?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
No.
I haven't either. No, I haven't either.
Okay.
But I feel like I feel like you're more than me, like in tune with trying certain things health-wise.
Oh yeah, I do. I do all that stuff.
Right.
You got some kind of new performance enhancer
Gimmick.
or something? Yeah. I'll try it.
Are you gonna try
Randy,
this?
get the cayenne pepper ready for when I get home.
Seriously, are you gonna?
No, not for that. For me.
Yeah. I'm tempted to try it. I was kind of sold on it on the tweets I was reading yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I'll give it a go.
They got anti-inflammatory properties and all this other stuff.
He seemed pretty...
If the Texans lose because of cayenne pepper, I'm going to be really PO'd.
Oh, yeah, me too.
You know cayenne pepper in New Jersey better than weak cayenne pepper in Texas.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
We're the spicy part of the country, not you guys. That's
How many tortillas are you taking with that?
Yeah.
Because it doesn't. I'm not going to do it unless it involves at least 3 tortillas.
Do you melt cheese on top of the glass like no. Do you take a dollop of sour cream with that? So there you go. Texans good in one-score games. Hey, speaking of nutrition, I don't know if you saw this yesterday, Seth. Jameis Winston continues to be the gift that keeps on giving. Jameis Winston, have you ever been to a Swenson's before?
No.
Swenson's, I think it's like, I used to go there for ice cream when I was a kid, but I think it's like a Sonic where they come out and they put in the window of your car.
Okay. Yeah.
And so Jameis was in the car with his family, it looked like, at a Swenson's.
Mm-hmm.
And he was marveling at the fact that you get to keep the tray. Like, they don't take the tray from you. You get to keep it on the side of the car. Here, hit us with that.
The tray can be on the window?
On the window.
What? Oh my gosh. So we get to keep this tray on our window.
It can be your secret.
Okay. One thing that we did desire, we wanted to try the Ohio cherry soda.
Yeah.
And we would like to try the California grape soda.
Okay.
This is the coolest thing ever. Like, I ain't never seen no tray that just stick on your window.
And they bring it to your car.
That's what I'm saying. They bring the tray to your car and they put it on your window.
He's mowing down a burger there. That was his kid talking in the background right there.
So this is a tragedy of a generation that grew up not watching Happy Days. That's the problem.
Well, he grew up in Alabama. I'm like, dude, you have Sonic in Alabama. Now, does Sonic put the tray on the side of your car if you want it? I always just drive through.
I don't think so.
Sonic.
They don't have like the old skate, like the what were they called? The places where the roller skate, the waiters and waitresses, or the waitresses were on roller skates.
With like a brand name, or like it was
It's just that type of drive-in restaurant. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there was if there's a name for it. I don't know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, Happy Days, obviously, that was all inside. They didn't have the car hops out there then. But that used to be a thing in the 50s, and then Sonic kept it. But yeah, they put the tray on the side. Plus, Jameis is probably just happy that a service worker has a steel barrier between him and the service worker.
Oh,
no danger of like it's an impediment to growth.
If you go to certain Sonics, there are still. You get the occasional, like, very, I don't want to say overzealous, because I think I admire the effort they're putting in. You do get the occasional roller skate server at Sonic that's trying to, like, bring back the old days every now and then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They're allowed to do roller skates?
I think so. Well, in recent years, maybe they've changed.
It's got to be a workers' comp nightmare.
Oh, dude.
I wouldn't do it.
You got to sign a waiver, I bet. You got to
Yeah,
check
it's kind of like my ill-fated plan to allow a concussion exemption once a year.
Okay. I mean, it sounds mean, but I kind of like that idea.
I would love just once a year, one concussion exemption, and then everybody would be so hyper-focused on that player to see whether he's tough enough to perform with a concussion.
Now, and for those who missed it, Seth said if he ran for office, he would put forth a bill that where an NFL player can check a box that exempts them from the concussion protocol if they have a concussion for 1 week. Now, is the choice left up to the player as to whether or not they play, or does the team have a say in it?
No, it's all up on the team.
It's
Once
on the
you
team.
check that box, if they say you have to play or you forfeit your salary.
You're forfeiting your rights in that game. Okay.
Yeah. So ahead of time, you agree to forfeit all of your rights to personal safety. Yes.
Man, what goes through your
or
head,
else
man?
you lose everything.
Oh, my God.
It's a simple plan, Sean.
No, it is.
And frankly, if you don't agree with it, you're a communist, damn it.
Hey, have you okay, I know you saw this. This Simpsons game that the NFL is going to be playing on
broadcast on Sunday Night Football on ESPN Plus and one of the other.
Monday Night Football. Yeah.
Monday Night Football, excuse me.
Monday Night Football, yeah, because Disney owns the rights to not only ESPN but The Simpsons. Here was the promo. This is the promo that's been running for the Simpsons game on Monday Night Football, December 9th, Cincinnati at Dallas.
On December 9th, two storied rivals will meet on the gridiron. A test of will, of spirit, of determination, in which ultimately only one can prevail. When these two ancient foes face off on Monday Night Football, it's more than just football. It's family. It's Bart and the Bengals versus Homer and the Cowboys, live from Springfield.
Okay, oh, sorry, Homer, I stepped on you there. So the game will be available on Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, and NFL Plus. And it says in this article on ESPN.com, using Sony's Beyond Sports technology, Simpsons creators have come up with the feel of the ESPN broadcast using their characters from the longest-running primetime scripted series. They've had more than 750 episodes. They're still around. It's incredible. They did it last year with Toy Story. I did not watch that. Homer is aligned with the Cowboys. Bart is aligned with the Bengals. Apparently, Mina Kimes and Dan Orlovsky are doing commentary on this game. And it's going to be cartoon versions. They're noted Simpsons enthusiasts, according to this article.
Oh, and they're going to be cartoon versions of them?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm intrigued by this.
I'm intrigued and can't wait for all of the grumpy old men, specifically Mad Dog Russo and Mike Florio, who are under no obligation to watch the alternate broadcast. But Florio has already made a point that, boy, this could have been a Super Bowl preview in the preseason, and now look at what it's been reduced to. As if they hadn't planned this already in advance before the Cowboys turned into whatever they've turned into.
Yeah.
And we know that Mad Dog Russo does not like the Nickelodeon podcast. So even though he's under no obligation to watch it, even though he can consume it just like a normal guy, he doesn't like that it exists.
Nickeldonian, he called it.
Nickeldonian! Yeah. So, I think it's fun. I'm going to check this out.
I am too.
I'll be curious to see how they handle it.
I am curious what it all is. Like, it says in here that there are for most of the game, father and son, Homer and Bart, will let their new Cowboys and Bengals teammates manage the action, but they will also select key opportunities to play on offense and defense. Now, I'm very curious how that gets in court. Like Homer running into the huddle like during an actual play.
I don't know. It's going to be cheesy as all hell. And it's going to really anger the people who, again, are under no obligation to watch it because somehow it dishonors the game or something. But, I'm curious to see how much stuff they can come up with in the moment based on real-time stuff.
We'll have to revisit this closer to this game. I love that I'm 55 and I called people old heads. In addition, it says in this article, Marge and Lisa, mother and daughter, will interview players during the game, and Maggie, the little baby, will fly the Skycam. That's probably the part that the Mad Dogs and Florios of the world are going to hate the most, because that's part, like if they're interviewing players, now the Simpsons thing is like intruding actually. There's actual interaction going on.
That's true. It's almost as bad as taunting the crowd before a Hail Mary, or as a Hail Mary pass is going on.
That never happens.
Some player is going to play poorly after he's interviewed by Lisa Simpson, and it's going to be all Lisa's fault.
Yeah.
That would be the likely scenario. Lisa, nobody likes Lisa.
No, a little know-it-all. Are you? I've not watched The Simpsons in years. Yeah. I loved The Simpsons like from 90 through like 95 or 96. I feel like everybody's got a period. Were you a Simpsons enthusiast at any point?
I can remember my freshman year in high school when my friend Aaron Lefebvre and I had seen the first episode of The Simpsons, and we came in. I remember around talking to him on Monday, and we're like, or whatever day it was after this. I can't remember what day it was on. We were like, did you see that Simpsons?
Dude.
And we're like, oh my God, it was hilarious. We were like, we had discovered gold or something. And you go back and watch those early episodes, they were awful. They were awful. But that's where it's hard to explain sometimes how something that was so different it could be just by virtue of being so really cool because it wasn't like any other cartoon you'd ever watched before.
Yep.
And you go back and look at it now and you're like, wow, it was nothing like what it would become. So, yes, I remember very well. And probably through, I don't know, I was probably, like that time I was, from the age of 14 through my mid-20s, maybe. I watched a lot of Simpsons.
So same period. Yeah, same period as I watched it there. I think it was. So it's probably still good. I just haven't watched it in a long time. All right, let's give away some tickets to U of H and K-State. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 gets a 4-pack. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 right now, and you're on your way. 2 more chances to win tomorrow and Friday. So keep it tuned. Right here. Trade possibilities. We didn't get into that with Diggs. Let's get into that in the next segment. Deontay Johnson is off the board. I do have a few names. Who are the sellers as the trade deadline's coming up on Tuesday? And I've got a few names of receivers that I want to bounce off of Seth here, and we'll do that, and off of you, the audience, and we'll do that coming up next.
If you have been injured in an accident or a slip and fall or anything else that horrible that's happened that wasn't your fault, you need to do 2 things. 1, you need to keep listening to Payne and Pendergast. You've checked that box off already. Give yourself a ding because you did that. But 2, you got to call Mokaram injury lawyers. It can be daunting. It can be overwhelming when you try to consider the legal process in addition to everything else that happens when you've been in an accident. But Mokaram injury lawyers makes it as simple as possible to get you the compensation you deserve. They are not afraid to go to inform about how the whole process works the entire time. Do what hundreds and hundreds of Houstonians have done. Go to Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. They will pick up the phone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. 281-222-2222.
After a massive 23-20 win over Indy, the Texans don't have much time to celebrate with a quick turnaround ahead.
Prime time football.
Let's drive. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln at Katy Freeway, 1 mile west of the Beltway, exit Kirkwood, under the giant American flag.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's the start. I know everybody's asking an update with Diggs. Unfortunately, he tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Really hurts our team to hear that news, and he's been such an important part to our team, and it's everything that he brought, not only on the field but off the field, the energy, the leader, like the way he worked every single day. He brought a lot to our team, and we have to pick up the slack. A lot of guys have to step up, pick up the slack, but definitely praying for him to have a speedy, successful recovery. It's definitely a blow to us.
Yeah, it stinks. Stephon Diggs out for the season. D'Amico Ryans making that announcement yesterday at his press conference. Team will be traveling today. They play tomorrow night. 7:15 kickoff, 4:15 Texans countdown with me and with Seth. D'Amico went on to say in the press conference, Seth, like, hey, we like our guys. Guys need to pick up the slack, but we like our guys, which is what he should be saying. Now, that said, I think the Texans should absolutely be looking for receiver help if they can get it on the trade market. We know next Tuesday afternoon is a trade deadline. I think there's a few things they should be looking for. It's really weird how things have kind of shifted over the last couple of weeks, because when they had all those deals, Lassiter's out, you got to go find yourself a corner. And so you demanded Nick Caserio find secondary help on behalf of the Texan fans a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah. And he hasn't done it yet.
He's not done it yet.
He hasn't done it yet. I'm not as right now. I mean, if I had to choose between a guard and a cornerback, I would still take a guard. I wish, boy, talk about an unfortunate timing for a concussion for Patterson. Because I think Patterson would have finished that game and maybe could have played tonight and cemented and you could have felt better about perhaps the entire offensive line and the upside of Patterson. But that's not the way it's worked out. The trade deadline comes between whenever Patterson comes back.
And this is the second straight year that Jared Patterson kind of had the rug pulled out from under him, because he was the starting center last year. He would have been the starting center all season long last year if he didn't go out with I think it was a knee that he ultimately Michael Dieter takes over. But for what it's worth, and we'll get into the names that I picked out for possible trades. I want to bounce these off of you, Seth. But the depth chart on the Texans website, updated by Texans PR on Tuesday, October the 29th, Tuesday, October the 29th. They have Tuesday, October the 28th. Tuesday was the 29th, Texans PR.
No.
As of Tuesday, Kenyon Green is still listed as the starter on the depth chart. So there's that.
I think the Caserio saying that it's a lazy narrative that the offensive line is an issue when one of their starting offensive linemen was benched in the game on Sunday. D'Amico Ryans saying that they feel good about Kenyon and they won 6 games with Kenyon at left guard. I think part of that is them giving support to Kenyon, and then maybe a little of it is just old school gamesmanship of not letting the opponent know what you're going to do.
Yeah,
that they've got plans potentially to either start Kendrick Green or to move Titus Howard down to guard and have Blake Fisher start at tackle. Who knows?
Yeah, the depth chart on the website is not a binding contract by any means.
No,
they're not married to that.
Yeah.
As far as trades go, and I think this is valid regardless of what position you're looking at, but I was kind of going through the standings yesterday and kind of drawing the line of teams that, and this may change depending on what the outcomes are on Sunday of some of these games over the weekend. There may be a 3-5 team that gets the doors blown off them, and all of a sudden they go, well, we're 3-6 now halfway through the season. We're a seller. But I think the teams that, if you were to call them today and would be sellers right now, Tennessee and Jacksonville, but I don't think they're taking the Texans' calls, probably. New England, Las Vegas, Cleveland. These are all teams that have been selling already. They've already been.
Yeah.
I think the Jets are about to be pushed to the brink of surefire seller if they're not already. The Texans can push them over the top, which is relevant because I think there's a receiver on their team that could be maybe somebody the Texans would look at. Carolina, the Giants, and the Saints, which is when they were the host of the league 2 weeks into the season. They're 2-6 now, and they're a mess.
Yeah, the Jets one is interesting because we might get a look up close and personal at some of the players that you might want. Maybe they bring them on the plane home with them. Maybe they just say, "Hey, grab your things, come back to Houston.
Yeah.
We'll send for your belongings."
It'd be like when the Astros traded for Christian Vasquez while the Red Sox were in town, and they're like, "Just grab your stuff and come over to this clubhouse over here." They literally traded for him while he was here.
Who's the biggest realistic name that the Jets might trade away? One of their offensive linemen, maybe, perhaps?
Mike Williams, I think, is a name a lot of people are focused on. The wide receiver that they signed in the offseason.
Dude, I've had so many disappointing Mike Williams receivers in my life that I can't keep track of them anymore. There have been like 19 Mike Williams at receiver in the NFL in the last 2 decades.
Fair. Yeah. The names, the wide receiver possibilities on that group of teams that I kind of threw into a list here. Adam Thielen from Carolina, although he's been banged up this year, he's coming back from a hamstring injury. And I admit I did some looking at salaries and things like that. Darius Slayton on the Giants. The one that's intriguing but would probably cost you a high pick is Chris Olave from the New Orleans Saints, who's a former college teammate of C.J. Stroud.
Honestly, when I sit back and try to look at things from 35,000 feet, I have zero real gnawing need for them to go out and trade for a wide receiver, partly because we've just seen what I was warning about, which was that, hey, it's not as simple as just having 3 really good receivers out there and then everything falls into place. Sometimes it can make things a little bit harder in some respects. I just there's more glaring positions and weaknesses than, as long as Nico Collins is back, than wide receiver right now. And frankly, that includes on the offense just in general, getting the tight ends and running backs more involved, and that's on C.J. Stroud as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, none of the guys, Olave is a different story because he's a former first-round pick that's still on a rookie contract. These other guys I'm naming are all guys who are been around 5 or 6 years. They're on reasonable deals. None of them are on a Diggs-level trade kind of thing. What makes me... Like, you look at what Deontay Johnson went for to the Ravens, it was nothing. Like, it was him in a 6th for a 5th. DeAndre Hopkins goes to the Chiefs for a conditional 4th. Even Devontae Adams, for who he is, it was not an expensive deal draft capital-wise. And so I'm thinking, like, these guys, if it's a day 3 pick and you can get Kendrick Bourne from the Patriots, because as we're finding out, injuries happen. You know, I just like Nico's got a hamstring, and he's going to come back, but he's Nico. He gets hurt. Diggs is done, so he's not walking through that door. Tank Dell didn't finish the season last year. I just don't want to go into the postseason with my 3 receivers being Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, and John Mechie. That's
or
I'm
even
depth.
Nico Collins plus those guys, which is what you had last year.
Yeah,
I understand exactly what you're saying, but there's also the part of me that's like, and that could happen to any other position. If your starting cornerback gets injured, it would be really nice to have an extra cornerback. I mean, it's more likely between Derek Stingley and Lassiter, one of whom's already missed time this year. The other has yet to finish a complete NFL season, and Derek Stingley. I fear that more than I fear going into a game with only Nico Collins or only Tank Dell or whomever else, I suppose. Or at least it's just as realistic. And as far as trading for a wide receiver, they trade Devontae Adams. He tries to get into a new scheme with a quarterback with whom he has a great relationship already. And he had, against the Steelers, he had 3 receptions for 30 yards. Against the Patriots, he had 4 receptions for 54 yards.
Sure.
It's not immediately lightning in a bottle because you bring a new guy in.
No. And again, I'm talking more about depth pieces here at wide receiver. Like the two that I didn't get to that I would say keep an eye on if you're Texan fans just because of prior relationships. Jacoby Myers on the Raiders. Nick Caserio was in the building in New England when they drafted him. And Kendrick Bourne with the Patriots actually has history with DeMeco Ryans. He started his career in San Francisco.
But that's where and that's the point I'm making about Devontae Adams, though, is that you're talking about depth pieces.
Yeah.
Like, even a marquee guy like Devontae Adams doesn't step in and be an immediate elixir in the middle of the season.
Right.
So for depth pieces, Xavier Hutchinson, Robert Woods, and John Mechie are fine for me.
Yeah,
I'm cool with that. Yeah, you have to worry about whether both Tank Dell and Nico Collins are going to stay healthy.
Yeah, just to be clear, I have a ceiling on what I would pay for these guys. You know what I mean? Like if it's a 6th-round pick, I would do that. I'm with you on the need for a guard. You paint a very scary picture in the secondary that I had not thought about in going through this exercise of Stingley's injury history and Lassiter's injury history. He's got one now. He's got one now. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Someone's texting in Tyler Boyd. He's on the Titans. The Titans and the Jags are not trading with the Houston Texans. That's just how it goes. That is the 5-Hour Energy fan line.
I've thought so little about the Titans. Oh, sorry, 5-Hour Energy.
Yeah,
here.
That's okay.
Go ahead, finish your 5-Hour Energy.
No, just that's a 5-Hour Energy fan line.
I'm gonna slug one down too.
How'd you get that?
I found one. Somehow I found a gas station that had one. Oh. How'd you get that?
Right there.
The other, I'll tell you what, the power of suggestion. 5-Hour Energy, you've been talking about it now, and I'm like, I need a 5-Hour Energy.
Yeah, man.
The other thing I did the other day that I hadn't done in a long time, had a quarter pounder with cheese. You know why? Because they'd been in the news. For what reason, Seth? Oh, nothing good at all.
No.
But in my mind, I started thinking like, oh yeah, quarter pounder with cheese.
Sounds awfully good.
Succulent, juicy beef type substance going down my gullet. Yes.
I forget exactly why it's in my brain right now. How was it?
Oh no, I knew exactly. It was because of the E. coli. Yeah. I did the math. That's like 100 people out of 150 million American McDonald's eaters. I'm good to go.
Analytics. Hey, does the NFL have a QB? A lot of people were talking about this yesterday. I hadn't heard about it in Houston, but apparently that was a big topic yesterday.
Yeah, this is a concern apparently.
A big concern around the league. Yeah, we'll get into that coming up next.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
Tomorrow is game day.
my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
KILT Tucson. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there that I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
That was Anthony Richardson after the Colts lost to the Texans on Sunday. He scrambled, was sacked by Jake Hansen after a brief scramble. Yeah. And on second and goal from the Texans' 23-yard line in a game the Colts were trailing by 10. And after that, he tapped his helmet and said, I need a blow, man. I need to come out, coach.
Some people have said, hey, what's the difference? How come, other positions sub out all the time? Why is it a big deal with quarterbacks? And it did occur to me, oh, yeah, he is a running back, really, at the root of it all. So in that moment, he's more just like a running back because he's not a genuine NFL quarterback. Anybody who actually watches Colts games can see that. He's a running back who's capable of making some incredible throws. Yeah. But God, no, you don't want him back there every down. The guy would throw for 30%. He's not a genuine quarterback. He's a running back who does some gadget. This is the Colts' problem offensively. Too many gadget plays where they line up Anthony Richardson at quarterback. That's really their issue.
He's basically they spend the whole game in Wildcat.
Yeah,
with Anthony Richardson.
So to answer, because I see some people act like trying to ask or genuinely asking or making the point like, hey, they do this with other positions, is that 100 years of NFL history tells us that quarterbacks, the good ones and the bad ones, are just not wired to want to take themselves out of the game because they're a little out of breath. That's your offense. It's third and goal. You're down by 10. If you're the quarterback of that team, you need to be out there running your offense. Yeah. So it's not like some prearranged package deal where you bring in, it's not Drew Brees leaving the game so Taysom Hill can come in or something like that. Like, no, that's your offense. And by the way, you're still trying to prove yourself. I can't even believe I just mentioned Drew Brees in the same breath as him. That you're still trying to prove yourself as a guy that can, A, stay on the field, and B, be an NFL quarterback instead of a glorified gadget running back.
Hey, are you surprised? We'll get to the NFL's QB development problem that I'm being told about on Twitter yesterday in a second. Are you surprised that when they brought Flacco in, they just had him hand off for like a 5-yard gain and kick a field goal? Like, I'm thinking, like, when I saw Flacco come in, I didn't know anything about Richardson tapping out. I thought Richardson was – he hadn't been holding his left wrist earlier in the game. I thought he was hurt. And I was like, or I thought maybe they were going with like maybe a situational 2-quarterback thing. Like, hey, it's third and goal from the 23. Let's go with our guy that can actually throw an accurate 23-yard pass. I was surprised, like when he just handed off. I'm like, oh, okay, you're just going to take your 3 and get out of here.
I'll give Shane Steichen a little bit of a break in that probably just like every other NFL person, coach, or player was kind of dumbfounded when Anthony Richardson was out of the game. He probably had a moment of shock. Like he was probably trying to process it when he should have been like, yeah, all right, take a shot now. Because you're right. That is exactly the time to take a shot.
For sure.
Whenever there's any kind of change like that, the defense is thinking, you got the defensive coordinator thinking, like, oh, okay, wait a second, Flacco's in the game. What do we have to do? And like that could be your moment to pounce. Yeah. They should have taken a shot at that point, and instead they just tapped out. Shane Steichen tapped out right after.
He did.
Right after Anthony Richardson tapped out.
How can you blame Richardson when the guy that's leading him is a tapper-outer as well?
They're all tapper-outers.
They're tapper-outers, man.
This is like the Montreal screw job. They're tapping out when there's actually no reason. There is no tap out. There's no tap out there.
No.
Right? Isn't that what happened in the Montreal screw job? There was no actual tap out.
There's no actual.
Called it a tap out.
Yeah, the referee screwed over Bret Hart.
So it's the opposite of the Montreal screw out. This is a tap out where there shouldn't have been a tap out.
Hey, not to get too far off, have you finished the McMahon documentary yet, or are you still in the middle of it?
I think we did. Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did, yes.
Yeah. It's really good. I'm surprised all the people watching it that don't even like wrestling, and they're really enjoying it. It's cool. So is there a QB development problem in the NFL? When Richardson got benched yesterday, it was kind of fun as a Texan fan to bask in the afterglow of, like, hey, look at the top 4 picks in the 2023 draft. 2 of them are benched, and 2 of them are Houston Texans.
Yeah.
Oh, and they were the offensive and defensive rookies of the year last year. It was also fun to look at the first 4 quarterbacks taken in that draft and go, wow, 3 of them are benched, and one of them is C.J. Stroud. 3 of them are benched, and 1 is a bona fide stud, and it's C.J. Stroud. But if you go back and look, and this is where it really gets hammered home. There is a gap here right now with good NFL quarterbacks, starting with the 2021 draft and going through the 2023 draft. And I'll just take the first-round picks, but there were 5 in the 2021 draft. There's Trevor Lawrence and 4 guys who are on other teams now. And the rookie contracts aren't even up yet. It's Trevor Lawrence. Zach Wilson is on his second team as a backup. Trey Lance is on his second team as a backup. Justin Fields is on his second team. He's a backup again. Mac Jones is on his second team. He's a backup. And then you had 2022, and the only thing saving that draft is Brock Purdy coming out of nowhere in the 7th round. But Kenny Pickett was the only first-round pick, and he's on his second team now in Philadelphia. If history shows us anything, recent history, Bryce Young, Anthony Richardson, and Will Levis, at least one, if not all of these guys, could be on different teams next year.
Is there a quarterback development problem? Probably. Just if you look at how few reps quarterbacks that get drafted these days are taking in college. I mean, C.J. Stroud, it was he's got 2 years of starting experience.
It's 5 years from back in the 90s.
Yeah, it used to be teams didn't, which I don't want to get caught in the used to be, because that's not always, they didn't always do things better. But quarterbacks are coming into the NFL with less experience, and then I think there are quick turnarounds than there used to be in the NFL. Coaches get fired more quickly. Quarterbacks are, pressed into playing under non-ideal situations. But I think you also have to factor into the fact that a lot of guys that, if they were playing any other position, relative to what kind of a prospect they are, guys are getting drafted in the first round who aren't genuine first-round prospects at quarterback. Just because people are so desperate for that position, they're willing to take a gamble on guys like Anthony Richardson, where in the past it would have been an extreme project. Teams might even say, there's no way in hell we're taking him with a first-round pick. Mm-hmm. We'll see if we can get him in the second round. Then he can sit for a few years and learn. But the Colts drafting him and then just hoping for the best, I think that's where they are. I think Shane Steichen is still probably the best guy to develop a young quarterback. But there are limits to what he can do to a guy who is so obviously way behind the curve in terms of starting quarterback experience. He didn't even know that he was supposed to be running out of bounds or trying to run out of bounds there on the final drive. He checked into a play and then threw an obvious and easy interception in his own end zone at the end of the half. He did a lot of really dumb stuff in that game. And it's he needs time. This is a guy that they probably should have realized, in hindsight, realized, all right, that year sitting on the bench didn't actually do him a lot of good. He needs more time sitting and watching somebody operate.
Yeah, and it's funny, too. You look at all these names from the 3 drafts, the 21, 22, and 23 drafts, and you're right. A lot of it is stuff okay, should have seen that coming. Bryce Young. Yeah, I loved Bryce Young. I wanted the Texans to get Bryce Young. But yeah, as it turns out, being 5'10" and frail is kind of an issue in the NFL. And Anthony Richardson, everybody knew he couldn't throw. He was inaccurate and had injury issues. He goes 4th. Will Levis, who was rumored to be a top 10 pick throughout most of that draft process, winds up going with one of the first picks in the second round to the Titans. And it turns out a lot of the warts he had in college, not cured. He's still really careless with the football and really careless with his body. Kenny Pickett was a reach in the first round in 2022. Zach Wilson going 2nd overall. He was small and a little douchey, let's be honest. Trey Lance. Trey Lance. These are all things we knew. You know what I mean?
Right.
We knew Trey Lance played hardly any football because of the COVID restrictions in college.
Yeah, and I really think a lot of those guys, and you can point to their physical prowess or anything else, especially with Anthony Richardson, in in prior eras, they would have been second or third round picks and been seen as the projects that they were. But now you're caught in this world of, okay, we're drafting him this high. We got to figure out what he is. Let's throw him out there and see what he's got. And like we talked about yesterday, you can't go back. You can't run the experiments on what's the best way to handle this specific player.
Right.
Josh Allen struggled in his first couple of years. And he did some really stupid stuff too. So I don't know if, given different circumstances, Josh Allen wouldn't have been any different. People were trying to say that Josh Allen would have been he had the exact same first couple years as Anthony Richardson. The first 8 games of his second year, he at least had a 61% completion percentage and 10 touchdowns to 7 interceptions.
Yeah.
He was by no means a finished product. And they were also winning football games too.
They were. They made the playoffs.
They made the playoffs that year. So it's disingenuous to try to make a comparison to Josh Allen. Josh Allen was a better quarterback in the first half of his second season than Anthony Richardson was.
And yet I think a lot of what made Richardson so high up for the scouting community and ultimately for the Indianapolis Colts was Josh Allen's ability to finally refine himself as a thrower. Like Josh Allen, for bigger quarterbacks that maybe have accuracy issues, he's going to become to teams what Tom Brady playing in his 40s became for aging quarterbacks. Like, well, look, Brady's doing it. I can play till I'm 45. Brady's doing. Oh, you're a big guy that has accuracy issues, but you're an athlete that was built in a lab. Well, Josh Allen did it. We can refine you just like Josh Allen was.
Josh Allen basically ruined the Colts for us. So thank you, Josh Allen.
Good job,
I will donate
Allen.
money to your charity. That's what you do these days.
Yep.
When somebody from another team helps you out. Yes.
Good job.
And I mean we saw this coming after Josh Allen's first All-Pro season in his third year. Like, oh boy. Teams are really going to look at this and think, okay, yeah, we got to look at these guys that have freak when it's good, but they have accuracy issues, but they're also freakishly athletic.
Yeah.
And yes, that's our guy.
CJ is literally the only quarterback. Well, and Brock Purdy too. I keep having first rounders in my mind because that's what's listed on this tweet. But Brock Purdy and CJ Stroud are literally the only 2 young quarterbacks out of that 3-year period that their teams probably feel good about. Because I know Trevor Lawrence is in there. There's no way the Jags feel good about what they've invested in Trevor Lawrence right now.
Yeah. And guess what the average hit rate in any given draft is on finding a quarterback who's a solid, consistent starter in the NFL?
Very low.
I think it's about historically once every couple of years.
Yeah.
Texans
got one.
There's just not that many good quarterbacks in the league.
Yes.
So I don't wring my hands as like, oh, these. Which, by the way, too, don't cry any tears for quarterback busts in the NFL.
Oh no.
If they could have made themselves better, and B, they get paid a boatload of guaranteed money to suck. So everybody crying a river for Anthony Richardson. He could have handled it. If the guy had a single clue about how to actually operate as an NFL quarterback, he wouldn't be in the position he's in.
Okay, that's
right
interesting. That's interesting because I think the other benefit they get too, Seth, these highly drafted. Yes, they get paid a lot. Some of it's on them for sure. Yeah. They also get multiple opportunities. Baker Mayfield finally hit on his 4th team. Sam Darnold finally hit, it seems, on his 4th team. Do you think Richardson's in that category where if it doesn't work out with the Colts, he's such a specialized, you think?
Oh yeah, 100%. Oh, okay. yeah, the opportunity.
Okay.
Because he'll be treated the way he should be treated, which is, all right, this guy's got a lot of upside, but we got to figure some things out, and let's see if we can be the ones to do it. And if you can get him at a relative bargain, they'll. Plus, wherever he goes next, people will understand the downside, and the expectations won't be the same.
I just think there is something fundamentally he cannot do, and it's throw accurately. You know what I mean? Like with Baker and Darnold, they had all the skills to be an NFL quarterback, but they had coaching changes, and again, some of it's on them. But I think fundamentally at the end of the day, the one thing you've got to be able to do is throw the ball accurately.
Well, and it's like, I don't know, if somebody has a beautiful stroke on their basketball shot, and wow, look at that, it's beautiful, but he's hitting 15% of his threes. At some point, you got to realize, all right, he's just not accurate.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's beautiful when it goes in.
Yeah.
Look at the arc on that thing. But it's not, you're not getting it done. And some of the decision making is just so atrociously bad that he needs a lot of work. And this is, so you can't treat all first-round prospects the same. And I don't think the Colts have given up on him.
Right.
But he was getting worse as a quarterback.
Yeah.
He was worse this year in a lot of ways than he was last year.
Yeah.
And I just love that it's happening to the Colts, though. So have fun with that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Text message, 5 Hour Energy fan line. Xavier Howard, Jacoby Myers, go get them. Xavier
Howard is available as a free agent.
Right.
So I don't know what the deal is with him. Steven Nelson's still out there as a free agent.
He is.
Depending on, Steven Nelson retired, but I don't know if it was because he wasn't getting offers or what have you.
Right.
So Xavier Howard might be in that same boat where he's going to play, but he's going to play for a salary that he feels right. I have no idea.
Yeah.
Because Xavier Howard's play took a dip in the last couple of years. So where is he as a player? I don't know, and I don't know what the price tag is. But certainly, I would say Steven Nelson, there's other factors that factor into it. I don't know where he is, kind of in the estimation of D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio, two guys that he's both insulted on social media. So, those guys intrigue me more, though, than some of the trade candidates, just because it might just be a price tag issue as to why they're still out there.
You don't have to give up draft picks to get them. I think that's a fair point. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Where are the Texans right now? Like halfway through the season, where are we with the Texans? Where is the head coach and the quarterback? What is their assessment of the team and where they are here at the somewhat mathematically sort of halfway point here, 8 games into a 17-game season? We'll get to that coming up next.
We finally have word on Stefon Diggs' knee injury, and it isn't good.
He tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Hurts our team.
details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I had the Texans before the season. 11-6 was my prediction. I had them at 6-2 after the first 8 games. Now, I'd have to go back and see if I had the right 2 games that they lost. I'm sure I didn't have them losing to Minnesota before the season because Minnesota was not thought to be what they've been for the first half of this year. But Texans are 6-2, 8 games in, and we'll see how the second half plays out. Here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday, Seth. How do you feel about where your team is at the halfway point?
I'm excited about where our team is. I mean, to be sitting here right now 6-2, we're excited about where we are. As you mentioned, a lot of ball ahead of us, we talked about starting fast, and we've started fast. Our team has found a fashion, whether it's offense, defense, special teams, different areas of our team stepped up and made plays to help us win games. So I'm excited with where we are and excited with where we're going, and we continue to build the right way.
Okay. So 6-2. I'm excited about 6-2 as well. I think at the halfway point, you go, okay, they played in a lot of one-score games. Could very easily be very different than 6-2 if the ball bounced differently in several of these games. How do we feel about the things that have been keeping them from being a more aesthetically pleasing 6-2?
Right.
How do we feel about those things getting fixed?
Honestly, I don't want to make it as simple as addition by subtraction or anything else like that. I do think there is some merit to the idea that without Stephon Diggs, then it becomes that much more heightened for CJ and everybody else to understand, and Bobby Slowick to understand that the hopes and the dreams that you're praying for are not always downfield, that the check down is your friend, that getting the ball to the hot route when you're getting blitzed, that's one way to get the blitz off of you. You've got protection issues. There's things that you can do to scare some teams off of the blitz, including just getting those, okay, you're going to blitz, we're going to get a steady diet of 5 and 10 yard throws, except that every now and then, because you're blitzing, some of those are going to break free.
Yeah.
And because you don't have safety help on the backside.
Yep.
So in some ways they might be a smoother offense. And I'm not blaming Stephon Diggs for it or anything. But and then when Nico Collins comes back, obviously that has a whole different element to it.
No doubt. The one big thing coming into the year, one of the big things was we've not yet seen Bobby Slowick put together a competent, consistent running game, like a competent, consistent NFL running game.
Yeah.
And it's strange because they've got a running back who's having an incredible year when he's healthy. When Joe Mixon's been out there, he's been really, really good. They're better running the football. Do you feel like their running game that they have right now is more they've got Joe Mixon on the team and they're running the ball, or they've actually started to put together a competent run game?
I'm torn because I thought versus the Packers and the Patriots, all right, the Patriots especially, you look at it and you think, okay, well, those are some impressive numbers they put up, but it wasn't consistent. They weren't really churning out positive yardage
Big
consistently.
Chunk plays.
Yeah, it didn't feel like something you could really depend on, especially maybe versus better teams. And then the Colts, I'm torn because, all right, we've seen this before against the Colts. I think the Colts just aren't that team that's going to test your run offense, your ability to run the ball. So I feel better about the fact that Joe Mixon is out there. But no, I'm not 100% convinced that they've really figured it out in the run game.
Yeah.
I thought there were more elements and more instances where the entire offensive line was blocking well at times in the run game the other day. But they just, I don't know if the Colts were the test.
Joe Mixon, by the way, really good. It's about 8 minutes. It's excellent. He's really good. Some mic'd up guys are better than others. Like a lot of mic'd up are just guys going, hey,
lots
man.
of grunting and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of grunting. Joe Mixon, there's a fair amount of grunting in Joe Mixon's mic'd up, but He's pretty funny, and he's pretty good, and he's very vocal on the sidelines, too. He's walking around to guys talking. I'm assuming that's what he's like most of the time. You never know. These
you don't
guys,
think he's just doing it for the airtime?
I don't. I think there probably are some guys that realize they're mic'd up for the game and maybe, handle things. But I sense that Joe is like that all the time. It's
got to be. There's always the guy who's a media darling, but who's actually annoying because he talks too much.
Mm-hmm.
And those guys, when they're mic'd up, it's probably super annoying to everybody else on the team.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, great. Now he's mic'd up, so we're going to get the extra version of this dude. Awesome. Great. They used to call, now Ray Lewis obviously was a good player who could say whatever the hell he wanted, but they used to call him Red Light Ray.
Yeah.
Which is that if he was on the sideline and he saw that one of the cameras had the red light on, which meant that's the active camera.
Yeah.
He'd go into super Ray Lewis motivational mode. Yeah. He knew how to play it. He was a showman. He was.
Even the pregame speeches and stuff. If you talk to a few of the Ravens from back then, it's like,
they were kind of like,
it's cool, Ray.
I always wonder about that with the pregame speech too, because on any football team, whenever somebody's giving a speech. Yeah. There's usually like a hardcore diehards right at the nucleus of it, and then there's some guys out on the periphery who are kind of like taking care of it. I'm doing, this is what the team's doing, but with the guys like Jameis Winston, there's at least a few guys who are in the front row of the pep talk who know they're going to get on camera. They're like, I'm going to really play it up. I'm going to just, Jameis,
And on that one Jameis one where he eats the W, those guys who got the front row for that clown show are so mad because the one guy getting attention was, who was it? It was Deshaun Jackson. Was like standing 5 rows behind everybody with this look on his face like, what am I watching right now?
Oh, no, the EW, he was right there. He was.
Was he? Okay.
Yeah. That's why I think, because you could.
I thought he was kind of in the back a little bit.
In my mind, you know what? That's in my mind.
Yeah.
So we'll fact check that.
Yeah. But it was funny. Here was C.J. Stroud. This is where C.J. Stroud feels like the Texans are at the halfway point.
Yeah, I think, it's a goal we had was to start fast. And, I believe that, we've been putting on some good ball, but we have a lot to still clean up. And, it's just exciting times. It's coming into the 2 hardest months of ball is, November and December. We get to in October on a primetime game, and, it's going to be a great matchup against the Jets. And, we got to be able to be ready and try to finish October the right way.
These next few weeks are going to be something like Houston. Forget about the team. I can't remember a stretch of football over these next few weeks that I've experienced as a Texan media member or fan where you've got a Thursday night, a Sunday night, and a Monday night game, boom, 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 all in a row, and they're all against teams. There's no mid-team on here. You know what I mean? The Jets, about market value. I'm not talking about the records. I'm talking about marquee value. You're going to New York to play the Jets. That game's going to have a lot of eyeballs on it, for sure. You come back, you're then playing at home on Sunday Night Football against a team that a lot of people think is the best team in football right now. The Detroit Lions are at the top of a lot of people's power rankings, and they're a team that I think is, in a lot of people's minds, they're as close to kind of like a clear-cut favorite in the NFC as you can find. And then again, I know the Cowboys suck, but you're going up to play the Cowboys, who you play once every 4 years by rule, other than maybe a rando 17th game here and there. And that's what this is, actually. This is a rando 17th game. That the Cowboys are your extra game this year. You're playing the Cowboys on Monday Night Football. And so going into the season, I could ballpark the first 8 games, Seth, at 6-2, which I did. I looked at the last 6, which is all division games and the weird Christmas Chiefs-Ravens thing, which I don't feel good about playing the Chiefs and Ravens right now, regardless of the date and the amount of time in between the games. So I looked at those last 6. I'm like, it feels like 3-3. These 3 games, I had no idea what to think before the season, and now that the Jets are bad, or at least have a bad record, and the Cowboys are kind of teetering a little bit right now, I still don't know how to feel about these 3 games because the schedule's so weird.
The Lions game is going to be the one that I think people are probably looking at and just thinking and wondering, all right, is this where – don't let this be like the trip up to the Patriots in 2012 where, okay, this is – all right, this is the real – this is what we should expect or hoping they were based on their record.
Yeah.
Texans went up to the Patriots in the infamous Letterman jacket game and just got thoroughly drubbed and showed that they weren't in the same class. I think that that nothing the Texans do against the Jets is going to make people feel differently about that. You know, if you could win by 21, there's still going to be people that are nervous about that, especially given that a team in the Minnesota Vikings, which they've fallen from grace and sweetheart status as of late, but they're still above the Texans in most power rankings. They're like, you got drubbed by the Vikings. The one outlier is that you took care of business against the Bills.
Yeah.
And the Bills now, though, they didn't have Khalil Shakir, and now they have Amari Cooper. So what exactly is this version of the Bills versus the one the Texans played? But on the sum total of it, look, they've had one good game against one of the best teams in the league, and the Bills. They've had one really bad game against the Vikings. I think that Lions game is the stamp of authenticity on exactly what this Texans team is.
You nailed it. You nailed it. I think that's what that Lions. Not to get ahead of this game tomorrow, but I think. I'm
looking ahead.
No,
Sean.
it was me that
Trap
did this.
Game for radio hosts.
It was me that did this. So I'm just saying, like, I get it. There's a game tomorrow, but look, I would stress the importance of this game tomorrow. I think the Lions game factors into that. I don't feel great about playing the Lions until I know Nico Collins is back for that game. I really don't feel great about playing the Lions. The Lions are playing some incredible football right now. You lose this game to the Jets, and you're staring 6-4 in the face. And just made a change at quarterback that makes them a whole lot more likely to be 6-4 in a couple games as well than playing Anthony Richardson for the rest of the year.
I think the coaches and players feel the same way that most Texans fans do if they're being honest with themselves, which is I really like a lot of things that the Texans are doing, but they do need to take another step. Like there needs to be a step forward offensively to be genuinely good and genuinely threatening. And a lot of that might just be fixed by a better left guard. Some of that is going to have to come from the offense in total, and C.J. Stroud included, and Bobby Slowick in distributing the ball more evenly. Yeah. And that becomes there's no choice about it now. You've got to distribute the ball evenly, especially without Nico Collins. But then with Nico coming back for that Lions game, that's where it gets super, super exciting.
Yeah, it gets fun.
If it works out that he comes back for that game completely healthy, I hope his hamstrings felt great for 3 straight weeks, then you're pretty much fully loaded with the team that you could conceivably have in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, if you get a win this Thursday, that means you went 3-1 in the 3 games without Nico Collins. And if somebody told me that before – if somebody told me that the day he went on IR, hey, you can sign this piece of paper and you're going to be 3-1 in these 4 games, I would have taken that.
And that you didn't have Stephon Diggs for 1.5 of those games.
Correct.
Well.
Yeah.
That's a big part of it.
No doubt.
Chunk of it.
No doubt. All right, the weakest link on offense right now. Will Kenyon Green be starting? Miko Ryan's answer in the next segment. Did we get any sort of answer as to who's starting at left guard? And we'll do that coming up next. But I want to tell you about Texas Star Grill Shop right now. Texas Star Grill Shop, the Martin family, they are the first family of grilling, barbecuing, cooking out here in the city of Houston, no doubt. Built from the ground up, man. Texas Star Grill Shop, the original location on 59 and Shepherd. If you are looking to upgrade your backyard
involves the risk of loss.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
On the text page, the 5-hour energy fan line is aiming high on the trade market. I'm hearing that T. Higgins might be in play for the Texans. Oh, yeah, root against the Bengals this weekend. Might get a little T. Higgins action. Maybe they get a little desperate. He's on a franchise tag right now. So, yeah, who knows?
I forgot about all the T. Higgins semi-drama of the offseason.
Did you see there was a video? And
There's been rumors about him to which video is this now?
The video, as long as we're talking about the Bengals, like real quick, there's a video. Andrew Whitworth did an interview, like a podcast.
Yeah.
And he did like 6 minutes about his constant negotiations and renegotiations with the Bengals.
I watched like 30 seconds of it, and I'm like, I don't have time for this.
He went for 6. I didn't put your stuff in there. Like by the third renegotiation, I'm like, all right, I get it. They're really unprofessional to deal with. At least with Whitworth, they were.
They're a strange organization. Yeah. They are a really, really weird organization. Not as weird as they used to be.
Yeah.
They used to be incredibly weird. Like, Sean, this is the weirdest thing I can remember was back in the day. You know, the NFL teams, I think it's still this way. Maybe it's changed. But they did I want to say it was a 2-to-1 match on your 401k, whatever was legally allowable, which was a nice chunk of change.
Dude.
For absolutely nothing other than you committing money to your 401k, the NFL would match it 2-to-1.
2-to-1.
And for God knows what reason. So it had, on most teams, it had like near 100% utilization.
Yeah.
The Bengals, like nobody was doing it. And to the point where the NFLPA had to figure out, like, what the hell is going on here? Like, the Bengals would try every which way to try to screw you out of money. And, I have no idea how they got away with whatever they were doing to discourage guys from signing up for the 401k.
Dude.
But it was, Jonathan Joseph has told the stories about how they charge you for Gatorade and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they've changed. They've gotten a little bit more free spending, but they're still a weird organization.
They're discouraging you for doing it. That's like that should be a union issue if you have a team doing that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly how it was all figured out or whatever. It was just very, very odd.
But but I would say even if they're not encouraging you to do it, when you have that little usage of a 2-to-1 401k match, like to me, it's malpractice not to send an email out to say, hey guys.
Long before Eric Winston was up there or anything.
Right, and these aren't guys who are like fully educated on financial ramifications.
No, but this is how the meeting goes. The NFLPA meeting where and I don't think it's in a meeting, but where you're trying, back in the day you'd sign a piece of paper instead of e-signing or whatever. It was the veteran players telling the young guys, dude, sign that paper. Yes,
right.
You're gonna, and people would be like, but it was like a $10,000 max, and you'd get a 2-to-1 match.
Yeah,
but the young guys are like, yeah, but wait a second, so I don't get that money? And they're like,
I gotta wait?
Yes, you do, but it'll be there waiting for you someday after, by virtue of you asking that question, yes, you put that money in your 401k right now, damn it.
Yeah, it's free money.
It's free money.
It's free money, yeah.
But I don't get it now?
Right, no, you gotta wait. You gotta wait till
yes, you do. You just can't touch it.
Yeah,
it's exactly what you need.
It's yours.
Desperately.
It's yours. Kenyon Green. D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday in his press conference, will Kenyon Green be starting on Thursday against the Jets?
Kenyon is done fine. Kenyon, of course, like I said yesterday, he had some bad plays. A lot of guys had some bad plays, and everybody's asking about Kenyon, and nobody feels, worse about this than Kenyon, right? And he knows he has to play better. He will play better, and let's go to work. Like, that's what it's about. It's not about everybody trying to figure out, is Kenyon out? And let's Kenyon is ready. He'll be ready to roll, and we won 6 games with Kenyon. Like, we got to keep going.
So if Jared Patterson had stayed healthy in that game, it might be less interesting because Jared Patterson might for sure be the starter. I guess the big question would be, how ready is Kendrick Green to play, and does it even matter? Is we're not sure how ready Kendrick Green is better than what Kenyon Green is, right?
It did. It felt, when Kendrick Green didn't get an opportunity to go in the game despite Kenyon Green having been benched just one series prior, that's when it most felt like, first-round pick. All right, he's going to get that. He's going to get that benefit of the doubt. Either that or they just are that down on Kendrick Green. And then the question is, all right, well, why is he on your roster? Like, why is he active on game day? If he's that much worse than one of the worst offensive guards, a guy who's playing like one of the worst offensive guards in football right now, why is he even out there? Other than because he's your gadget fullback at times, which is stupid as well. So, I don't know. I don't know. There's no good answer to that. And look, D'Amico's trying to support Kenyon as much as possible and not try to give any noteworthy clips or anything that are going to filter back to Kenyon. Saying that we won 6 games with Kenyon, that's not D'Amico. That's not his ethos. Yeah, you guys are you're a mediocre NFL offense right now. To pretend that there aren't any issues that can be improved or anything that needs to get better, that's not. D'Amico doesn't operate that way. So I take that strictly as just him trying not to sell out his guys in public
spot, and he's, and look, D'Amico's an adult. He chooses his answers. He can answer it any way he wants to. That's his management style, if you will, as he has said many times, is he manages with an air of positivity. Like, he's always going to manage that way. That's who he is. He said it earlier this week. I just hate that, I hate that D'Amico is giving quotes right now that you could put next to quotes. If you cross out the names, you could put them next to quotes from Lovie Smith, and you wouldn't know if Lovie Smith said them or not, about the positivity. You got to stay positive about these guys who are playing tremendously poor.
I think the big difference is you're 6-2.
Correct.
So you get away with it a little bit more when you're 6-2. Hey, the proof is in the pudding. We're 6-2. But they need to make some improvements offensively. They just I can't think of this team as a Super Bowl team until they look like a Super Bowl caliber offense. It's 2024. Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome when you get that rare one-off. And frankly, this Texans defense is very good, but they're not like the Ravens, the first Ravens Super Bowl team.
No.
They're not the 80 whatever Bears. It's just they're not there yet. To win a Super Bowl with this squad, you would either have to have the defense go from really damn respectable to
great,
out of this league, an all-timer. So maybe that happens, or the offense has got to look better than they have in the first half of the season.
Right. Or you just have to hit one of those weird parlays where you're winning the turnover battle +3 in all your playoff games.
Or just kind of in the part we keep forgetting about is, Nico Collins, that guy.
Yeah.
Nico Collins on the first play of the game goes a long way towards winning the game.
It does.
And there's that element. And Joe Mixon and Nico Collins being on the field at the same time, which we've had very little of, that's another dynamic. And maybe it's as simple as that.
Yep.
It's hard to, obviously, there's a million different scenarios that could happen, but some of it is as simple as, having Nico Collins and Joe Mixon on the field at the same time, that really puts defenses in a bind.
I'm going to go on the record and say I think there's a 50% chance we get Kendrick Green. I think there's a 45% chance we get Kenyon Green, and a 5% chance we get the Titus back to left guard, Blake Fisher at right tackle curveball.
Okay.
That some have been asking for. Believe I can't.
Right.
That's where we are with Kenyon Green, is people are requesting Titus Howard play left guard again.
I don't know. Titus is so much worse as a guard that I can't. I'm trying to figure out, all right, but do I like Titus's time in system and all of that other stuff at left guard compared to just Kendrick Green at left guard? Because Titus, if Titus was a prospect, I'd say, maybe he's got upside as a guard. But Titus is a veteran who I've seen play guard before.
He's got no upside.
I give Kendrick Green a whirl and see what happens.
Yeah. Here was, speaking of pass protection, here was C.J. Stroud. He was asked yesterday how much of your prep goes into trying to forecast what your pass protection is going to look like.
It's bullets flying, it's very fast-paced. Sometimes, sometimes you can get away with it, sometimes you don't, so it's like rolling dice. But at the same time, I trust my guys, and I'm not going to, just as much as possible, I'll try to stick in there and, and just, step up in the pocket and make it right, have those minute movements. But, I do a lot of film study on, hots, and, that's kind of the world we live in is, throwing hot and, trying to, just live in what we do and not, dictate, don't let them dictate what they want us to do. So, and I think I've, tried to, get some more responsibility up there, and I'm hoping the coaches, continue to trust me with that. And, but yeah, it's part of the game, and, I got to, be better, I guess, when it comes to that. And, we all can be better together as one.
Well, and that's where, CJ in the first half of the season, on the sum total of it, was really good against the blitz until the Packers game, where the Packers didn't blitz that much, but they were really effective with it when they did. And there's a little bit of, he had a throw to Dalton Schultz last week where, all right, Schultz was the hot receiver, Texans got a blitz, and he just hit Schultz immediately for 10 or 15 yards, however long it was. You got to do more of that to get him up off you, to really discourage and to put some fear in the defense about where you are exposed when you're blitzing. And I think CJ talks about how it's a little bit of a gamble. It's a little bit of the roll of the dice. Sometimes I think he hangs in there and thinks, well, if the protection holds up, Diggs is gonna be open downfield. And I think CJ knows that there's that potential on blitzes because guys are going to be in man coverage, no safety help, and you've got a chance for a huge explosive play there. But you also got to balance it out with, but there's also easy money right there against the blitz. Be that quarterback that teams say, crap, we can't blitz this guy.
Yeah.
He's going to, one way or the other, he's going to screw us if we blitz him. And just keep him off you a little bit.
Yeah, that was statistically, that's who he was in his rookie year, man. He killed, if you blitz C.J. Stroud, he killed you last year.
And Nico, look, the presence of Nico is a big part of all of it. Nico is it's a lot easier to make a blind throw to Nico than it is to anybody else.
True. Absolutely. All right, we head into the 9 o'clock hour. We'll talk more Jets, Texans as we get you ready for tomorrow. 7:15 kickoff, 4:15 Texans countdown. One of the strangest scenes that I've ever seen in a baseball game, certainly a World Series game, happened last night. Fans, what should the punishment be for what happened last night early on in World Series?
The weirdest things we've ever seen.
Game 4. It was one of the strangest things ever. We'll talk about that coming up next.
It was weirder than a quarterback tapping out. It was so many weird things. And you know when it feels weird? It feels weird if you've been in an accident. Not just because you're in physical pain, but because there are a lot of questions that you don't have answers to and you don't necessarily know where to look.
Mandatory fees apply. Learn more at robinhood.com/election.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Tomorrow's Thursday. Damn, Seth, I've been infected by your day confusion here. It's Wednesday today. It's Wednesday. This Thursday night game, man, it messes with you.
You're also you're forgetting to turn on your mic and everything.
I'm having
contagious.
No, it's that I didn't forget to turn. Never mind. I didn't forget to turn my mic on. I
think you did.
The Yankees game last night against the Dodgers. Probably the most memorable moment from that game. The Yankees staving off elimination was not the most memorable moment. None of the home runs that were hit in the game were particularly memorable because the final score was 8-4. There wasn't even really like a pitching performance for the Dodgers you could look at because they were bullpen gaming the whole thing. The most memorable moment was when two fans were ejected after trying to pry a foul ball out of the glove of Mookie Betts in the first inning of that game, down right field line. And Mookie Betts jumps up, catches the ball, hand in the crowd, which is, that's a catch. It's an out. And as he's coming down back to the ground, Austin Capobianco, Aaron Judge gray jersey-wearing Yankee fan, grabbed Betts' glove with both hands and tried to pull the ball out. Meanwhile, Capobianco's friend sitting to his left, John Peter is his name, he was sitting there facing Betts' bare hand, and he decides to grab that arm. So the two of them, for a moment at least, had Mookie Betts held by his two arms, dangling over the wall, and Capobianco is trying to he's trying to rake the ball out of the glove, and he's almost ripping the glove off of Mookie Betts' hands. And you watch it looks dangerous. Like, Mookie Betts definitely could have gotten injured on this thing. Like, you have fans grabbing his arms, literally.
Yeah, no, and those guys were just delighting in it and thought they were just having a grand old time. It was
this is part of the game, right? We're allowed to do this.
So Cappuccino there is probably banned for life from any MLB games, I would imagine. Certainly at Yankee Stadium, right? That's at the very least.
I had heard this morning they're season ticket holders. I hadn't heard anything about them not being let back in for tonight's game.
Oh, there's no way in hell. Really? I have your typical Yankees, that dirtbag humans. So, obviously in the World Series, so it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me.
Here we go. I'm looking at the article. Capobianco and Peter were escorted out of Yankee Stadium, but said they were told they would be allowed back for Game 5 on Wednesday.
Classic. Yeah, they'll be throwing beer bottles at Dodgers fans in the bathroom. The way they treat opposing fans and/or players.
How do you let these guys back in? Like, they got to be banned for. It needs to be one of those bannings for life from baseball where you can reapply. You know. That's what it needs to be.
Right, yeah. It has to be a commissioner's edict at some point. Brian Cashman was reached for comment after the game.
What did he say?
He said, well, everybody wants to focus on those fans, but they forget that the Astros cheated us in 2000, that we really should have made it to the World Series before now. Really, this is an Astros issue, not my baseball team collapsing in the playoffs yet again issue.
Yeah.
Capobiano's Cappuccino's brother said this. His brother wasn't the one. I thought at first that this was the guy that was tearing at the glove, but he was sitting with them because he said, I just see the ball kind of, I don't want to say go up for grabs, if that makes sense. And then Mookie was swearing at us. Not good. That's an actual quote.
The funny part, that's a real quote. The funny part was the definitely the two guys grabbing at Mookie, and there may have been others as well. Like, you could read their body language. Like, there were security people, and they're doing the thing where they're running their hand like as if like Mookie broke the plane of some boundary that he's not allowed in. You know what I mean? Like, almost as if they were saying like, hey, his glove was in here. Everything's fair game.
Ever that you can wrestle the ball out of a guy's glove and try to reenact it. Yeah.
Capobianco.
Those guys, and those are just some sicko weirdos that probably paid $18,000 hoping that they could catch a waft of Aaron Judge's armpits there in right field or something. They just some sick weirdos.
Yeah, it says Capobianco, a season ticket holder, said he knew he would be in trouble but chose to grab and open Betts' glove nonetheless, telling ESPN that he and Peter often discuss this exact scenario.
It's premeditated.
If a foul ball comes their way, they're going to do what they can to help their team.
Oh, it's premeditated. You can't let them back in. How does he think he's helping the team out? He already gained possession of the ball. He'd made a football move. The ball was a catch. Damn it.
Yeah, well, they called it. Well, it was out because of fan interference. But they ultimately did strip the ball out of there. But
they stripped it out, but it wasn't. It was a catch. Yeah.
Yeah. It was in his glove. Yeah, it was in his glove. Yeah. If they just let him. Let gravity do its thing and take him back down to the ground, the ball would have been.
It wasn't like when Volpe stole second and was tagged out, but the shortstop dropped it. It was it was. Wait, was that Betts too? No.
Capobianco told ESPN, I know when I'm in the wrong. It's like, boys, I'm out of here. Okay, well, at least he knew he messed up.
Yeah, but it was like a mobster, which I'm guessing this guy is. And
dude,
it's like a mobster knowing that he's doing wrong, but then but like he knows he's doing wrong. It was premeditated. He admitted to it. That's how I know he's not in the mafia. He never would have. He never would have made a mistake like that. No mafioso is going to be like, "Yeah, I knew what I was doing. I planned it out meticulously."
Right. Capobianco. How was there not a Sopranos character with the last name Capobianco? That's a great Italian last name. He's got the
guy looked like such a New Yorker, and I know he's from Connecticut, but he's not far away. I'm guessing, right across the river.
Yeah. So we'll see.
So
what
we
happens.
have to wait another day for the Yankees to collapse in the World Series.
Just tonight. Yeah, just tonight. The game's tonight. So they'll if they win tonight, it'll be uncharted territory for a team that's fallen behind 3-0 in the World Series. No team that's ever fallen behind 3-0 in the World Series has made it to a Game 6.
Yeah, the last time they even made it to a Game 4 was 1970, I believe. So, yeah. Or, no, that was not right. Anyway, yeah, it's very, very rare.
Citing stats.
They're not going to win. And I looked this up before the show, and then I realized mathematically it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Are you
I'm allowed to cite stats. I'm not allowed to look up stats in the middle of a segment.
Oh, got you. Okay, got you.
Yeah.
Are you rooting for a particular side in this at this point between these two, or do you just want it over with? This
I feel dirty. I guess it's almost like an election where you might not feel good about either candidate, and you have to hold your nose and vote. I would say if I had to hold my nose and vote, I just want the Yankees to lose.
Okay. Yeah. I'm probably. I had said before the LCSs when the Mets and the Guardians were still in our lives that anybody but the Dodgers, because of how the Dodgers fans handle things and whatnot with the sign stealing and everything. Plus, their only title is a COVID title, so we can still hold their one title with an asterisk over their head. They don't have a non-asterisk title. So I was rooting for anything but the Dodgers. And then going into last night, I'm like, okay, well, if the Dodgers are going to win and the Yankees are going to lose, then I'd rather it be a sweep. So at least one of these teams is supremely embarrassed by the whole thing. So I was a Dodger fan last night, and now this Capo Bianco character, I think I am rooting for God, I hate this. No, I just want it to be over. I take it all back. I want it to get canceled. Something happened.
Root for the Dodgers. Just
root for the Dodgers?
Flop allegiance. Or maybe put some money on them or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Whatever it is you do in your twisted little world.
Yeah.
How's the Judge? I didn't check Judge's numbers last night.
He was probably okay. They scored 11 runs. That would be funny if they scored 11 runs and he was like 0 for 5.
He was. Let's see. He was 1 for 3.
1 for 3. So, yeah, 1 for 3.
Oh wait, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, it was 1 for 3.
It's bad.
1 for 3 with a walk. I'm looking at it right
here. Okay, gotcha.
Yep. All right, so
I see what I did. I looked up a stat and it was right, but we can't trust me. So yeah.
So the Jets and the Texans, and I think the Jets are still a 2-point favorite now that I'm looking here. I think the big reason they're a 2-point favorite, one, it's banged up Texans, banged up in the receiving core, and the name value, the name brand of a lot of these guys. Like, you look at the Jets roster, and there are a lot of names on there where you're like, okay, how the hell is this team 2-6 right now with all these guys that they have? The fact of the matter is, and Reggie Atatula sent me this article yesterday, so I'm probably stealing from something they may use in their show. But they're, and I'll cite the article as soon as the link on my Google Doc works. Their big names are not playing well this year.
Right.
Their big name, like Sauce Gardner, is having, by his standards, a bad season this year, right now.
Yeah. He's missing a boatload of tackles. Sauce Gardner is a guy who's very handsy when it comes to covering, but not necessarily an appetite for the physical part of the game elsewhere. And maybe this Jets defense not playing the way that they had in the past. Maybe he's just got more opportunities to miss tackles.
He's got some outstanding sizzle reel stuff going with his missed tackles this year. Like they're 2-6. That's what's cool when a team is 2-6 and their good guys are doing things like Sauce is that even their fans are piling on. It's not opposing fans.
Did you see a compilation of Sauce Gardner missed tackles?
I haven't seen a compilation, but I've seen a lot of people with singular videos of, like, I guess Sauce may have taken up golf in the offseason or something.
Yeah.
And that's getting a lot of run. Like, boy, he sure does tackle like somebody who took up golf in the offseason.
7th worst missed tackle rate.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad right now. And so Sauce Gardner not having a great year. I found the article. It is on JetsXFactor.com. Michael Nanya has this article. 5 inexplicable Jets dips in performance. So Sauce has been bad. Breece Hall, yards after contact, down by about a half a yard. Speed is a little slower. So Breece Hall, like, these are guys they were leaning on. We'll get to Aaron Rodgers in a second, but Sauce Gardner, Breece Hall so far, they're guys both drafted 2022.
Yeah, and this is where I don't fear this being a trap game. The Texans for one, have the recent memory of going up to New York and playing really, really poorly against Zach Wilson and C.J. Stroud getting concussed, like a lot of bad things. So there's that. There's the geographic retribution. You have to go earn your stripes in East Rutherford, New Jersey. But then also the names. You know, I don't – you look at this team that everything's going wrong for the Jets, and yet I don't think anybody on the Texans roster is looking at Sauce Gardner and thinking like, yeah, he's not the guy he used to be. It's still Sauce freaking Gardner.
Yeah.
Breece Hall, still a running back that you have to take very, very seriously. So but you also, you know, as a fan, the Texans can't. These guys are bums. You can't let these guys who have been playing like bums all of a sudden have a resurgence versus you.
I think the thing that makes me feel best in looking at this game, other than the coaching matchup, which we can talk about again in a minute, the version of Aaron Rodgers that you're getting is super jittery, super indecisive, seems like a beaten man kind of right now. And the strength of this Texans team is the pass rush. And Aaron Rodgers ain't what he used to be when it comes to escapability.
Well, you know, and I thought when that Patriots defensive lineman talked about how Aaron Rodgers doesn't look like the same guy, even he can chase him down, which Aaron Rodgers made a funny comment about yesterday. He said he wants to get that, what's his name, Godchaux?
Yeah, Davon Godchaux, yeah.
He said something like, I got to get back up to that Davon Godchaux speed. So he poked fun at himself about it. I thought of, wow, you know, Will Anderson tracked down Anthony Richardson from behind in the game. I think Anthony Richardson does have that Davon Godchaux speed. So that part of it, the Texans pass rush really these last couple weeks really starting to kick it into high gear. I feel good about that part of it. I don't think that this is the week that all of a sudden Aaron Rodgers looks like the old dashing, making magnificent throws outside the pocket or running for yardage comes back.
Well, and Tyron Smith is bad, and that factors into all this as well. They're, you know, their left tackle, you know, former Cowboy. I don't know if he's a Hall of Famer, but he sure did make a lot of Pro Bowls when he was with the Cowboys. He's already allowed 22 QB pressures this year, which is he's allowed double the pressure rate than he was a year ago. Like he's old and he's not good right now. I think Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson, if we're talking about who's going to get attention on the Nationals, only been on primetime once this year. It was the Bears game in week 2. If we're talking about guys on the Texans that could make an early statement here with 3 primetime games coming up, I think it's Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter. I think the pass rush tomorrow night is going to have a big night.
You know what? I mean, honestly, Will Anderson's got a little bit of retribution for Morgan Moses because Morgan Moses was with the Ravens last year and did a pretty good job against Will Anderson. I mean, right. Will kind of poked fun at himself in the offseason about his performance in that game and how it needs to be better. But Morgan Moses, the really amazing thing about Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith being the bookend tackles is that between the two of them, they've only missed 2 games, where both those guys have had a lot of injury issues in recent years. So that's kind of that's an accident waiting to happen at some point. But I do, like, again, just to hit that, I don't fear one bit that the Texans are not going to come out there on fire. Yeah. I think that defensively and offensively, they still have a chip on their shoulder, and they feel like they've got a lot to prove.
Yeah, I like that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. If you want to hit us on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football super fans. Text message, I know the Pettycast is Tuesday, but love to point out that Aaron Judge now has as many World Series hits as Zach Greinke and as many RBIs as Lance McCullers.
in this postseason, Aaron Rodgers is batting 152.
Aaron Judge.
I almost got it.
2 Aarons, both New Yorkers,
Aaron Rodgers doesn't have a hit in this World Series though, Sean.
That's true.
So that's true. That's Aaron Judge is hitting 152 with an OPS of 609.
In the postseason this year?
In the postseason,
it doesn't feel. I'll be honest, 609 feels a little high.
Probably, I think it might be better than he was last year in the postseason.
I think you're right. I think he ended
up with a 139 batting average.
Well, they weren't in the they weren't in the postseason last year.
2 years ago, 2022.
Yeah, that was the year they got swept by the Astros. that stat matches the eye test right there.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's do a quick check of the odds board as long as we're talking about Will Anderson Jr. Where are the Texans on the major hardware lists? And we'll do a little check on the AFC South as well. The Texans, boy, with the benching of 2 more quarterbacks in the division in the last week, feeling pretty good about the future in this division. We'll take a look at that as well as we roll on here on a Wednesday. Payne and Pendergast, stay there. But first, Prize Picks. And if you...
terms or ProDesk for details.
Leasing a car has never been easier. Call our friends at D&M Leasing to learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Good to be with you on a Wednesday. Tomorrow night, 7:15. Kickoff for Texans, and that's 4:15 Texans countdown. You got me and Seth, and me and Clint will have Texans postgame into the wee hours of the morning, so we look forward to that. Jets still a 2-point favorite over the Texans. As far as the odds board goes, I'll get to the odds that are scaring me a bunch in just a second, but the Texans still have a few guys that are fairly high up the board. And you got 3 nationally televised games coming up here over the next 3 weeks. Texans have about as good an opportunity. If you're an individual player up for some sort of award on the Texans, you've got a real opportunity here coming up. And I know we're all about the team and the swarm and everything else. But
Screw
man,
the team.
I'm with that. Yeah, Seth, I like the
Life is short.
You know
Live
what?
for yourself and no one else.
Amen, man. You
Yes.
know what I like even more than the Super Bowl? The NFL honors ceremony where they're handing out individual accolades.
Psychological studies have proven that being a very, very selfish person is the best way to achieve happiness in this life.
In some vocations, it absolutely is.
Actually, well, yeah. If you're a sociopath, especially.
For sure.
But other than that, yeah, I'm joking for the most part.
Now, unfortunately, none of these people whose names I'm about to give on the Texans or with the organization are sociopaths, as far as we know. But they are all in the mix for individual awards. C.J. Stroud is currently tied for 5th on the odds board for MVP of the league right now. So even with the, individually his performance being a little up and down lately, mostly due to exterior circumstances for him, pass protection not all that great, he is tied with, he is behind in ascending order, Jared Goff, Patrick Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, favorite to win the MVP right now? The guy the Texans held to 9 for 30 a month ago. Josh Allen went 9 for 30 against the Texans. He's favored to win the MVP of the league right now.
The stats are pretty incredible. John Harris had read them off during the Nick Caserio show. The completion percentage and the abysmal stats of the last 3 quarterbacks who have played at NRG Stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, that was the Caleb Williams performance, the Josh Allen performance, the Anthony Richardson performance. It's been NRG Stadium is turning into. Granted, obviously, a couple of those quarterbacks have youth issues on their side.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's turned into kind of a house of pain again.
I think Trevor Lawrence. I saw the same interview.
Oh,
I think Trevor
that's
Lawrence
right.
was
Trevor
in
Lawrence
there too.
is in there as well.
Yeah. So it's not been. Yeah, you're right. For quarterbacks trying to complete passes, it has not been a good environment.
It's like low 40% completion percentage when you add all those guys up.
Yeah, it's awesome. If you're a Texan fan, it's great. A big reason for that, the pass rush. Will Anderson Jr., number 2, holding steady on the odds board. His odds have gotten better. He's plus 525 to win Defensive Player of the Year, which is a little over 5-1. You bet 100, you win $525. The problem for Will Anderson Jr. is that T.J. Watt might need to be abducted by aliens in order for you to win that award, Will. I hate to tell you. T.J. Watt is actually greater than 50% chance of winning this award. He's minus 110 right now.
I think which is valid, I think, is look, the Steelers were a team that are where they are now and have the record they do because the defense was just lights out in the first part of the year.
Yep.
If Russell Wilson is a better a better quarterback for them than Justin Fields, the defense doesn't have to be as crazy good as they were in like the first 5 or 6 games of the year, and they haven't been as good, but he's just got such a head start on that narrative that as long as he finishes as one of the sack leaders in the league, and if the Steelers are a bona fide playoff contender, then I think it's a slam dunk.
No, you nailed it. That's it. He's got a head start, and first impressions are really important in races like this. What do you think of the Steelers? Like, the Steelers are leading that division right now. If you had to would you take the Steelers or the Ravens to win that division? They haven't played each other yet I don't think the Steelers have played a division game yet this season.
I've got to find a reason to be actually skeptical of Russell Wilson first. And so far, so good with them. And I know some of the George Pickens catches have been really poorly thrown balls that George Pickens made the best out of, but we've also seen a little glimmer of vintage Russell Wilson in there as well.
It's funny with some of these teams, Seth, like if you look at your schedule, like so often it's like, what version of that team are we getting? Like if you're playing the Browns in the second half of the season, you're getting a much different version of the Browns with Jameis Winston at quarterback than you had with Deshaun Watson at quarterback. If you're playing the Colts, assuming that Joe Flacco is what he was last year in Cleveland, and there's already evidence this year that he is. He's played 2 games for the Colts. Those games, you're getting a much different version of the Colts than you would have gotten in the first half of the season. Tua Tagovailoa, like if you caught the Dolphins in the first half of the season, you caught a version that was getting quarterbacked by Skylar Thompson and Snoop Huntley. You get the Dolphins now, like the Texans are going to be in about a month and a half. And we'll see if Tua can last a month and a half. But let's assume that he does. Like you're getting a way different version of the Dolphins in Week 15, the Texans are, than you would have gotten if you'd played them at any point in the last 2 months.
Where are the Steelers on most of the power rankings right now? Like right around
top
10 or so?
Top 10, like top, but somewhere between.
They've won 3 in a row. They're 6-2. It's and Mike Tomlin is their head football coach.
And you could argue that you can make an argument that on one side of the football, they're the best team in the league. You know what I mean? Like you can, like defensively, they're one of the best defenses in football. They're not. There's nothing smoke and mirror-ish about the overall team. Like you get it. Like just Russell Wilson, don't turn the ball over, don't make mistakes, and then let our defense go to work. And Najee Harris is starting to run the ball really well. Like the running game is getting going for them too. They're a good football team, no doubt. Danielle Hunter, by the way, 9th on the board for Defensive Player of the Year. I like seeing that. Danielle Hunter leading the league in pressures right now.
Oh, he is 9th on the board. Okay,
9th on the odds board for Defensive Player of the Year.
That would take a little bit of like sacks are always a little bit of luck and some of it, but if you're getting the pressures, then the sacks tend to follow eventually. And we started to see that in the last. Danielle's showed up a lot more in the sack margin.
That's been a great signing. I don't care what anybody says. The Danielle Hunter, even though he doesn't have a game, whatever. Yeah. He and Will as a combination are awesome. I love that signing.
Those, by the way, those pressure stats, I can't take them seriously anymore. The ones the NFL puts out from their next gen stats, because when I go in and when I go watch the film on the pro version of NFL Premium, like they'll sort it out and you can watch plays where there was pressure. So I wanted to watch all of CJ's plays, where he's under pressure, and I'm noticing more and more, like, okay. Yeah, the pocket was compressed, but I wouldn't call this pressure.
Right.
And I think that's where, when people were talking about the Texans leading the league in pressures, that's based on the NFL Next Gen one. And a lot of it in the first part of the season, I wouldn't have counted them as pressures because it was Will Anderson and Danielle Hunter pushing or power rushing their guy towards the quarterback, and I think getting close enough. And then the GPS model that they use registers that as pressure, but good quarterbacks don't feel that as pressure.
They cross the plane of the pocket for like a second.
Like I think it's if they're within a yard or whatever, the quarterback. Yeah. So it's a little fugazi. I think the fact that they're actually getting more sacks now is the more relevant thing.
Yeah. D'Amico Ryan's 11th for Coach of the Year, and I think what D'Amico is learning, if he even cares about Coach of the Year, is if he were 6-2 and it was last year, he'd be number 1 on the board. that is expectations, is what that is. You're 6-2 in year 2, you're 11th on the Coach of the Year. If he was 6-2 last year at this time, he'd have been number 1 on the board.
Who's the leader on the board there?
I'm gonna look. Let me pull that up here. Coach of the Year is Dan Quinn at 2-1 right now.
Oh yeah.
Dan Quinn at 2-1. Andy Reid 2, Sean Payton 3.
Jaden Daniels, kudos to him and all the credit in the world. And there's nothing you can do about this. It's just that every time I see a still frame photo of him throwing the ball, it's a wisp. It's
nice.
It's hard to envision him making it intact through an entire NFL season.
Yeah, he's tiny.
So skinny.
He's very
just
skinny.
So skinny.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not short or anything. He's so skinny.
He's super skinny. This is the thing that's scaring me on this odds board here. We're going through some of the odds and how it affects the Texans. The Texans right now, Seth, I don't know if you looked at this. They are minus 2,000 to win the division right now. Minus 2,000. You've got to bet. You got to risk $2,000 to win a mere $100 on the Texans winning the AFC South. They are 1 to 20, not 20 to 1. They are 1 to 20 to win the division. Now I get it, and I used the word stranglehold earlier this week. They took a stranglehold on the division by beating the Colts. They're 6-2. The Colts are 4-4. Texans have the season series win over them, so they've got head-to-head, so it's basically like a 3-game lead in the division. I will point out a couple of things. The Colts have replaced Anthony Richardson with Joe Flacco. That is a positive. The Texans play the Jets tonight or tomorrow night in a short week, and that's a game they're an underdog in. The hottest team in football the following week. I'm as bullish on the Texans as anybody right now, despite some of the blemishes on the team. I really like the direction they're going as a franchise, and I feel good about this team making the postseason. But this is a couple of weeks here coming up where minus 2,000 looks awfully, awfully steep. You lose this game to the Jets, and now you got the Lions coming to town, and you're staring 6-4 in the face. If Joe Flacco figures some things out for the Colts, then this thing's a dogfight again.
Well, I think honestly, a lot of the still relative bullishness about the Texans as a QB, as a Super Bowl prospect, is rooted in the fact that C.J. Stroud's the quarterback.
Yeah.
And this has been a year where the film watchers have watched the Texans and watched C.J. Stroud operate and still been very impressed with C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. It's just it hasn't translated into genuinely good offense and scoring points and all of that. So I think there's still a little bit of an upside bet on the Texans based on C.J. Stroud and a belief that, okay, at some point it'll really start to click. And this is what happens when you've got new pieces and young players, et cetera, et cetera. But there's I think objective observers and Texans fans alike know that there's more in there with this offense.
Yeah.
They're not right where they should be. They're capable of more. They've just got to get it to click.
Got to get Nico back, man. Just got to get through this game.
that part. Yeah. That minor
game. Find a way to win this game and get Nico back, and then I'm feeling minus 2,000-ish, a little bit more. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll talk to the guys on In the Loop shortly here. Coming up, they'll take over at the top of the hour. A Kenyon Green trade. Okay, I know those three words bumping into each other. A trade of Kenyon Green. Could that be a possibility? One NFL insider is saying could be a possibility. We'll tell you who and what would the trade look like. Would you approve of this? That is coming up next. But first, hey, if you're looking to get to a place to watch, I don't know, the baseball game tonight, maybe you're looking for a place.
people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Texas Star Grill Shop has the best grills and outdoor kitchens at the best price. Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Trades. Trade deadline is coming up on Tuesday. Texans have needs, I would say. Probably the most glaring would be fortifying the offensive line. We'll see what happens with that. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano, two writers for ESPN, two ESPN insiders, NFL insiders, they do a piece each week where they kind of go back and forth sort of with things they're hearing, emptying their notebook. The Texans are prominently mentioned in here a couple of times. We'll get to wide receiver in a second, but one of the questions they have in this kind of article back and forth about the buzz going on around the league is who are a few under-the-radar players producing trade buzz? Here's what Jeremy Fowler says, Seth. Houston guard Kenyon Green, a former first-round pick, is on a few teams' trade candidates list. And I had heard that before his week 8 benching is what Fowler says. Okay, so we all know here that Kenyon Green got benched. To the world, that might be news. Maybe the Texans, this is Fowler, maybe the Texans keep him because highly talented linemen are hard to find, but GM Nick Caserio is known for his aggressiveness, so flipping a guard for another guard wouldn't exactly shock either. Also at guard, Chicago's Nate Davis is available, and the Bears are prepared to cover some of his $8 million salary to facilitate that. So I guess the question, I don't know if the implication here is that the Texans and the Bears could get together on a guard-for-guard trade. Those two names, Nate Davis and Kenyon Green, are in the same paragraph with those comments right there. He doesn't directly say that, but I would be in favor of doing something like this. I know nothing about Nate Davis except that at one point he was worth $8 million on the open market. He's got to be better than Kenyon Green right now.
What I wonder if I almost like, okay, would you be swapping out one problem for another problem just to get him away from you? The way remember the Seahawks, was it the Seahawks and the Vikings or the Seahawks and the Chiefs? They had a trade once where they were both like disappointing first-round picks that they swapped with each other for just about nothing, and it was almost just like let's you take our problem, I'll take yours. It'll be better.
Yeah,
there's less baggage.
Yeah,
there.
we're probably looking at it through a positive lens. Hey, these are two change of scenery guys. Maybe a change of scenery does him some good. That kind of.
He's a veteran.
Yeah.
But he's been a healthy inactive during each of the Bears' past 2 games. So I don't know.
Which is why he's probably available.
Yeah. There's nothing about that titillates me.
No.
That's something you do with your backup guards. Which, I mean, Kenyon Green might very well be at this point, but you don't want to bring in another backup.
Yeah.
So you're bringing in a guy who lost his starting job to be your starter to replace a guy who lost his starting job. That does not titillate me.
It doesn't, and yet I feel like there's a big portion of the Texans fan base that would probably be just okay moving on from Kenyon Green. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I hate saying that. Kenyon Green seems like a great dude, local kid. Wish it was working out better right now. Fact of the matter is it's not. He's not playing. And there's no excuses either this year for Kenyon. You know, not that Kenyon himself was going out and making excuses, but anybody defending Kenyon Green's play his rookie year and in training camp last year could cite the fact that he had never really been fully healthy since he was drafted by the Houston Texans. That excuse no longer exists as far as we know. Much was made his body, and he got all, he's all repaired from head to toe. Health is not an excuse for Kenyon Green anymore.
Right. And it is his 3rd year in the NFL, too. Even though he didn't play last year, he's not a rookie.
Yeah.
And at some point, you got to rip the Band-Aid off, which they did last week in benching him, but then Patterson goes and gets concussed. But the fact that they benched him in the middle of the game suggests to me that they had discussed it beforehand. I don't think the Texans have unwavering faith in Kenyon Green, and they're just going to let him play no matter what. I'd be really, really surprised if they hadn't at least knocked on some doors asking about guards.
Yeah.
If you're going to do it at other positions where Graziano's reporting that they've talked to teams about wide receivers. They've certainly done it at guard to see what's out there.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up. Let's go there in this article. The question being asked is, what is the most interesting team heading into the trade deadline? Jeremy Fowler says the Denver Broncos are, cites a few reasons why. Obviously, they need some things offensively. That is a team that is being held up by its defense, and yet the Broncos, who I believe are 5-3 right now, and they would be in the playoffs today if the season ended, reportedly are getting calls about Courtland Sutton. So they're still getting calls from teams as if the Broncos might be sellers. So we'll see. I would take Courtland Sutton on this team for sure, depending on what the price was. Graziano says, I was thinking about another team in the AFC West, and he cites the Chargers, who in the play, I believe they'd be in the playoffs if the season ended today at 4-3. Graziano says the Chargers, and then he says the other team I wanted to bring up here was the Houston Texans, who had kind of an all-in offseason but have suffered some tough losses during the season. He talks about Stephon Diggs and wonders if Stephon Diggs' injury might mean Houston is poking around in the wide receiver market this weekend once it finishes playing the Jets on Thursday night. That is nice, by the way, I would imagine for Nick, is that as you're poking around the trade deadline leading up to Tuesday, you got no games starting on Friday morning. Like you got all weekend to work on this project. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's kind of nice.
You can mow the lawn and then get out there and just
you get a lot done.
Keep your notifications on your phone while you're mowing the lawn, Nick. Take
the kids up from school and then make a trade. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Graziano goes on to say, Seth, the Texans hope top receiver Nico Collins can return from IR when he is first eligible in Week 10. They like Tank Dell a lot, but they're thin at receiver after that. Diggs was a guy that they felt good about using in the middle part of the field where Collins and Dell don't often operate. I disagree with that. That Nico Collins doesn't operate in the middle of the field.
Yeah. That's what he does is scary as some of his scariest
Just cast a new light on everything else I'm about to read. Graziano might not actually watch NFL football. Here's what he says that'll interest people, I think. At 6-2 and trying to maximize Stroud's rookie contract window, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Texans active early next week. And I do hear rumblings they're poking around. Darius Slayton, Kendrick Bourne, KJ Osborne are names to watch, and I think they'd want in on Jacoby Myers if the Raiders made him available. So 3 of those names were names we brought up earlier in the show. Slayton, Bourne, and Myers. I hadn't thought about KJ Osborne. Bourne and Myers are interesting, Seth, because they both got history with DeMeco Ryans and or Nick Caserio. Kendrick Bourne was drafted into the league with the 49ers, was there his first 4 years in the league, and then signed a free agency contract with the New England Patriots after Caserio was out of the building there, but I would imagine he's easy enough to get reports on him. And then Jacoby Myers literally was drafted by the Patriots while Nick Caserio was in the front office there.
Yeah.
So there's a familiarity level with those two guys. And I don't think any of these names – look, if Deontay Johnson is going for a day 3 pick swap and DeAndre Hopkins is going for a conditional day 3 pick, I can't imagine Kendrick Bourne or Jacoby Myers or Darius Slayton is going to cost you more than what Deontay Johnson just went for.
And all those guys are kind of like nice complementary pieces.
Yeah.
They're not guys that they're not the difference maker, the genuine difference maker that Nico Collins is. And I already, I'm biased by recent experience, but the thing that made me nervous the entire offseason about having those 3 wide receivers is that you can't think that it's going to be as simple as just going out there and defending all of them. I'm guilty of it myself, especially when I was out there at camp. I'm looking at all that speed out on the field, and I'm like, oh, my gosh, what are they going to do? Well, everything they can to keep those guys from being explosive, and then all you have to do is run the ball, right? Texans, it's going to be easy to run the ball.
That's all you got to do.
Turns out, no, they couldn't do that, and it was not. Everything was stuck in development. And now, I've got more of an appetite for all right, let's really just get your tight ends involved, get your secondary and third options on passing downs, get the ball to John Mechie, please. I don't need a superstar.
That might be one of the lessons in all this. If you're a fan that's rooting for a team that has an all-in type of offseason, that dream team in the NFL is different than dream team in the NBA because of injuries. You know, like your dream team in the NBA, you get 4 superstars together on an NBA team, I feel pretty good they're going to spend the entire season in the playoffs together. You do it in football, and we got Joe Mixon here in training camp. Everybody's amped up about it. Stephon Diggs, boy, Nico and Tank. You re-signed Dalton Schultz, and you got C.J. Stroud pulling the trigger on, to use C.J.'s words, 5-headed monster. Mm-hmm. That monster ended up playing a game and a half together. and that may be all they ever play together. Was week 1 and until Joe Mixon went out with an ankle in week 2. That was it.
They're like a woman that's all T and no A. That's they were loaded with assets in some parts, except that, like, okay. I was just yeah.
It's exactly what I was thinking. It was in my notes. That's exactly
what
I was going to say.
D'Amico said. I'm paraphrasing D'Amico. Yeah.
Coach is least likely to make that analogy.
Just since it's all T and no A.
D'Amico 1 on the least likely list.
Or all A and no T, which
Either
is more.
one.
I think it's more common that people are into all A and no T more so than all T and no A. But you know what I'm saying.
I'll put up a poll and find out. We'll see what people are
into. If you have to choose, would you go all T and no A or all A and no T?
I don't want to live in a world where I have to choose.
Allow me to cast the first vote. All A, no T.
Oh, yeah. Reggie Atatula. Reggie Atatula likes that fruity booty. Yeah, I like it. Where are you on this, Lopez?
All A, no T.
Okay, I'm kind of
I think that would be resoundingly the choice. Yeah. If you have to choose.
Yeah. No, junk in the trunk, baby. Let's go.
But I prefer both.
Yeah. Yeah. Why not both?
Hold on. Is that a good analogy by Seth? Seth's so good at them. But actually, they were all A and all T. If they were a 5-headed monster.
No, but they weren't a 5-headed monster. When they weren't a 5-headed monster, they were all...
Gotcha.
Yeah,
did you have to choose one or the other? Yeah.
When they were injured and when
I
they
stand
weren't
correct. I should have known
functioning.
better.
Yeah. Why would you question?
I know.
The analogy, man.
That's on
Seth
me.
Payne.
That's on me.
I don't know. I guess I'm wondering why I'm the only one whose first answer was the first thing I'm looking for in a woman is consent. So maybe you guys need a refresher on the HR stuff, okay?
I thought you were going to say brains, but no, consent.
Personality.
Yeah, personality. Yeah.
Conversation skills.
That's right.
Why would I say that? We're talking about broads.
All right. Okay.
Just words.
Yes.
How we doing, fellas?
Terrific.
Pretty good,
we
man.
were just shopping on the trade market a little bit.
And we will
weren't.
as well.
We weren't. Yeah, you guys saw what we did. Are you? What's the shopping list look like for you guys right now? Like, what's the priority? Like, if they can make a trade at one position, and we assume that it's like we agree with what the compensation is or whatever. You know?
It's the guard.
A guard. Isn't that crazy?
It's the guard.
It's a guard.
An NFL team that guard at who? What NFL team says needs at the trade deadline? Guard.
Yeah.
not even the widely regarded more valuable position of tackle. It's like no.
It's
guard.
It's
we
guard.
gotta. No, that's when you ask people, hey, do you prefer more T or A? They're like, I don't care. I just need a guard. Give me a guard. I'm a guard fiend.
Although the guard needs to have some A as well. The guard needs to be able to.
T or A. Calves.
Yeah, shoulders. Shoulders.
I want those freakishly, obscenely large calves that you see on big dudes at Disney World, where you're walking behind some fat guy and you're like, my God, look at the gastroc on this guy.
Called cankles is what they are.
Is the A for arms, like so they can actually keep the defensive tackle off?
What about? Are you a guard guy?
Lordosis. That's what I'm into.
Absolutely guard. Which I've been saying, can a guard really make that big a difference? I don't think so with all the issues on the offensive line, but I think we're at the point where a guard really can make a big difference.
It's just so crazy, like focusing in the last couple of games.
You know what? Yeah, and actually, I'll cite Robert Land, who I had a DM conversation with the other day. Like he was, we were kind of arguing about how big are the offensive line or pass protection issues versus how much of it would be improved just by swapping out the guard.
Yeah.
And I think Robert made some good points in that. Look, there are a lot of the things that they've done in pass protection, including trying to use Dalton Schultz as any kind of blocker at all. Like, that's an offshoot of having to cover up for your left guard. And it becomes maybe a there's a ripple effect to where some of the other blemishes aren't as tough when you're not trying to account for a bad
Hell,
card all
Laramie
the
is
time.
covering for him.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. When
when
you see these full turn protections where Laramie is coming down to help out on the interior, and you're leaving a tight end or a running back out on an edge rusher, that's a bit of an offshoot from the problems on the interior offensive line.
Yep. All right, fellas. Well, we will open up the floor to you guys again.
Thank
right?
you.
Yeah, the floor is going
to be yours.
The floor is going to be yours again.
Yeah.
Hopefully with plenty of TNA.
That's right.
And shoulders.
And shoulders. And clavicles and calves.
Hey, man, a good clavicle.
Yeah.
I love me a good clavicle. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
I just want antibodies and a big husky fella from Arkansas who's got poor hygiene, big old pot belly, lordosis, and let's get after it. That's what I'm into.
Full of cold beer. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, we're done. We're out of time. You're listening to KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
You're damn right we start now. It's in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Local, as Sean said. I always appreciate that particular handoff. You never know exactly what you're going to get.
No, you don't.
And but it's always good, man.
Yeah.
It's always good.
Yeah.
We're going to do our best to give you another good 4 hours here in the loop. Always get involved by hopping on the YouTube and the Twitch. Those things are available to you. Sports Radio 610 on YouTube. Twitch is 610 Houston. And then, of course, you do have the text line, the 5-Hour Energy fan line. 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. That number, 713-572-4610. Hit us up there. Get involved with the conversation. We appreciate that greatly. And is it okay if I start with the show with an apology?
Of course. If you need to apologize, you need to apologize.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I have been operating from a place where I'm like, look, man, I know Kenyon Green has not been up to snuff, right? Like, he has not been doing what has been necessary. But I was like, look, man, what are you going to do? Go down to the guard store? It's just there. This is not an offensive lineman store. Like, these things are not typically what happens during the course of a season, just acquiring a lineman. And then the Vikings said a word.
Yeah.
As the Vikings made a trade for left tackle Cam Robinson from the Jaguars. That is a starting left tackle in the league being traded, and not a bad one at that. A middle of the road, probably, maybe a little bit better than that left tackle for Cam Robinson gets traded. And okay, cool. So maybe Caserio can go to the guard store, right? And if that's the case, what guards are now available? Like, I think that we open ourselves, or at least I personally, okay, I was wilding. I doubted the ability of these general managers to convince another team to get a guy from a team that is selling. So what's out there now? 713-572-4610. Let's dive into this. Now. One of the ones that I immediately thought of is if we're looking at, before I even get there, like there's been some guys that have been speculated. NFL.com suggested the Raiders, because the Raiders are definitely sellers at this point. And honestly, I would posit that they were sellers as soon as they decided that they were going to choose between Aiden O'Connell, and Gardner Minshew to be their starting quarterback. When they did that in the offseason, I was like, okay, cool. So at some point they're going to be selling, right? Yeah. And Andrus Peat is out there as a suggestion, or a New York Giants tackle, Evan Neal, who, he has the size and maybe not the size to probably play guard, even if not necessarily the talent to play on the outside. But both of those guys are dudes that are not viewed as starters. They're the guy that's being checked in during jumbo packages. And so, like, what are you actually getting in those ways? However, could I interest you? And do you think you'd be able to swing this, right? Nick Caserio be able to swing a trade in division? Because one of the things we were talking about yesterday was an in division trade, right?
Yes, Daniel Scherf. Daniel
Scherf is another
Brunskill,
one.
Daniel Brunskill.
But Brunskill from the Titans, who he also is kind of like an additional guard. But Brandon Scherf, who is a starting right guard for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars have demonstrated themselves to be sellers.
They are sellers. A story today that they have 5 likely trade candidates, 5 that could be traded. So, yeah, they're absolutely sellers.
I just don't know. Do you think that it's possible that Nick Caserio could get a starting lineman off of a division rival?
Yes. I think that's vastly overrated when the division team is clearly. I mean, they're on the cusp of rebuild mode almost. Whether it's the Titans or even the Jaguars with their highly paid franchise quarterback, they're going to have to retool. Maybe not rebuild. They're going to have to retool, and that includes getting cap space. That includes getting new players, younger players, et cetera. So absolutely, I think it's very overrated. You don't trade in the division. Now, when you're trading a quarterback, well, then I think you don't trade at all ever with a division team, and we found that out back in the day with obviously Deshaun Watson. Casario flat out said we ain't gonna do it.
Right.
But that's a quarterback. That's a different animal.
I think that if there's any of the ones from this space, Andrews Pete doesn't move me.
Mm-hmm.
I love this NFL pro. I got to thank Seth again. Maybe I'll send him a fruit basket or something for pointing me in the direction of this particular functionality that the NFL makes available, because I can get in there and watch individual plays from all across and just circle on a single player, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I did that for Andrews Pete, and I looked at the film and literally got 2 plays in before I saw him get beat like a drum versus ball. See, that's the thing that I'm not trying to do, and that's the thing that's kind of tough when you're going to get a guard of this like this or a player like this. Is that who are the guards that teams are going to be willing to trade you, and what caliber of player are they? Now, of course, Kenyon Green has not been particularly good to the point where he's getting beat instantly off the line, and then you have to ask, is it better than Kenyon Green? Yes, but how much better, and what are you giving up? Andrews Pete, I don't know if that's the case. Evan Neal, does that do anything for you?
Evan Neal's an interesting one because you mentioned this. He's got the size to be able to play. I think he's maybe had some good reps inside. A little bit. Did you watch him?
I can't, because he hasn't played a snap this year, right? Like again, these are the things that we're talking about with some of these guys that are available, and some of these guys that I guess the news breakers would bring up. Brandon Scherf looks like he could play. He plays right guard though.
Yeah.
And then you saw something not more than an hour ago that really I think is intriguing with the possibility of a trade deadline to address the offense.
Yeah, Jeremy Fowler reporting that it is flipping a guard for a guard would not exactly shock him in terms of the Texans, and that means Kenyon Green traded for another guard. The one that was mentioned was Nate Davis from the Bears. Apparently he's on the radar. But I think what it speaks to, he actually also said that he heard about that potential trade of Kenyon Green before Week 8.
That's super
intriguing.
That's
interesting.
Right, because it's obviously Kenyon Green had a no good outing when it came to
this past week.
And look, I understand that D'Amico Ryans will say that it's not all bad, and technically that is correct. But with the offensive lineman, if there is enough bad that we can comment on it, that is a problem, right? Offensive line is one of those positions in sports where it's a lot better if we don't talk about you than if we do, right? Because it's supposed to be, if we don't talk about you, it's all everything is A-OK, and you're knocking down the assignments consistently. That is not what it's been for Kenyon Green, right? But with that being the case, like I had not considered the idea of them trading him necessarily. Like the idea was, hey, do they possibly bench him or whatever?
Yeah.
The idea that there's a possibility of him being traded and
for another guard,
that thought process happening earlier. Now, I will stop and say, do you think that Fowler is reporting or getting his information from other teams or from maybe sources near or inside the Texans organization? Because I think that also changes the tenor of this information.
Most of these types of rumors, to me, maybe other people believe otherwise, probably 80% of the time come from agents. These guys are always talking to agents, and the agent might say, hey, man, the Texans are talking about blah, blah, blah. So it's almost secondhand, but the agents generally know what's going on. But a lot of them, like I said, maybe 20% do come from teams. I would say not the Texans. The Texans are a vault. The Texans are extremely, extremely well-equipped to keep things in-house. So I would say either the Bears are another team or funny. And you brought this to light before the show when we heard this. Like, even when D'Amico was talking about Kenyon Green and asked about Kenyon Green, it was like, Well, listen to this, and then we'll hear yours.
Kenyon is done fine. Kenyon, of course, like I said yesterday, he had some bad plays. A lot of guys had some bad plays, and everybody's asking about Kenyon, and nobody feels, worse about this than Kenyon, right? And he knows he has to play better. He will play better, and let's go to work. Like, that's what it's about. It's not about everybody trying to figure out, is Kenyon out? And let's Kenyon is ready. He'll be ready to roll, and we won 6 games with Kenyon. Like, we got to keep going.
Ooh, he really did. He struggled getting out of the gate there. All right, just isolate the start of this again for me, right? This is, hey, man, we're asking specifically, is Kenyon Green going to keep his starting spot on the offensive line? Let's see how quickly our guy DeMeco Ryans gets out the gate.
Kenyon is done fine. Kenyon, of course, like I said yesterday, he had some bad plays.
There we go. Kenyon. Let me tell you something about Kenyon. Yeah, I was like, okay, we got to find the right thing to say.
Kenyon is number 76. Kenyon is
factually
an NFL player.
He's on this team.
He's on this team.
I do find it interesting that maybe the first place that he went there was nobody feels worse about this than Kenyon. Yeah, I'd imagine so, right? But that feels like it made it abundantly clear that, this Kenyon thing is untenable, even with DeMeco Ryans, who I think is supportive of his players, and he's already made it abundantly clear that his MO, his approach is positivity. But I understand that also in the course of saying that, right? Like that
I love
clip
this.
that we had.
I love
He went to a place where he was like, he's gonna put in the work.
He's a big guy. Yeah, he's
a guy.
He's a guy
in the NFL.
Man, tell me that didn't sound like we got to find something nice to say.
Yes,
we're searching for something.
You know what
nice
I love the
say.
most about it? He said his name like 9 or 10 times. Kenyon, Kenyon is Kenyon.
It's funny. I like when DeMeco Ryans I don't want to say that was a little snippy, but he kind of get like that when people keep asking him about a certain person.
He's just sort of like, how do I get out of
this?
Like,
y'all keep talking about this. So, yeah.
How do I get out of this without really saying something I don't want to say?
Yeah.
It was funny.
But it makes it you put that together with this reporting that Jeremy Fowler of ESPN brings you, and it's like, okay, well, this feels like not only have they been in that place with Kenyon Green, but like hopefully that they have a level of wherewithal to be able to make a move happen to add something guard-wise. And to what level, I don't know. But if you can get a starting caliber guard, that's the thing that I was already in a place where I was like, it does not seem like something that happens in the NFL. So, again, I'll apologize for saying that you can't go to the guard store. It seems like
there is one out there,
and I really hope that he comes back with a really good one. Whether it's someone like a Brandon Scherf or whether it's someone like a Nate Davis. You mentioned, or Fowler actually mentioned that as a potential name. Went and watched him a little bit for the Bears, and for the clips that I was able to see quickly before the show, it looks like he was handling his business. I don't know that I saw anything that was like particularly incredible, and of course I'm not going to pretend like I've seen all of his play, but I was like, all right, he is handling his business. They're running an outside zone, and he seems to know what he's doing.
That's key right there too.
And so I'm like, all right, that looks like something that is passable. And if there's anything that you'll be willing to put up with, at the very least, passable at guard play, even if he's having to switch from right to left, I understand that, or all those things. Give me passable guard play.
And the other thing about this that I find key is a lot of times in today's world, people just tweet crap out, and who knows how seriously you can take it. I always consider the sourcing on this, like the reporting sourcing, so to speak. Jeremy Fowler is not going to just casually put that out.
Oh, like the bona fides of the reporter?
Like a lot of people, yes, exactly. Like a lot of people say, hey, I've heard this or I've heard that, and people run with it. No. This is Jeremy Fowler, who obviously he's got some pelts on the wall, and is an NFL actual reporter talking about under-the-radar trade candidates, and Kenyon Green is high on that list. To me, that matters a little bit. That matters a lot a bit. That he's clearly gotten this from somewhere. And the other part of this that I think is very important, and we just alluded to it a little bit in the toss with Sean and Seth, is speaking of apologies, I don't know if it's an apology or just an adjustment or whatever, but I've been saying, does one player really matter that much when the offensive line of issues depending on the day, I think one player in this case does. It's been that bad, man.
Well, yeah, when I think when you ask that question, I hear what you're saying because it's not going to fix everything. It's not a panacea.
Yeah.
But the issue is Kenyon Green, at the very least, had gotten to a point where that was a clear weak spot that was constantly there, and the offensive line works like a chain, right?
Yeah.
You're only as strong as your weakest link. And in addition to that, that is also a weakest link that you have somebody actively trying to throw a sledgehammer at.
Yeah.
One of the things you saw in the course of this Colts game, you could see the point in time where Gus Bradley, the defensive coordinator of the Colts, smelled blood
that guy.
and said, number 76 is the mark, right? That is the mark that we need to attack. And you saw them throw various stunts. And
they were stacking players in front of him.
Right, overloads directly on that side, knowing that this is a dude who we do not believe capable of holding up. If you give yourself a situation where now teams don't feel like there's one particular place, you've done something significant to help your quarterback.
Yeah, I don't think that position, I think it's going to help, of course, because I think Kenyon Green just got unplayable at this point. I think when you're unplayable, I think you got to get somebody there to stop the bleeding. But I don't know if this whoever they get, that one person going to change the whole offensive line, man. I think it's a whole vibe. I think it starts with the best player.
Well, and as I mentioned, like Kenyon Green, you wouldn't think that the left guard can change everything, and I've said that, but I think it's wrong now that I look at it, and especially when you look like especially that one play where they stacked, I believe it was 3 players. There was 2 players stacked, and one was kind of roaming behind, right in front of Kenyon Green, just sort of confusing him and bringing the attack there. It affects Juice Scruggs. It affects Laramie Tunsil. Because they're trying to help him or they're trying to get to the next level. You're trying to dissect who's coming and where they're coming. It affects the tight end, whether it's Cade Stover or Dalton Schultz. So there's 3 dudes right there from the middle to the left end of the line that Kenyon Green's bad play is directly affecting. So, yeah, I think it has to be on the table.
Some other things to note with this Jeremy Fowler kind of note about the idea that the Texans might be interested or might have been even before WEEKDAY, interested in trading Kenyon Green guard for guard to obviously address that position. He also mentioned that with Nate Davis, who is a potential get in that particular type of trade from the Chicago Bears, he has $8 million in salary thereabouts, and that apparently the Bears would be willing to cover that, which
some of it or most of it.
Or some of that, right? Not all of it, but cover some of that to make it more tenable, which would be helpful in that. But then also going back to your question, Lopez, the idea of how much can one player change this. Davis is a guy who is on his second deal, but what if someone on the text line brought up like Joel Bitonio, right, who is a guard for the Cleveland Browns?
That's what I thought about.
And he is a 33-year-old dude who is a 6-time Pro Bowler. He's been, like that kind of player. I do wonder if, not saying Bears, the Browns are indeed fully selling, because I do wonder how they feel now that Jameis Winston has demonstrated himself able of running that offense to the point where they can beat an in-division rival and one of the better teams in the league in the Ravens this past week, right? If they are selling, or even if you just get a player like that, how much does coming from outside of this culture, that I think some people are looking at this offensive line and saying, is there a negative culture? Having somebody that is a veteran that can come in and also have his own kind of motivation and maybe help turn that for the better, if indeed you feel like the way that the offensive line room is working is substandard when it comes to their motivation.
And last thing, and I know we're going to revisit this for sure, but if you are a team that has pretty much been on the record, certainly made it clear that you are, quote, going for it, if it's that bad at left guard, you almost have the obligation, to at least kick the tires on another guard. Like you went and got this 5-headed monster. You went and got, Joe Mixon. You're throwing all your chips on the table. You almost have to do something at left guard.
Yeah, and also because this is a team that offensively, you have a lot of talent there, and you've only been able to ring out like a 14th middle of the road type offensive production. You need to be able to get more out of what you have, and it seems like one of the big reasons why you haven't been able to do that is offensive line play. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, just getting going on a Wednesday as we lead up to Thursday night football versus the Jets on Halloween at MetLife Stadium. Coming up next, because we are talking to our guy Adam Spillane at 10:40, we'll do the question of the day next. I don't know if you're watching the world out of that event. What's the best reason that you've been kicked out of a place, or just any reason at all that you've been kicked out of a place? 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy Fan Line. We'll discuss all of your answers next.
We finally have word on Stefon Diggs' knee injury, and is live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5 Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
I got by the Sean. Sean always has his headphones so damn loud.
Oh, yeah.
But it's cool. Yeah. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. We'll talk to our guy Adam Spillane here in about 20 minutes right here. But before we get there, World Series game last night. The Yankees stave off elimination with a big 11-4 victory.
They got it going.
Yeah, they got it going in the later innings. But before we got to that point, there was, I think, one of the more notable things that happened in the course of this game was Mookie Betts making what was, I don't want to say a routine play, but, getting a catch out in foul territory, out there deep in right field. And as he makes the leap, grabs the ball, and two Yankees fans attempt to pry the baseball from his glove. Nonsense by a couple of dudes out there in the outfield. There's a lot of consternation about if they should be banned for life, whether that was even a good thing that they did or not. But one of the things that at least you can have a little bit of a solace in is that they got kicked out of the game at that moment. At the very least that they could do was tell those guys, hey, come here.
Not tonight.
You got to leave tonight.
Not tonight.
Now, supposedly they've been told that they can return for Game 5.
Man.
That's kind of nonsensical, and we'll talk more about
What
that.
is that, by the way?
That's some Yankee stuff.
What is that?
They probably feel like that sparked the Yankees.
Yeah.
And now they want him back so he can, I guess, maybe that's the spark.
Yeah.
That's absolute nonsense. And we'll talk more about that later. But I did want to just that got me thinking for the question of the day. Let us know. 713-572-4610 on the 5 Hour Energy fan line. Tell us about the time that you got kicked out of a place. And I would like to start here.
You got one.
I do have one.
Oh, man.
In college, group of friends.
First of all, it's a shock that you got thrown out of anything.
Right?
Yeah.
Not inherently my fault, but, I was along with a group, College is a great time to get thrown out of stuff because you're just in there with groups, man. And also, you're in a whole bunch of places that you probably don't need to be at anyways. However, the place that I got thrown out of was a very mundane place in some ways. Are you familiar with a little store called Walmart?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. You got thrown out of Walmart?
Walmart?
That's right. So this is
so you're about to say a club or something like that. A restaurant.
That's right.
We're getting back on brand, by the way, with Reggie.
That's right. That's right.
So I was at Walmart.
That's right. So this was back in the good old days of Walmart.
Oh, yeah.
And so it was a group of friends, and we was bored on just like a weeknight, and we were like, let's go play hide and seek in the Walmart.
Oh, God.
And so we literally went to the Walmart, play hide and seek while people are stocking up and stuff.
Yeah.
And it was the thing that did it was one of my friends went over to like the home and garden section, and in that area they had some grills or whatever. Nothing like the Techstar Grill Shop,
of course.
But they had some grills over there, and they had them stacked up levels. He had climbed up, the shelves and hid behind a grill.
It's a good hiding spot.
It's a great hiding spot. It's a great.
I'll give him that.
And someone was just like, "Hey, you got to get out of here. You got to go." And at that point, we were like, "All right." But, I mean, look, it was not a bad way to pass a good 30, 45 minutes.
That's wholesome fun.
At like 2 a.m. Yeah, fairly wholesome. I mean, as long as you're not one of those people that's working the night shift with some folks making toilet paper forts to hide in and stuff like that. Yeah, but, definitely got thrown out the Walmart one time.
713-572-4610, your got thrown out story. So I want to preface mine by making very clear it wasn't my fault.
That's how
it never is. It never is.
It wasn't my fault. Figgy, you may have heard this story, but I don't know if it was on the air. So 2003 World Series, Yankees and Marlins. And the Marlins, that was the Josh Beckett. Boy, these days are no longer happening. Josh Beckett, 3 days rest, shut down the Yankees in Yankee Stadium.
They go full 9 innings.
Full the knife, complete game.
That's a bullpen game.
Complete game, thrown short, beats the Yankees, win the World Series. So they had a Marlins victory victory party invited to, so I did my column. And it was very crowded at this victory party. It was outside in the parking lot, fenced off area with those big tents, right? So I go up, I show my credential, and the woman there who works for the Marlins said, "No, sir, you're not allowed here." And I said, "No, my friend just got in, and he showed his media pass just like mine, and they allowed him in." And he said, "No, sir, that one's not allowed." And like a dummy. It wasn't my fault. Mm-hmm. So it was really crowded. Mm-hmm. So I put my hand on her shoulder.
Oh, no.
Nope. You did tell me that.
So I put just gently on her shoulder. I said, "Ma'am." And she turned to me and said, "Sir, are you assaulting me?"
That's right. Technically, yes.
I said, "Assaulting me?"
That's right.
I literally said, like, assaulting you. I'm just telling you.
Yeah, Lopez said, "Look here, woman."
Yeah. Assaulting you.
That's what she heard.
"Hey, sweetie."
And so I turned and looked to the right where the New York PD was. And he looked at me, and I swear to God, he like rolled his eyes and said, like, she's been like this, kind of like she's been like this all day.
You said that's New York PD, huh?
NYPD.
Okay, I'm surprised by that.
Yeah.
New York's finest.
He rolled his eyes and kind of went like, yeah, she's kind of on one tonight. That kind of look, And I just put my hands up. I said, "Fine, I'll leave." And then when I'm leaving, because she was really on one, she said, "Goodbye, sir."
Oh, man.
God, come on. Man, so that's about the closest I've gotten. But the thing that I never will forget it.
You earned it.
I just put my hand on her shoulder, said, "Ma'am."
That's right.
I was like, "What?"
Some answers that came in. I found this to be fascinating. Someone said that they got kicked out, or they wouldn't be weren't let into a bar because they were wearing all white. Mm-hmm. Said it was gang colors.
White.
When did all white become?
Really?
Yeah.
Like, was this like a white linen get up or something? Like, how does that happen? And I do wonder if you were just like not the right hue to go into the venue. I think that might have been some of what we're talking about here, because I can't imagine wearing all white. Like, oh, it's the all white gang.
Yeah.
Although I guess there is one gang that does wear all white, or at least has historically. Thinking about it, Fig, is there one that comes to mind for you?
Yeah. Speaking of bars, it was one time I was up in Cleveland. I was probably like 21, 22, something like that. And I was trying to get into this bar, and they were like, "No hats, no hats." And I had like one of those little hipster scullies.
Yeah.
And so I was just like, all right. So I took the hat off thinking I could just go in. He's like, "No, you got to take that to the car." So I'm like, dang. So what I did, I was with a girl. And so we kind of walked on down and waited for a little bit, and I gave her my hat because I'm like, I ain't about to walk all the way back to the car.
Yeah.
Crazy.
So I get in. He finally let me in. I look around. I see a couple dudes with hats on. I'm just like, wait a minute.
That's
like,
right.
Why do I got to take my hat off, and you got a whole bunch of dudes in here with hats? So I'm like, girl, give me my hat. I'm about to put my hat on.
Yeah.
Same guy see me. Hey. Yeah. I'm like, look at all these people. I don't care. Out.
That was less about the hat and more about you.
Yeah, you had a bad look about you.
That place been known to be a little judgy. I'll leave it at that. Be a little judgy, depending on what type of person coming in there.
Was this place being judgy as we were going through the various instances that we have been kicked out of places from the 979? So got kicked out of Isle of Capri Casino for doing backflips. They said I was too drunk. I said, "What do you mean? I landed it."
Well, that's a good defense.
Yeah,
that feels real judgy. Like,
he landed the backflip.
Yeah.
Like, I thought y'all was about entertainment here. I'm putting on shows.
Hey, it wasn't sloppy. It'd be one thing if he knocked a couple people over, or knocked over a table or something like that.
Yeah, I once got kicked out of churches from the 832 for falling asleep and snoring, which is ironic because this is the 5-hour energy text line.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, it's the snoring that got you.
Yeah.
It's the snoring that got. Although I imagine if you was snoring in church, getting kicked out of church probably wasn't the worst thing for you.
Yeah, not
at
always.
that point.
Not always.
From the 979, got kicked out of a high school soccer match for yelling at a ref who didn't call a hard foul. Found out they don't have the power to do it, and the ref is never allowed to ref again in Texas. Huh. That's an interesting spin on that. At the end of that one. Got kicked out of StubHub Stadium when the Chargers and Texans game was there. That's the soccer stadium out there that the Chargers were playing at for that time before SoFi got built. They said they were in the first row near the end zone and kept stretching their lower back and hamstrings from too long fits. They said, they thought that you were planning to cross over the rail and street.
Oh, dang.
That's tough.
RGs this year.
Do tell.
So I had to do some stuff with Kroger. I had to shoot some stuff with Kroger.
Yeah.
And mind you, our credentials let us bring in like cameras and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I had my camera person with me, and he didn't have that type of credential.
Oh.
So we got stopped at the not the security gate or the metal detector.
Yeah.
And so I was like, oh, I got a credential. I could, this is mine. I tried to go in with it mine. And this lady like, no, you can't do that. You can't do. I'm like, yes, I can. I don't care. You can't do that.
Wow.
And she made like a big deal about it. So I had to go, which was right. I had to go towards the media interest to get, the proper stickers and all that stuff on it. And I told her that I'm like, I could just go in the media interest and get, the wristband on it, and then I'll be fine.
I'm on her side.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
I'm on her side.
And I got to the point, and I never do this because I understand she's doing her job, but she was being a little extra.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yes, I can. I'm like, watch, I'm about to go do it.
Yeah.
And so I ended up doing that.
Yeah.
So I came through, and I almost
Look at Figgy flexing.
I almost went past that lady to show her, see?
Yeah,
like, I got my camera in because I had a job to do.
Yeah,
like I couldn't do my job if I didn't have a camera.
Yeah,
so that was the one time she almost.
I'm on the 346's side on this one too. He got kicked out of a haunted house because they threw him out. Dude, if you're a clown that pops up to scare people and somebody puts their hands up and accidentally touch you.
I thought you were going to say that he punched him. Right? 'Cause at that point, that's something that I kind of understand.
I knew somebody that got kicked out of a haunted house because they was like recording.
Oh.
They were just being a jerk. They wasn't scared of nothing.
Yeah.
So they were just being a jerk and they ended up getting kicked out.
Apparently there are a couple games that do wear all white. Okay, I'm learning. But apparently a lot of y'all have gotten kicked out of places for just imbibing a little too much. Might want to put a governor on that. I found this to be interesting. 832 got kicked out of a Chuck E. Cheese for eating somebody's pizza that they thought they left behind.
That's probably good.
Friend.
Yeah, that's probably right.
You just scavenging pizza at the Chuck E. Cheese? Like probably... you didn't examine yourself in that moment?
I'm not on your side on this one.
No. You're just like, oh, well, they left this pizza behind. Good. Don't touch it.
Did you take the slice of pizza you was eating currently when you when they kicked you out?
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of folks drinking too much. Maybe that's what happened with these Yankees fans. Although they seem to be very well in their mind.
He ain't look drunk at all, man.
They felt like they knew exactly what they were doing. Got kicked out of CC's when they were 15. When there were 15 of us eating and only 12 paid. Mind you, we got there right when they opened, and then they were the only ones in there. Okay, so y'all was trying to pull a fast one in a way that y'all knew y'all wasn't going to be able to make that happen. Okay, very good. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk to our basketball and baseball guy, Adam Spillane. We'll do that next.
The Drive. Twin Peaks Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo. Baseball Spo.
Oh, yeah. The man is in the house. His name is Adam Spillane. We like to call him Baseball Spo. He got some basketball to him, too. Don't miss it. But Adam Spillane joins us in the loop. Spo, how you doing, bro?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing quite well. I was just asking you in the break because so many people are texting in based on our question of the day. What was the time that you got kicked out of a place? And it seemed I did kind of think of Spo's a good law-abiding citizen. I don't know that he would have gotten thrown out of a place, but you haven't been kicked out of anywhere.
There probably a couple times, just
like shrapnel from your friends.
There was one time maybe in Missoula where I was talking to a bouncer, and I was surrounded by baseball players. Who I knew were going to have my back, so that kind of, you change a little bit when that happens.
You're puffing out a little bit.
Do you know who I am? That's the only one I can think of.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. A lot of them keep coming in. I'll see if I could sprinkle those in during the course of the show. One of the ones that I felt the strongest about, because I really have been kind of judgmental. I'm like, oh, you earned that one. But the one that I definitely think this person should be vindicated on. They said that them and their mother got kicked out of Foley's when they were like 7 or 8. Because they were hanging out in the middle of those like kind of rounders of clothes and knocked one over and then dominoed like 7 over. And I'm like, that's what you're supposed to do as a kid in Foley's.
What every kid does.
And any department store
goes and runs through those aisles of clothes.
Another reason why kids should just be left at home.
Oh, okay. Very good. All right. So we start with that take that kids are not to be seen in public society. And let's see if we get some more out of
Welcome to the Adam Spillane experience.
All right, Spo, I want to go to the Rockets here. And one of the questions that I've been kind of asking is, what is the right way to use Reed Sheppard? Because it feels like, obviously, he has become the de facto second, or maybe not even de facto, the second ball handler on this team. But thinking about how great Jalen Green has been knocking down threes and how much that's necessary because there's not a lot of other shooting, I'm like, is that the best way of using Reed Sheppard, having him have to focus on ball handling and distributing and getting other people involved when you really desperately need his shooting?
Well, right now, he seems to have fallen out of the rotation altogether. I mean, you look just minutes-wise, 16 minutes the first game.
5 at one point?
13 the second game, 6 the third game, and then only 3 against the Spurs. And really, they just, so he was one of the first 2 guys that was coming into the game for them, coming in off the bench the first couple of games. And now, that 3 minutes came towards the end of the first half where it almost felt like they just wanted to get him out there. So it doesn't feel like he's a secondary ball handler at all. I think they have wanted to do it both ways when he has played. It's been off the ball with Fred VanVleet or with one of the other guards, and then he would start the second quarter with Cam Whitmore as the primary ball handler. That obviously has kind of fallen off here in the last couple of games. We'll have to wait and see how that works. But I think the problem for Reed Sheppard so far has been, and I brought this up with Udoka after the first game, he played 16 minutes that first game. He took 1 3. To me, when he's only taking 1 3, that's kind of waste. The things Udoka said in response to that was, well, he had opportunities for others. First of all, we have to do a better job of screening for him. We have to do a better job of that. But also, when he gets the ball, he has to be ready to shoot. And I think that one of the things that you're seeing from him is that he's not quite ready to shoot yet, just because it's like in football where as a running back, those holes in college are a whole lot bigger and they stay open a lot longer. Once you get to the NFL, those holes are smaller and they close up real quick. For a shooter in the NBA, you might be open, but defenders are so athletic and so long that airspace gets closed up really fast on you. So he's got to learn how to be able to get his shot off a little bit quicker.
Well, my thing with him is more so, this is like, did we have different, unrealistic expectations? This is what happens. This is what happens with, especially, point guards that are not the biggest guys in the world. Like, I'm not worried about him. Like, I think it'll ramp up. Like, by the end of the year, he'll be doing more of that.
Yeah, no. Listen, being a rookie in the NBA is hard.
Yeah,
like this is the best league in the world for a reason, and it takes time to be able to get settled in and understand just like how good the competition actually is. He's getting picked on defensively, and he's always he's getting picked on defensively at Kentucky too. But one of the things that he would like to do is that when he would get beat off the dribble, he had a way of just like sneaking in and grabbing the basketball from an opponent. It's harder to do that in the NBA. So he just got to kind of learn and get his feet wet and continue to just kind of take the lumps basically as a rookie in this league. But ultimately he'll be fine. His skill set fits perfectly for what they need. It's just not going to be one of those things where right away.
I wonder though if that kind of feeling of having too much on his plate is eased, or like the idea of knowing when to shoot and feeling comfortable is eased if his role is simplified to, hey, when you're out there catch and shoot, as opposed to when you're out there distribute and get other people involved. And if you are able to move him into that role, what then does it look like, with another ball handler? Is it just Jalen Green then becoming your secondary ball handler and trusting him to initiate offense?
Well, I think that's why when he would first come into games, he would be on the floor with Van Vliet.
Yeah.
And that way that he could kind of ease his way into the game. He would not have to take over that primary ball handling role until, he had played 4 or 5 minutes. And even, Van Vliet wouldn't play the whole first quarter, but Van Vliet would come out and Jalen Green would come in. And so, again, it's kind of Green taking hold of the offense. Then once the second quarter would start, they would get Cam Whitmore in there, and it would be Shepard by himself running the offense, and he would only have to do it for a few minutes.
To me, the more intriguing thing, and I mentioned this with Reggie and B. Scott yesterday, is the Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün sort of dynamic. Like, awesome, with Jalen Green, what we've seen so far. B. Scott saying he expects him to be an all-star, but getting them to mesh is just not happening right now.
Yeah, it's been strange. You look that first game, and I think it's more Şengün than anything else. And I think that he has not been nearly, I don't know what his shooting percentage is for the season, but he hasn't been very efficient at all. Like, you look at that first half of that first game, he was the best player on the floor. And he was the best player on the floor by a pretty wide margin. And then he's kind of fallen off here the last few games. I don't know if it's just been a matchup thing where and just the size and the length that comes with that, if that's kind of disrupted him a little bit. I mean, he had plenty of success against Wembanyama last year when he had the 40-point game against him. So I don't know exactly what it is. I don't think it's a Green versus Şengün thing. I just think that for whatever.
But they do have to mesh.
Yeah.
You have to run through someone.
Yeah, and I think that they ultimately will. I need to look and see just like what the post-up numbers are for Şengün. It doesn't seem like they are running as many, but they're going to double every single post-up, and then he's got to be able to make the right decision. A lot of times he has, and they've got to be able to make those shots. And there were a couple just like wide-open looks from three that they missed off of Şengün double teams against the Spurs on Monday. They got to be able to make those shots.
Yeah, so they get going again on Thursday, tomorrow, funny enough, during the course of Thursday Night Football. They'll also be playing the Mavs at the same time. I just want to hit you with the baseball spo. I don't want to neglect that part of you. Have you been watching this World Series, and have you been entertained by it? Because I know that locally there's been folks that have had a hard time getting into it with just two teams that you despise, but I found myself enjoying the baseball.
I didn't watch last night. I thought that the first game was unbelievable and one of the best games that you'll ever see. Saturday's game, the game two, where the Yankees did get the bases loaded in the ninth inning, I thought that was a really fun finish. The game on the Freddie Freeman stuff has just been incredible. To me, this has been a fun World Series just because of kind of the aesthetics of it. Last year you're playing. All the World Series games are basically played in an airport hangar in Phoenix and in Arlington. Like, it's just it's not. It's domes and they're just like very plain. And then you get to Dodger Stadium where the game starts and the sky is blue. You get the I Love LA.
It's about the aesthetics.
Yeah, you get the I Love LA after the Freeman homer, which is a real. I love that.
Yeah, and the logos. Let's be honest.
Yeah, the jerseys and the logos are great. I think Joe Davis has been really, really good in this series. So I've enjoyed the series. It's a weird series just because of how the teams play, with the starting pitching and some of the reliever stuff. So I've enjoyed this series. I get not everybody's going to, but today's a big game, obviously. And if the Yankees can send this back to LA, then that changes things quite a bit.
And I've got to get my weekly, the Indiana Hoosiers are going to blow it.
12 Indiana coming at you.
The Indiana Hoosiers are going to blow it because Adam Spillane take.
Well, I mean,
the undefeated, your alma mater, near and dear to you, with all the doubt that
soon
you
to be
have.
Big Ten champion.
No, he doubts them. He doubts them every week.
I said I don't really want us to be in the Big Ten championship game because that's an opportunity to lose.
An opportunity to lose.
Well, I don't want to play Oregon, basically.
Fair enough.
I would rather be 11-1 and not have to play Oregon than be 12-1 and have to lose to Oregon. It's
Go team.
Yeah, here we go. Start here. But I look at they did the ESPN thing yesterday, and I guess they just did it by the AP poll, which was so stupid.
Yeah.
But we're 13th in the AP poll, undefeated in the Big Ten. What, Texas is 7th?
Yeah.
Georgia at home, no good.
See, you're coming around. Coming around.
Does Texas have any good wins? Notre Dame is above us. Why exactly? They lost at home to Northern Illinois.
Yeah.
So how is Notre Dame ahead of Indiana right now? Explain this to me.
All right. See, this is encouraging.
There it is.
This is encouraging.
There it is.
Yeah.
Bring back the BCS.
All it took was what? 9? Was it 8
10
wins?
weeks? 9 weeks?
Yeah.
Give me the
9
Jeff
wins.
Sagarin ratings again.
There you go. He's ready. He's ready for 12 Indiana. His name is Adam Spillane. You catch him on the H-Town Hoops podcast. I know you guys recorded a new podcast just yesterday, correct?
No, I think we're going to tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Okay. So I'm off.
Or actually,
I'm off
I take that back. I think we're going to do it today.
Okay. Excellent. So check that out. H-Town Hoops, wherever you get your podcast free, with our guys Adam Spillane and B. Scott. Adam, you're not Brandon. First of all, and secondly, appreciate you giving us a little bit of your time.
I'll see y'all later.
There you go. Yeah. That's Adam Spillane, baseball spo, basketball spo, giving us that real.
I love his hate and doubt.
Right here
I
on
just
Sports
love
Radio
his hate and
610.
doubt so much.
I mean, that's how you know he's a real
surly,
fan.
He's a surly type.
Because that's fandom down to a T, right? Where you can say, looking at a 9-win team, possibly could be an undefeated team. Like, I just don't want them to go to the championship. Could lose.
You play in the Big Ten. It's the best conference in America.
Oh wow,
we'll hear,
that's
we'll
real
see
fandom
that.
stuff happening.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. All right,
Home of the defending national champion.
There you go.
Screw the SEC.
Yeah.
Big 10, baby.
We got 2 Big Teners in here. Don't we? All right, coming up next, let's go around the NFL, including Aaron Rodgers has apparently the fountain of youth. Let's see if Aaron Rodgers can help us all out next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing.
Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the Loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, let's go around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And in around by Quick Assist. Last minute changes of plans and can't use your tickets? Download Quick Assist from your app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That's QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. So on the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans, we get a text from the 713 asking, is a local channel going to be showing the Texans tomorrow for those that don't have Amazon Prime? And I was like, that's actually a great question because by NFL rule, locally in market, you should be able to see the game. And that will be the case, according to the Chronicle, that Fox 26 will have a simulcast of the broadcast tomorrow.
That's how it usually go.
Yeah.
I'm kind of curious how it's going to go as far as the Christmas game because that's going to be on Netflix.
Right.
So I'm sure they have to.
Yeah, they have to do it.
Yeah. I'm not sure what channel.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. But at least for tomorrow, that's one place that you can watch it. But as always, you can always hear your Texans play right here on Sports Radio 610. And then also 100.3 The Bull. Those are the places that you can hear Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware give you that reel about what's happening on the field for your Houston Texans. All right, some other things around the NFL. We finally got details on the Deontay Johnson trade. So for everybody that was looking at the possibility after Stephon Diggs is lost to an ACL tear for the season, there were names that popped up, names that people were looking at possible trade pieces that the Texans go after. Gets traded to the Ravens, and we're like, well, that's off the table. This is going to hurt a little bit more because apparently the Ravens, there was only like a pick swap, right? So the Baltimore Ravens send a 6th-round pick and get a 5th-round pick, send a 5th-round pick, get a 6th-round pick, and the services of Deontay Johnson. And then also Deontay Johnson, his contract is being covered for the most part, down to less than $1 million, I believe, is what the Ravens are having to pay, which is not a lot for a guy that can come in and do some things offensively. In addition to that, Adam Schefter added, letting us know that if Deontay Johnson in free agency, as you know, this is basically a rental, he'll be a free agent at the end of the season. If he signs a contract that is equivalent to $5 million a year, average annual value, and that should probably be a layup considering the receiver prices, the Ravens will get a 6th-round compensatory pick.
That's crazy, man. They're giving him to it.
Or maybe, I don't know if that might actually, they'll get a 6th-round pick back in 2026. So I'm not sure if that's compensatory.
But they still get a pick back. They still get the pick.
And so at that point, like,
what are we doing, man?
They get that extra pick if he walks, pretty much.
What that did for me is it's another reminder of, when it comes to these trades, sometimes depending on what the situation is, you can make it so that these things are pretty inexpensive at times. And so I understand. I've personally been in a place where I think that you have a wide receiver core that's capable of doing things. And then also I know that there's been a lot of talk about the fact that you haven't really made use of the depth of the wide receiver core to this point anyways. And I know a lot of people talk about the trade like this where you're just like, you
wouldn't feel bad about this one,
would you? We got a steal. I don't think that I could be too upset.
All right, let's say the Texans made this deal. How'd you feel about it?
It's a steal.
It's a steal.
It's a steal.
Cool. Let's go.
They're giving him they're giving him Johnson. They're giving him the player.
And at that point, if it don't work out, it don't work out.
Fine. And you talk about, I said this yesterday, and I'm still kind of there, but I'm leaning more toward where Ron is. Ron definitely thinks that they should
100%
make a deal. I'm kind of leaning that way because, number one, that's another AFC contender. That's the Ravens, man. They're doing something. Now, maybe you're saying, hey, we're good. That's what the Texans say, we're good. And maybe you are. But if you look at the receptions, and I know, Xavier Hutchinson has shown a thing or two. Same with John Mechie this past week. But outside of, put it this way, Stephon Diggs had 47 catches. That's the combined number of catches that Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz have had this year. Just Stephon Diggs. Outside of that, no wide receiver has more than 5 catches.
Yeah, but I also think some of that is because those catches and targets went to Stephon Diggs, and now those will spread around.
The most is 5.
Yeah.
5 catches. We're going, we're 8 weeks in. So, oh boy, all the top teams are making some kind of noise.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of noise the Texans might make. I guess bringing this back around, we were talking about earlier, Jeremy Fowler of ESPN had some reporting this morning that said that the Texans, prior to Week 8, in which Kenyon Green struggled, supposedly have some level of interest in possibly trading Kenyon guard trade. He also kind of name-dropped Nate Davis, who is a right guard for the Bears, the Chicago Bears. And Nate Davis, the idea would be that the Bears possibly would be willing to cover some of his $8 million contract.
There you go.
Which would make that more tenable. I don't know if that's one of the spaces that they're looking at, Nick Caserio and company, but that does make it seem like a guard trade before the deadline could be in the works if they were already in a place where supposedly that's something that they were looking at.
Yeah.
Some other things around the NFL. Your opponent for this week is the New York Jets. You'll face off against them tomorrow. In fact, the team is traveling today. Today's the travel day as they head up to the greater New York, New Jersey area to face off against the Jets. The Jets have some things that they are working on to get themselves right, including working out kickers. Yesterday, they worked out 6 kickers, including Cade York and Zane Gonzalez, to possibly...
I missed the contest?
That's right.
I should have signed up for this contest.
Well, they're still working guys out. So if you want to fly up there with the team, see if you could talk to D'Amico or Nick and see if you can hop on a flight. Cade York missed his 2 attempts in his only game for Washington this season. Gonzalez hasn't kicked in the NFL since 2021. This is what they're doing because... Zerline, Greg Zerline, who has been their kicker this season, is only 9 for 15 on field goal attempts, and he's missed an extra point. 2 of those misses, mind you, less than 40 yards.
Yeah.
He's been real sporadic. So the kicking game might be another detriment for the Jets in this one.
Well, we thought that might be the case, and you're always going to have, almost always going to have the kicker. But it seems like really going to have it in this game for sure.
Another Jets thing I'd like to note is that Aaron Rodgers, sometimes he comes with the...
He's out there, baby.
Yeah, okay, that's a great way of putting it, right? A little unorthodox at times, and he says that he attributes Thomas Morstead for this, but he has found the, quote, fountain of youth.
So he found it.
Well,
People have been looking
Thomas
at
Morstead, and he has been introduced to it.
Yeah.
The fountain of youth is, quote, cayenne pepper and water.
Cayenne pepper and water is the fountain of youth.
Yeah.
And
Roger says that he's gassing up with it and feels great physically.
Who was it? Ponce de Leon was looking for the fountain of youth. So ever since
I'd be lying if I told you that I recall.
Ever since then, they've been looking for the fountain of youth. Leave it to Aaron Rodgers and his buddy.
Isn't this something that people were using as cleanses in the early 2000s?
I don't think this is that creative. Cayenne pepper and water.
You just get some spice.
I feel like I've heard that before. How is that the fountain of? He said it takes away his soreness and stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, Rich Cimini, I believe is how his name's pronounced.
Oh, Cimini.
Cimini. Okay, there you go. Thank you very much for cleaning me up there. He's an NFL Nation reporter. He said that cayenne pepper, in doing some Googling, can have several health benefits, including pain relief. So I know I put cayenne pepper on damn near all my food, so maybe that's why I feel great.
Why you're so healthy.
Maybe that I just have been overlooking the fountain of youth that I've always had right there in front of me.
What does cayenne pepper and water do?
I think water is just in order to digest it, right? Or to ingest it, right?
But I'm saying we all put, I'm guessing Aaron Rodgers uses cayenne pepper on meals occasionally.
Yeah, that's probably. I guess maybe it's a little more healthier because you can't drink the cayenne pepper. So
it's just the cinnamon challenge, except cayenne pepper.
Oh yeah,
just puffs of smoke.
That was a time, man.
I'm a big fan of Grandma's home remedies. I'm a big fan.
Okay.
Is
there one that comes to mind for you?
There's 3 that come to mind.
Okay.
That absolutely work. Hand to God. They work. 100%.
I'll be the judge of that.
You ever get a bee sting?
No, I've never. I stay away from. I have managed.
Never got stung by a bee?
Once. Not once.
You got to be kidding me.
That's correct.
I think we've stumbled upon the real story here.
You wasn't outside.
I'm God's favorite. That's
definitely wasn't outside.
Well, no, I am also.
You wasn't in them sticks.
Well, I mean,
how can you never grow up and never get stung by a bee?
Because when I see a bee, I flee the area.
You don't
Why would I
see them?
How? It sounds like you need to keep your head on a swivel because I be seeing the bees.
You're working. The last time I got stung by a bee, I was working on my workbench outside. I moved something, a bee stung me. And I actually used this, my grandma's home remedy, and it works like a champ. You get a garlic clove, and you crush it so it gets kind of sticky, and the garlic juice comes out, and you rub it on the bee sting. It gets the stinger and all the venom out.
Okay, that's good to know.
100%.
That's good to know for the next time 100%. That I don't get stung by a bee.
Menudo for a hangover. We all know that.
Okay.
And this is the one my mom used to use all the time.
Also haven't had a hangover.
Yes, you have too.
Have you lived?
I know. Live a little.
Just God's favorite, I think.
So if you have a cough, my mom used
Definitely
to do this.
have had those. I have had those, just letting you know.
Pecan tree bark tea. Like you get the tree bark, boil it, sift it, drink that tea, your cough will go away.
Okay.
Home remedies, baby.
I don't know exactly where to get pecan tree bark.
Over to Aaron Rodgers then.
No, these work. Aaron Rodgers is just being Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's people capering for cayenne pepper on the 5-hour energy fan line. 713 said cayenne pepper. Oh, well, they said they could stretch your stomach lining, but 979 said it's good for circulation and blood flow. So
well, does that help? I guess.
I mean, blood flow is always a good thing for you, right?
Yeah.
Sending those blood cells and that carry the positive things to the areas of your body. Look, I'm not nobody's doctor, all right?
Yeah.
Why are you asking me these questions? Someone said, did Rodgers take ayahuasca and speak to his ancestor Ponce de Leon to find it? I don't think so, but I can't take it off the table. One more thing around the NFL. This season has actually been an interesting one, and if you felt like it's been more competitive, there is a statistic to prove you correct. Apparently, in this 2024 season, there have been 67 games decided by 7 points or less, which is the most ever through week 8 of a season. So we're seeing a lot of these. It's not just the Texans playing a whole bunch of one-score games. This is around the NFL. You're seeing a lot of teams playing these close games. Also, there's been 57 games decided by 6 points or fewer, which is an interesting designation, but that is also a most through week 8. So a lot of close games in the course of this season.
Close games, lower scoring games, which is really what I'm taking out of this is quarterback play has been. I mean, and it's more so earlier in the year. Quarterback play has been less than what we've expected, and as much as they've possible to limit what defenses can do, defenses are still getting it done. I think the lower scoring game tends to lead to closer games.
Some other things coming on the text line. 936 says loose tobacco on a bee sting.
I've heard that, never tried it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just go ahead and send in all your
home remedies. Grandma,
all your home
Juelita
remedies.
used to tell you.
That's right.
Yeah.
And someone said from the 936, and we were talking about the idea of the local broadcasts, right, on all these newfangled streaming things that the NFL is doing to get more money. You will be able to see, as we mentioned earlier, you'll be able to see this Thursday night game tomorrow on Fox 26. But then also, Christmas game is supposedly on ABC 13 as well.
Okay.
So, okay. Those are the ways to watch the game. But why watch it when you can listen to it right here on Sports Radio 610?
Why would you?
I don't know.
Why would you?
I'm going to pretend like I don't know the answer to that. All right. That's around the NFL here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Does the NFL have a quarterback development problem? This is a question that was
Speaking of which,
swirling around on Twitter, inspired by Anthony Richardson being benched unceremoniously in his second season. We'll talk about that and more next.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you. Does the NFL indeed have a quarterback development problem? This inspired by Anthony Richardson, who is clearly in a division rival or on a division rival. I don't know that he's giving you play that has made him feel like a rival, as he's been fairly substandard. A big, talented, trait-laden player, but he's not put it together, and to the point where the Colts and Shane Steichen have decided that they are not going to have him start. Joe Flacco, savvy veteran that's done this, stepped in for a haphazard quarterback before, even very recently, in fact. He'll do it again. And not only will he do it in this upcoming game this Sunday. What was the news that we got today?
Yeah, Steichen announced that moving forward, Anthony Richardson is the Colts quarterback. So,
Joe Flacco is the
excuse me, Joe Flacco is the starting quarterback. So it's Flacco's job to lose.
That's interesting. Even more interesting because, Fig, if you could hit this for me, Shane Steichen. This is Shane Steichen about Anthony Richardson and what he has going.
Yeah, I think with anything, right, I think the development of players comes with more experience, right? 13 starts. I think when you play more, that's how you develop. You know what I mean? So with him playing and his experience as a player and getting more reps, right, practice reps, game reps, I think that's how you develop.
Well, they decided against more game reps in this particular situation.
Well, he got punched in the mouth. The old everybody has a plan thing. There's going to be some collateral damage, and Shane Steichen is on that list. So he's like, okay, I got to make a move.
Yeah, maybe so. But Sam Block on Twitter at the Sam Block, the Block Spot, I guess, tweeted this out, and I don't know. I'll read it for you. Anthony Richardson's 22. He's been benched. Bryce Young is 23. He's been benched. Trey Lance is 24. He's been benched. Justin Fields is 25. He has been benched. Will Levis, 25. Benched. Zach Wilson, 25. Benched. I think you're getting where we're going here.
I think so.
Mac Jones, 26. Benched. Kenny Pickett, 26. Benched. And he concludes it with the NFL has a QB development problem. So let's start with that statement in and of itself. Do you agree that the NFL has a quarterback development problem?
Mostly. And let me explain that. I go back to Tom Brady and what he said, I believe it was this offseason, about quarterback development in the NFL. I think most of us remember that. He was talking about, like, in college, they don't do these things that you do. He was talking about how Michigan was a pro-style offense, and it helped him. And he played a lot, and he had to fight for his job, and had a lot of starts. And
he had to learn from being seventh quarterback on the depth chart to moving up to third, or ultimately to being a starter.
Yes, in the pro-style offense. I think so, yes. I think the NFL has a quarterback development problem, but it starts at the college level, which is the NFL's farm system. So, and you look at these guys, off the top of my head, Anthony Richardson didn't play a pro-style offense. Bryce Young maybe a little bit at Alabama, but I think he was, they were on the edges a lot, and they had just an array of receivers. But
one of the things you say, pro-style offense, a lot of these offenses are filtering up. Right, like a lot of these concepts are filtering up to the NFL level from the college ranks.
They are, but it's still by and large. I mean,
and they have for a long time. I want to make that clear.
They have been, but by and large, it's still quarterback under center. By and large, not every team. It's still run the ball. It's still play action. It's still between the tackles. By and large, I know there's some offenses that are much more wide open, more of a West Coast thing than the spread wide open college thing. So I can't just blame the NFL for not developing quarterbacks. I think another part of it is it's not just the money, it's the pressure of starting a first-round quarterback.
Yeah, I think that's where I went immediately. Just what is the incentive structure that has been set up in all of these places, college included. But at the NFL, one of those things that I think has felt apparent is that coaches do not have the same level of security that they once had.
Exactly.
So I think that is one of the things you look at where coaches, in taking the time to stop and develop, I don't know that they have that inherently. We've heard coaches complain about this over a long time with the ways that these CBAs have been negotiated and the opportunity to have practice time in the offseason and those things. Those have been limited for the idea of player safety. But I do think that this is some of where that shows itself, is not having the opportunity to work with the guy nearly as much in the offseason, them having to kind of do that individually. You talk about the incentive structure of teams, right? It seems like what has become abundantly clear is one of the ways that you maximize your roster building situation is if you have a quarterback on a rookie contract who can go. It feels like then you have more money to spend other places than you give yourself to try and win.
Yeah.
So I think teams are chasing the opportunity to get in there and do that. But simultaneously, like with Anthony Richardson in particular, and maybe with some of these other guys, maybe not all of them, but some of them, like Anthony Richardson, Bryce Young, Trey Lance, maybe Justin Fields, not quite in the same way. Some of these guys were taken off of traits and like, well, we can coach them up and we can get them to that place, as opposed to where in years past, some of those guys will be looked at, and I think Seth was talking about this earlier, as projects and not necessarily hoisted immediately into that space, but given time to flesh out the remainder of what's needed to get themselves to being quarterbacks. So I think that also hurts the numbers in some way.
And we have to be honest here. I think a big part of the pressure of playing quarterbacks early, even when they're drafted in the second and third round. I mean, it used to be like you draft a quarterback in the second or third round or below. Like that guy's sitting for 3 years.
Yeah.
You know, but it's our fault.
And
it's our fault. It's fan of, hey, man, you know, the unknown. I mean, freaking Malik Willis. You know, there was pressure to play, you know, Malik Willis because he was a draft. Where was he drafted? It wasn't. It was late.
Third round.
It was late.
A third-round draft pick.
They had that guy should have been sitting for 3 years.
Yeah, but I think you also get the pressure of the success you get out of these certain quarterbacks, the Russell Wilsons, and even like now, current time, C.J. Stroud. So now when you draft these players, you want a C.J. Stroud type of quarterback that's coming in the league, setting the league on fire. And if that's not happening in a year and a half, then we got to look somewhere else because my job could be on the line.
Yeah, that quick leash I think is playing in for sure. Well said, Fig. One of the things I thought about immediately, and I don't know what level, like if we're power ranking the reasons why it feels like the quarterbacks have not been panning out, especially early on, and you're seeing this benching trend happen. It feels like also you go to any level of football, and there's no level of football where development is more of a priority than individual winning.
Yeah.
Right? College football is one of those places where it's always, you know, the coach needs to win, right, in order to remain their spot. But I think they also have shorter leashes, so they're trying to get wins immediately, and developing a quarterback or whatever isn't a priority. High school football.
No, for sure.
Right? Even high school, where is a place that you would think that there is more of a focus on developing players, helping them grow into better young men that are capable of going not only into the world, but then also into higher levels of football if they so choose. Even at that level, it has become very cutthroat for high school coaches. And I think that also, all of these levels where you're supposed to be helping develop a player, I don't know that anybody has the incentive to help that player along more than I need to win these games, as opposed to get them ready for something in the future. So we're passing these players along, and if they can just, you know, make something shake to get the wins now, that's fine. But as opposed to making them a better player, I don't know how many places are designed to help them do that.
Yeah, no, I think the pressure on coaches, the pressure put on teams and coaches by the outside, including us and fans and you know, whomever, national pundits and all that is one part of it. I think the development, the need to win games and instead of develop quarterbacks is part of it. It's several things, but I feel like the NFL, in terms of developing quarterbacks, how is it? My question is, will it ever change? Because social media and pressure and talk radio and fans, you know, clamoring for the next guy, like they were, you know, they're booing Anthony Richardson, and that guy had no right being thrown into where he was thrown into so soon. He had 13. You just heard it. 13 starts.
Yeah, I think
13 starts.
The real traits.
Yeah. I think in the perfect world, you would want like a Joe Flacco to possibly be there and let Anthony Richardson watch and sit and learn for a little bit. Because even if you look at like Atlanta, they signed Kirk Cousins, and I know we kind of laughed at the move a little bit, but they also drafted the quarterback very early. Now, if this quarterback end up being good after Kirk Cousins leave, maybe we need to start doing that and start letting these quarterbacks sit a little bit.
And Penix has played a lot of football as well in the college level. I think some of this that's tough, though, is, all right, let's say you go get an Anthony Richardson. I think that I frequently talked about him as a dude that would get somebody fired because, again, big traits, But then everybody's chasing the Josh Allen mode of development where it's not there and then all of a sudden it is, right? Mm-hmm. He's not accurate at all. Well, we can make it happen because it happened with Josh Allen. Good luck with that. But then in addition to that, right, two of the names, Anthony Richardson and Trey Lance, those dudes had not played enough football. I understand the idea that, hey, we need to sit them and let them figure out what they're doing, right? Like watch and develop. But some of this is you need to play football. And I don't know that there's many avenues than putting them out there, but the problem that I think the Colts have come to in which they've had to bench Anthony Richardson, all right, that's good for his development. How good is that for everybody else who's out here trading on their bodies to try and get these things done, especially if that player is not up to the standard, but you're trying to get them reps?
But see, you say that, and I don't think it's necessarily like flat wrong, but to me, there's an exception to that. And the exception is for years, quarterbacks sat and watched and held the clipboard and worked the scout team.
Look at Carson Palmer.
And didn't actually play games and got good. You know, there are examples of just sit and watch, man.
Jordan Love.
Just listen to the veterans, you know, and all that. But I think part of it still goes back to rookie contract. Like, if he does develop, we're going to have him for what, for 6 months?
And you got to give yourself time to figure out early on. In the second, that might be CBA and the way that the money has gone where quarterback contracts continue to go up. That might be some of it as well. It might not even be necessarily a development issue. It's just the time strain that the teams have on trying to determine is this guy good enough or not so that we can decide if we give him a big deal, is it going to hurt us real bad? Yeah. That also plays in.
I think it depends on the organization too, because if you have like an organization like a Green Bay that just find quarterbacks and from letting them sit, I think they have no issue with letting them sit, and if that person is good that year, paying them.
I'm telling you, man. Like, let's say you are Mike Tomlin, draft a quarterback this coming season, all right? And he sits for 2 or 3 years. And all of a sudden, they ask him, you know, he determines, I don't think he's our guy. And he goes somewhere else, and then he becomes a star. Even Mike Tomlin would be criticized. You know, how come you couldn't play that guy? How come you let him go? Well, because he was doing it the right way, but doing it the right way is costly these days. Literally costly.
Yeah. It feels like there is a development issue, but I think that also in some ways there's kind of always been this. It's just been exacerbated by all of these various things around the edges getting slimmer. Like the margins are getting thinner and thinner. And all of these things add up to a lot of young guys being benched. But I do wonder how many of the talented guys are you having come out in general, right? Like it feels like there's only one every so often, right? One in a blue moon that really does land, even with circumstance as well. That's another thing that I think we also need to talk about. The preponderance of team to get a player, and then you're dropping.
Then there's more pressure.
But not only that, right? Like because you lit games on fire in order for that guy to get there, so he has to be good. But then also now you're dropping a player into a situation that's not good for them, right? Yeah. And how are you supposed to develop when you're playing on a team that is not built to try and be any level of good?
I think the other thing too is back in the day, it was perfectly fine for a rookie quarterback to have a bad rookie year. Like you've seen it from Peyton Manning, he had a bad rookie year.
And that's our fault.
Down route bad.
And that's our fault. It was totally fine with that.
Yeah.
So now when they have a bad rookie year, look at Bryce Young. Now it's a lot of pressure year 2, and he got benched 2 games into the season.
Yeah.
Troy Aikman.
Yeah.
Peyton Manning.
Yeah, it was normal for a rookie quarterback to have a bad rookie year.
Yeah.
So you're saying CJ ruined it for everybody?
He kind of did. We've said that before. We've said that before.
Nah, he did.
What a blessing to have a guy like CJ that worked out. And then honestly, it's even tastier. It's even more delicious that they had the S2 test and all those things, and that he was basically put down as definitely not going to work out. And here he is, the one standing above the rest, working out, being a high-level quarterback, and ultimately also carrying a lot more of the load this year than any of these other guys that we can talk about that were benched. So a real blessing in a landscape of a lot of quarterbacks having to be benched after coming out here and starting not that well. C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans, a fantastic beacon in the desert of quarterback play, or young quarterback play. I should say. Radio 10 coming up next. Let's get into what's popping, including more World Series, and also we're going to have the Simpsons in the football space. We'll talk about that next.
Yeah, we are.
matches this football season.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. 10 Style in the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We were just talking about the idea of the QB development in the league, if there's a problem there, and it feels like there definitely is. Somebody texted in and was like, it just feels like only good teams are going to be able to develop quarterbacks, and as long as you have bad teams drafting early, that you might not see this be a positive trend, and that all that says to me is abolish the draft, baby. Abolish the draft. I'm sure everybody's going to love that. No, but yeah, it does feel like you also have consistently seen that in a good circumstance, especially with good players around them, line, receivers, all those things. Also, a running game, things like that can help a rookie quarterback not have all of the world on their shoulders. You see better development in some of those circumstances. And so, yeah, obviously teams need to take note.
Or just good organizations, to be honest. That, the people with like an Andy Reid or Green Bay or something like that, man. It's the reason why we look at it like they lucked up, but they clearly know what they're doing.
That's right.
There is a reason.
That's right. All right. What's popping? I know that some people have been frustrated with talk about the World Series, but it's been fun.
It's the World Series,
man. It's been fun baseball, and the Yankees actually showed us a sign of life. I guess maybe even more than that. 11 runs in a elimination game. They stave off elimination 11-4. As Freddie Freeman, again, he keeps doing this.
Count them.
6 games. Consecutively with a home run that actually now takes the lead. He moves past George consecutive games with home run.
That's the MVP, right?
Without question.
You would think.
Without question. Like, it has to
take
happen.
up for Ohtani, man. You would think.
Oh, no. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm just saying, like, it's 2-1 now. It's 3-1 now. So who knows how it goes. There might be Volpe. Has come through a little bit.
They have to come all the way back.
They don't for sure. Yeah, for sure they'd have to come all the way back.
Yeah. It's a really great game, but a bullpen game though by the Dodgers. Now
kind of makes me sick. It really does.
It's crazy because there was this not this past game, but the game prior, right? The first game in New York when Fat Joe's on the mound and it's Tim's doing this. And I realized, I am old baseball head without being old baseball head, because I was like, man, that probably gonna make the mound lumpy. What about where the pitcher's gonna land? And then in this one, I'm like, yo, how are you throwing a bullpen game? What happened to the starters really coming out and trying to battle for 7 or 8 or 9 innings? And I'm like, oh,
gut it out.
But
be a man.
Do you feel like they were just trying to get the series back home?
Well, I mean, I think that they had to go to a bullpen game because they just when it comes to starters, right? Like you're
where we live now.
It's where we live now. But they also, once you got into the game and once you got to a certain point, they didn't pull out their heavy hitters when it came to, or I guess their big time closers or late relievers in this game. So it did feel like, all right, fine, whatever, let's go back.
Let's celebrate in LA, baby.
Yeah.
They'll have that opportunity. They will have that opportunity to go back. That game is tonight, is it not?
It's tomorrow, I believe.
Or tomorrow, 7:08. Yeah, there's travel in there. I don't forget. I'll go Dodgers, Yankees, an opportunity to try and close it out again. And the Yankees still have
they got Garrett Cole.
They got Garrett Cole on the mound. Like, the odds are in the Yankees' favor to continue to extend this.
Yeah. Well, wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something?
All right, so understanding that your team is the Dodgers, but jokingly,
let's be honest. Everyone's team is the Dodgers. It seems like right now.
That's what I was going to ask. Is like, would you rather see this thing put to bed already, or would you like to see this thing extended and just get more fun baseball?
I'd like to see it extended to 6. To get the old tight rear end going a little bit with the Dodgers, are we going to blow this thing? And the odds are it could happen. Like I said, Garrett Cole, if they win, Game 5.
That's right. It's one more. It's one more in New York before they go back to LA.
Okay, and so. Yeah, I'd like to see the tension start to mount for the old Dodgers.
I would like to end it early or either go 7 to have everybody sitting on their hands.
Mm-hmm.
So tonight, Garrett Cole, Flaherty is going for the Dodgers. And, the Yankees try and get one more at home. It seems like the two knuckleheads that ultimately got involved and interfered with a play last night will have the opportunity to be there. Jesse Rogers of ESPN was able actually to see the gentleman that interfered with the foul ball that ultimately Mookie Betts caught. It was foul out, I guess I should
Well,
say.
he caught it early.
He did catch it, and then these two jokers, one of them whose name is Austin Capobianco, grabbed Betts' glove with both hands and tried to pull the ball out. Eventually, he actually did pry the ball out, but not until the umpire there was like, yeah, no, that's an out.
And by the way, that game is tonight.
That is tonight, yes, sir.
Tonight.
And Capobianco's friend, John Peter, apparently then also grabbed Mookie Betts' hand to try and keep him in place as Austin tried to pull the ball out. Yeah, both these guys, we mentioned that they got kicked out. That was the impetus for our question of the day. But they told ESPN that they're season ticket holders, and he knew he would be in trouble, but chose to grab the open glove nonetheless. And apparently they talk often about that scenario. If a foul ball comes their way, that they were going to do that. So it's premeditated. However, they said that when they were escorted out of the stadium, they were told they would be allowed back for Game 5.
Talk about only in New York.
There's no way that this should happen, right?
Oh,
there's
God,
no way they should be let back in that.
Yeah, because
at the very least, they should be banned for the rest of the series.
Yeah, just think about, let's say it was a Dodgers fan that did this. They wouldn't be allowed back in at all.
Any other, pretty much, I'm guessing, any other organization, the organization and the city and the fans would be embarrassed. The Yankees are glorifying this guy. Not only are they glorifying him, I'm in the boat of they should be banned for life. That's a World Series game. And the ball didn't even go into the stands, really. It was kind of up against the wall, and they pulled the dude's hand.
At least be banned for the rest of the World Series.
At least the rest of the World Series. And they're going to bring him back. He's going to be those Yankees fans going to be cheering his name. And by the way, Sean Pendergast likes to say Capobianco far too much.
What are you doing right now?
I think he's implying something. He said, did you hear him this morning talking about that? And Capobianco did this, and Capobianco. I think he's watched a lot of
The Sopranos.
The Sopranos, yeah.
Maybe so.
He might be implying something.
I don't know if I
mess with Capobianco.
I don't know if I want to go all the way there, but I do know that dude's a knucklehead, and apparently this 38 years old, don't know that. I feel like this is one of the issues, though, with fandom at times is, yes, you want to impact your team's game by, like, showing up and being loud, right? I think this is one of the downsides of it is that, hey, you got to remember that you're also not that involved to where you need to be doing stuff. Because I think at one point he said something about we're not going to go out of our way to attack. If it's in our area, we're going to D up. You don't D up. You are not playing the game, my man. Like, this is not for you to impact. And so sometimes I do wonder, it's like, hey, man, what place do you think you have as a fan in that moment?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of entitlement there.
And the worst part about this is other people going to start doing this.
Maybe.
Yeah, other people going to start acting the fool and all that stuff. And it could be worse.
Look, like, this should be an embarrassment, and instead they're hailing them. And go figure.
They pretty much saying, hey, it's cool to do this. Yeah. It's cool.
And go figure. Gronk knows this dude.
Yeah. You were saying
Gronk knows him.
Apparently this
he played hockey at Arizona, and Gronk said it's
hockey at Arizona. Oh, I know he was partying his ass off.
Apparently, Gronk said that this is very much on brand for this Capobianco guy.
Yeah, I bet it is.
He said, quote, him doing this represents him very well. So in other words, this guy is he's a mess.
Well, we'll see. I'm sure if he's there, which I believe that he will be for Game 5 tonight, I'm sure we'll see him on TV.
Yeah, how many times they gonna show him?
I mean, if there's one thing I know about these TV directors, they're gonna have a camera pointed towards there. See if he's there. See if he's there again. Yeah. Some other things that are popping. This came out a few days ago, but I figured I'd get it out here. ESPN for Monday Night Football on December 9th. It's going to be Bengals and Cowboys. And they're doing something a little special. This is the promo that's been running for it.
On December 9th, two storied rivals will meet on the gridiron. A test of will, of spirit, of determination, in which ultimately only one can prevail. When these two ancient foes face off on Monday Night Football, it's more than just football. It's family. It's Bart and the Bengals versus Homer and the Cowboys, live from Springfield.
Promo.
Yeah, so they're doing a Simpsons-themed kind of animation game with some technology. We saw something similar. I believe it was the Jags. I don't remember who they were playing against, but I definitely remember it was the Jags because there was one play in particular that with Trevor Lawrence running, and it's amazing just how quality the broadcast looks. And it was Falcons and Jags, and I'm gonna see if I can show you on my phone here. But this is what the play looks like, and it was the Toy Story game where they had the playing field basically on the floor of Andy's room, but like supposedly they're supposed to be like Bart and Homer involved here, and they'll jump into the game at some point and animate it into the game. But yeah, how interested are you in this game that is going to be only on ESPN Plus, Disney Plus? They're still going to have the regular broadcast of it. How interested are you in a game like this? And I think that people typically think of them as like ways to get kids involved. Do you think that would actually work?
I mean, the second part, yes. Not just kids, but kids that grew up with The Simpsons, longest running show on television.
Yeah, at this point, I don't know how much is for the kids. I feel like this is for the adults.
That's what I'm saying. How many years? 30-something years? Maybe 40? Simpsons has been running.
Definitely like 89.
Yeah,
90,
so
80,
I think a lot of people are going to be involved. And let's be
89.
Yeah, so think about that. Like people older than you are going to be plugged in, or not plugged in, but certainly going to catch a glimpse. And that was my second point. I mean, I think we're all lying if we don't at least, curiosity gets the best of us and we at least peek over there a little bit, right?
That's what I did last year for this game. And one thing I realized is, the actual animation, the technology that they use, it does look like they're playing football. It's not like you're watching the dots or whatever.
No, yeah.
Or if you watch Amazon Prime, when they go to like their telestrator where they try and use the actual ball, this looks like football. I just feel like I still would have rather see the nuances of football. I guess maybe it depends on what level of football you want. I'll peek over just to see what it actually looks like, what the Springfield of it all is. But I have a hard time thinking that I would watch this entirely all the way on this broadcast.
Just as we're speaking, Sporting News now reporting that Major League Baseball has requested, not demanded, not ruled, requested that the Yankees ban the two fans who were interviewed who interfered with Mookie Betts from Game 4.
Good job, man.
For attending Game 5.
Attaboy.
That's not even really that strong.
You can't have them back.
But why can't MLB say MLB runs it? Say they're out. Forget what the Yankees say.
Hey
they're
guys,
out. In other words,
can you ban this guy?
They clasp their hands on their waist and say, "Could you please? We are requesting that you ban them."
I don't know. Well, the only thing that I can think of is you remember in any of these sports, the commissioner serves at the behest of these ownership groups, and I imagine the Steinbrenners have a little bit of pull when it comes to those owners. So maybe that's what it is. But you can't have them.
Any other organization.
Like I said earlier, that can be ugly. Where more people start doing that type 100%. Of stuff just to get the attention and all that stuff. If you the commissioner, you got to step in like, nah, he can't go to this game. Yeah. Like maybe not a lifetime ban, but
he didn't.
Nah, like ban him for the rest of the series.
They're requesting.
Yeah, this is the last one that you have at Yankee Stadium on the season. You just, at the very least, and this is pretty light to just be like, hey, you got to miss at least one game.
Yeah, that would be banned life, but nah, you can't have him back the very next game.
In the same seats.
That's not even a slap on the wrist, man.
No. Yeah, you got to leave right now, but you can come.
It's celebrating him is what it is. You're celebrating him.
Yeah. And they're going to celebrate him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you end up in like a player safety thing as well, where I imagine the MLBPA.
Did twist it. I'm not trying to be like Mr. Lovey-dovey here, soft or anything. But he did grab the dude's wrist, a Major League Baseball player's wrist, and rip out the ball.
Right. You can end up talking about slippery slopes and that type of stuff.
They pretty much saying that's cool to do.
Yeah.
All right. So at least we got a little bit of a catharsis there. Yeah.
We have a request.
There you go. As long as he ain't there, whatever the term.
I wonder if they said
request,
please.
Demand, edict, I don't know, whatever y'all call it. As long as them cats are not there. Capobianco. One more time for good measure.
Capobianco.
There you go. It's in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next. Left guard has been a huge topic of conversation for this team after Kenyon Green got benched in the Colts game. So who should start at left guard tomorrow? Let's talk about that next.
We finally have word on Better access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're 610, as the big voice man said. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula hanging out with you on this Wednesday before a Thursday night football game on Halloween at MetLife Stadium versus the Jets. The first Thursday night football game
we were
in
talking
D'Amico
about
Ryans' tenure, right? In the D'Amico Ryans area? Because I know
the first streaming game.
This got to be, right?
Yeah.
So first streaming game as well, which you don't have to worry.
They had none last year.
Yeah, you don't have to worry too much about. It's going to be simulcast locally on Fox 26. So if you don't have Amazon Prime, that's the place to turn to. But of course, you always are good right here on Sports Radio 610. Hearing Sean and Seth get you started with the pregame. That'll happen tomorrow. After, or basically in part of the time slot of the drive, and then they'll take you and hand it off to Vandermeer and Ware, and they'll get going on the broadcast. And then, of course, it'll be Sean and Clint shutting it down, giving you post-game coverage well into the wee hours of the morning. So this right here, this is the place to be for your Houston Texans. But in that game, right, C.J. Stroud's first Thursday night.
What are they going to be talking about?
I imagine there's going to be a lot of conversation about that left guard position as Kenyon Green, he gets benched in the course of this Colts game. And I do want to go back to D'Amico 7 here again because this has been a conversation, right? Once you have a guy publicly benched, that changes some things. And, of course, the circumstance got, a little hairy because Jared Patterson comes in. He acquits himself well during that drive, suffers a concussion, leaves the game, and immediately they put Kenyon Green back. So tough situations. Jared Patterson not going to be available as he's in concussion protocol. Who's going to start? And D'Amico Ryans was asked specifically yesterday, is Kenyon Green going to keep his starting spot on the offensive line?
Kenyon is done fine. Kenyon, of course, like I said yesterday, he had some bad plays. A lot of guys had some bad plays, and everybody's asking about Kenyon, and nobody feels worse about this than Kenyon, right? And he knows he has to play better. He will play better, and let's go to work. Like, that's what it's about. It's not about everybody trying to figure out, is Kenyon out? And let's Kenyon is ready. He'll be ready to roll, and we won 6 games with Kenyon. Like, we got to keep going.
Well, you won 6 games. Like, I don't know if with Kenyon, not because of Kenyon. I think we need to.
He did say that.
Yeah.
Technically, they did win 6 games.
That is technically correct, which is my favorite. It's the best kind of correct.
Technically,
if you listen to Futurama. But it did feel like he had some fits and starts to start there, and it felt like he was just trying to not say. He was like, "Let me make sure I can say things that are legally defensible, right? Like the things that I do not have to come back and answer for." I don't know that was a glowing confirmation that Kenyon Green is the starting.
Oh, I know that it wasn't.
And so,
yeah, it definitely was not.
We've had conversations about the idea of trading for a guard, but that's not going to happen today and get somebody in at MetLife Stadium tomorrow. Yeah. You're going to have to work with something on this team. So who should play left guard? Who should start at left guard?
Okay, who should?
Yes.
I like who is going to be Kenyon Green. I mean, short week.
Sure.
Basically one day of practice day, travel today. I mean, Kenyon Green is going to start. Who should start? I'm kind of leaning, and I know this is out there a little bit, but Nick Broker has played guard.
Wow. Okay.
He has played guard. Remember, Figgy, during training camp when Laramie Tunsil was on his training camp vacation, and they trotted the first team out there. Nick Broker was the starting left tackle with that group, with the second group during training camp. He's played guard in his career, so they clearly like what they can get out of him. And his name has not been mentioned much at all. But I keep kind of going back to that, and I don't necessarily think it's going to happen this week. But Kendrick Green is the other option. But the other thing I can't shake, Reggie, is they benched Kenyon Green. I mean, he is down. He's embarrassed. He's getting his ass kicked, if we're just being honest here. And when Patterson got hurt, they said, well, guess we got to go back to Kenyon. When they could have maybe gone to someone else, but they didn't. They went back to Kenyon. So I'm, again, admittedly thinking, I don't know about this. I know it's out there, but maybe Nick Broker. I think the bigger question is how long is the leash?
That's a great question because
I mean, how long was the leash on Sunday?
Well, I mean, I don't think you could just say on Sunday, right? Like that leash has been pretty long all season long. Like if you are one to have some level of value in Pro Football Focus grades, right? When they're charting these things, Kenyon Green is 106. He's ranked one guard when it comes to overall rankings out of, you want to guess how many? 110.
Oh man.
Right, like that's.
Oh man!
And of course, not the end all be all by any stretch of the imagination.
It's a sign,
but I mean, even if you were just like the neighborhood of the hundreds, and you're talking about guards in this league, that is objectively very, very bad. And so,
how long is the leash?
The leash has been very long. It's tough because you don't really want to be playing musical chairs on the offensive line.
But you've already told someone, be ready.
They've got to,
right?
Gotta be ready.
Titus, be ready.
See, that's a big switch.
Oh, so you're really going like the full musical chairs.
Put Broker at right tackle?
Hey, that's...
well, no, I think at that point, Fisher...
Oh, Fisher. I'm sorry. Fisher, and then Broker would be... yeah.
I mean, if you really want to... I hate to say it because I don't look at him as a guard, but if you want somebody that's consistently played that position at one point... Titus Howard, he consistently played that position at one point.
And oh, by the way, he's facing Quinnen Williams.
Yeah, that makes this that much...
That's a dude.
And I think
that's a little more scarier than last week.
100%. So for me, if you were asking what's the leash, is just I think I have to use the history that I have to get into the mindset of the coaching staff. It is when he is being beat consistently to the point of it being a weak link that a team can pick at. Because I think that was what ultimately was the decision-making factor on Sunday against the Colts, was that he was getting beat instantly, and then you could see the team across from you do things to actively target him. Once he became a target, sorts of pressure towards C.J. Stroud, then it became entirely untenable. Now, it probably should have been untenable before that point, but that's neither here nor there. We can't go backwards. I think that is probably the leash that you have on Kenyon Green.
What is that, 2 series? 1 series?
Well, against Quinnen Williams, it might be 1 or 2 series.
By the way, he last week he had 1.5 sacks and 8 pressures.
Quinnen Williams?
Yes. He's 3rd in the league among defensive tackles in pressures.
The tackle's been getting after it.
Yes,
in this modern iteration of the NFL.
All week he's rubbing his hands together. He's drinking his Gatorade.
He still got them braces.
He's drinking that cayenne pepper and water.
Hey man, don't be putting up these bulletin board material. We talk about a weak spot. Don't give him any. Don't put a battery in his back at all.
Don't let that smile with them braces fool you, man.
No,
that's a scary mofo.
No, he has looked at the film and said, "All right, Kenyon Green, huh?" No, they're going to do everything that the Colts did to pick at Kenyon Green and more, and they do it with a better player.
Yeah,
I mean, 2 series.
And okay, so I think we are both in agreement that you're going to go back to Kenyon Green. Now, the tough thing about this is I think and one of the reasons why they've had a really long leash, and this will be cut 13 here from D'Amico Ryans, is that dealing with the player, the person of it. I think that's why D'Amico Ryans has the mentality and the approach that he does to these teams, is that positivity, you imagine, goes over a lot better than like harsh negativity in the course of these. Not that those are the only absolute for there. And so there is, and I thought B. Scott asked a fantastic question when D'Amico was talking. How do you check a player's confidence and swagger when he's struggling like Kenyon Green is?
Yeah, for me, I go back and I go to the film, right? You go to the film and you show players, right, what they've done well and the good reps that they've had, and just get back to doing that. Kenyon has had a lot of good reps for us, and I expect him to have some good reps this Thursday.
All right. The interesting thing about what Figgy mentioned, Titus to guard and Blake Fisher to tackle. First of all, it's a big change. It's 2 positions. But secondly, that's something you got to work out on during the week. You got to at least run some reps during the week, and they've had 1 practice, 1.5 basically. So
that probably show you they maybe going to roll with Kenyon Green again.
No, they're going to roll. Well, I think he's going to start the game.
Yeah, it's just how short is the leash, and then also when you talk about the leash, how much confidence do you then have in what you have to put in, right? Because in theory, Jared Patterson is the backup center, right? If you were just looking at the depth chart, that would have been Kendrick Green to go into that spot, right, as a backup guard. They didn't go there twice in a way, right? Because Jared Patterson comes in, and then once Jared Patterson goes out with the concussion, then you also have an option to go down the depth chart, but then they go back to Kenyon Green. I do wonder, like, what's the level of confidence that they have in Kendrick Green? And, is that something where you need to see him before you get to the trade deadline and address these things?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You would have to get, whether it's him or Broker or Titus or whatever, you have to get at least another look in the here and now. You might know think what you know about their game. Look, but that being said, you also cannot stick with Kenyon Green if it becomes what by all rights is going to be another ugly performance facing that dude coming off this game. Confidence clearly has been affected, maybe not shot, but been affected, and you're looking over your shoulder. Like that's the other part of this, Reggie. He is looking over his shoulder.
Yeah, he looking over his shoulder, and other teams are looking at him as the mark.
Yeah.
So now he got to deal with that. Teams game planning for you.
Yeah.
Is like I don't like getting into the questioning of people's like mental fortitude and those types of things, but this feels like one of those things where if you got
that's a lot, man.
You got to pull it out here because again, short week.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, like if people are looking at you as potentially the mark. Like he's going to have to find some level of confidence and fortitude, and I imagine that's why D'Amico's held him that way.
That could get to you mentally. That's like if somebody see you always getting beat up.
Yeah.
People gonna look at you like, oh, anybody can beat that person up. So now you got to mentally prepare for that, man.
What did I tell you as soon as he went back? When they went back to Kenyon Green, we're sitting in the press box, and they went back to Kenyon Green. I turned to you and I said, if you have any pride whatsoever, and I'm not questioning it, but I'm saying if your pride is being tested, when you get back in there, you've been benched, you got to go back in there. If you have any pride, you've got to buck up right there. And all these things about questioning it, it's not even really questioning it. I think it's fair to assume he's looking over his shoulder. It's fair to assume, he knows he's going to get picked on. These aren't like, oh, he's weak-minded, because the performance that he's had, these are things that just happen.
Yeah, this is admittedly, this is the thing that's consuming the most of my mind when it comes to this game versus the Jets. I think that there's some places in which the Jets' names are bigger than what they're putting on paper. However, defensive line isn't one of those, and that has been a place that's really blown up your offensive capabilities this season. You're going to need to protect C.J. Stroud in this one. You're absolutely going to need to, especially when you consider you lost a valuable wide receiving asset, right? Like that, in theory, puts more responsibility on C.J. Stroud's plate to get further the relationships that he has with some of these other wide receivers that he hasn't been able to throw the ball to nearly as well.
And we often talk about what message are you sending the other 52 guys? When these things come up, and we've talked about it in various instances recently, like what message are you sending the other 52 guys? Okay, what message are you sending the other 52 guys if all of a sudden Juice Scruggs is going to have to cover him in the game plan? They're going to have things in the game plan to cover Kenyon Green. Laramie Tunsil is going to have to cover for Kenyon Green.
And hasn't that been part of the issues on this offensive line is that dudes are trying to cover for others and then their assignment slips because they're so concerned about picking up the slack in other situations. Yeah, that I am real concerned, but it does feel like who will start is absolutely Kenyon Green. Who should start? I don't think that's an easy answer, and that's probably the biggest indictment of what you got going right now on the offensive line in general. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time for us to go and get our lunchtime confession ride with you. We'll do those next.
heard? Your favorite sports talk in town is live on YouTube and Twitch every weekday. Just load up your phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5-Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I don't think I'm in the only one in this boat, but I know there's not a lot of people in there. You guys tell me, because my first confession is off of yesterday and this morning making the rounds was Joe Mixon. Mic'd up. I've seen that, heard that, and pretty good stuff. My confession is I've never been a big fan of mic'd up, and the reason is, and maybe I'm just jaded. Or whatever. I'm always skeptical that they're really just putting on a show. Like they know, players always know.
Sure.
Hey, I'm mic'd up. We've seen audio. We've heard audio of them. Hey, you're mic'd up.
But I think that's more of a courtcy for the people around you. Like, hey, don't say nothing.
Yeah.
That get you
but some people be talking crazy on them sidelines.
Yes, but that leads to me like if I were mic'd up, I would always be like, not necessarily putting on a show, but aware. Sure. Like I like that. To his credit, Mixon was good. It was entertaining enough. And by the way, it does always suck me in. I do always listen to it, but I'm always like, yeah, that's a show. I
don't know.
Am I the only one that think that it's pretty skeptical of the mic'd up stuff?
I don't think.
Nah, because I see a lot of people that's mic'd up and it's not really good.
Yeah,
like some
you just get a whole bunch of grunting.
Yeah. Like, have you heard Nick Chubb mic'd up? That brother don't talk at all, man. He don't say nothing. So I think it's all about putting on a show, man. Like,
or maybe if you just approach it that way,
put a little extra jelly on it.
Yeah.
Like, be hype. I think that make good content.
And honestly, for me, it's always with the mic'd up. Like, I can take or leave most of it. It's just those few interactions that you get an opportunity to.
Yeah,
that's what I was like. Oh, okay. So they was talking, and what did they say?
Yeah, just like, to me, the best one this year was C.J. Stroud talking to the corner. I forgot.
Not gonna get
you. Ain't gonna get me. You ain't gonna get me. Like, that type of stuff, I think is genuine.
But I think that could easily be perceived as, that's a show. He knows he's mic'd up.
Yeah, but I mean, if it's a show, he still said it to that man's face.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
right,
like that's still a good show. Like all these.
It goes back to that entertainment question. They know they're entertainers,
right? And I feel like the way that I feel about this is kind of like professional wrestling, right? Or wrestling, as I should say, because wrestling happens in the Olympics.
Yes.
But no, with wrestling, like, hey man, you can do all this, and it could be scripted up to a point. You can't fake that bump when you jump from the top of a cage down, like that feeling. That's there, and I feel like you could like try and fake it, but you start talking to that dude across from you.
Yeah, he really did that. Yeah. He literally did that.
And to make it look real and all that stuff, that all the acting in it, that's a lot of work, man.
What, in the mic'd up, you mean?
Yeah, both.
Yeah,
but
both, yeah.
I guess part of it is that there have been some instances where it was clearly saying something because he's mic'd up, and I'm just like, all right.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I really, really dislike player comps. It's not that time of year, but in that time of year, I really dislike player comps because it feels like it's unfair, right? It's because it's never like this player looks exactly like this other player, and it's never a guy that was just like, he was fine, had a few years. It's always like a great,
and now like Patrick Mahomes,
right? Those expectations are there for him. And then also one of the things that I dislike it for is that you'll get the times where it's like, yo, this wide receiver looks like Wes Welker.
Yeah,
Why is that? Right? He just happens to be white.
This quarterback look like Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, he's
right?
sneaky fast.
It's like, hey man, I get it, right? Like they both share the same skin tone, but we can think outside the box. Like it just ends up kind of, and I don't want to even use the word lazy because it feels like it's a natural thing that people do. However, I do enjoy comps when they try and buck that trend really strongly. And enter Jim Harbaugh, head coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, who said, I watched the film of Lad McConkey.
Yeah.
He reminds me of Steve Smith Sr.
All right.
And yes,
Yes, I enjoy this so much. I haven't even watched them like that and put them side to side and see, but just give me more of this. Like I like
Stay
the
away
idea
from the white receiver.
of thinking of, and I mean, I don't know that this could be put on a spectrum of any sort, but it definitely feels like if you were gonna go not slot wide receiver, Steve Smith Sr. would be high up on the hierarchy of dudes that you pick, and to be that. But I just like the idea that Jim Harbaugh was like, nah, you're not gonna get me with the with the lazy comp. I am really breaking this down to how they play. Shout out to Jim.
Reminds me of Julian Edelman.
Shout out to Jim Harbaugh. Now I'm gonna actually go and see if I can put those pieces of film side by side and be like, Lad McConkey is Steve Smith Sr.
You're probably gonna go no way.
So this been kind of bothering me since last week. So last week I was off. I was sick. I was at the crib, and let me be clear, I have a special place in my heart for people that are going through things, people homeless, stuff like I pick and choose when I can get a homeless person something and stuff like that when I'm out and about. But this one really bothered me a lot because I was at the crib, I was half dead pretty much, or using the bathroom, and I get a ring notification. So I'm like, who is that? Must be the delivery or something like that. Open the door. It was a guy that said he was homeless.
What?
And mentally ill. And do I have any food or money?
Boy, that's crossing the line.
Door to door, huh?
Yeah, that's crossing the line.
At the crib, man.
Yeah, that is definitely crossing the line.
And I'm not the type of person that's diss anybody. I don't diss anybody. But I gotta confess, I kind of had an issue.
You should.
With somebody coming to my door like that.
That's not
man.
lacking empathy or sympathy or anything. You don't cross that line.
And that put a lot of pressure on me too, because he like, hey, do you have anything to drink or
no
money, anything?
Empathy for sure, but you don't.
Yeah,
do that.
like I ended up giving them because mind you, we just moved in, and so we had no food in the refrigerator because we were still going back and forth to the apartment. So I ended up giving them a bottle of water, but I'm like, man, I don't like that at all, man, because it's like, now are you gonna come back again?
Yeah,
like that to me that kind of crossed the line a little bit. I don't know if I should feel guilty about that.
I don't think you should, but also I feel bad saying that. Kind of a heady play, right? Like a lot of the answers that would typically be given to somebody who, I guess, for lack of a better term, know exactly what the right word to use in that moment is. Would be like, I don't got cash on me, or like, just, I don't have it.
You're in your damn house.
At your house, you probably got something.
Yeah.
You got something for me. But that's bold.
Because it's one thing being out and about and can you give me something to eat or money or something like that. I can pick and choose and all that stuff and feel comfortable doing it. But you come into my house, man.
That's wild.
Like he walked up to the door and rung the doorbell, man. And then I think what kind of got me too, he mentioned he was mentally ill. So now I got my foot up to the door.
Yeah,
I don't know if he gonna crash the house or. So I haven't been sleeping right with that, man.
No,
like,
you shouldn't.
I don't like that.
You shouldn't.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, so you've seen these things. I think it's Hulu that does it more than others, where and it's very irritating, but they have this filter where it says choose your ad experience. Have you seen that, Figgy?
Yeah.
Like you can choose this series of ads from Progressive or this one or whatever. One popped up yesterday, and I thought about this, and I think it can be done. They should be an already voted filter on your television. In other words, you can click on I've already voted, so you don't get any political ads the rest of the way.
Good luck with that,
dude. It's beyond. I mean, it's
there's a lot.
It's not even, and they're just stupid. On both sides.
A lot of political ads.
I voted last week. I voted
too,
I voted the first day that you could vote in Texas. I should have an app on my TV that says, "Boom, already voted filter engaged." Right? And then you don't get them anymore.
That would never happen, man. That's a great idea.
Yes.
That would never happen. They're going nuts with these ads too.
There's that. Also,
there is the technology, Reggie. There is the technology.
And I would like to help you raise this to another level. Can we get away from the text and the phone calls too?
Oh, for sure. Already voted.
But We would all abuse that, right? We would all just be like, I've already voted, even if you haven't.
Well, so what?
Yeah.
So once your voting starts in your state and you have this filter available, you should be able to use it.
And it would really help because I feel like this is when they go harder on the ads, right? The last week or so.
Oh my gosh!
So, more power to everybody out there. Hope that you're making it.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Since the sports equinox yesterday, where you had all the sports, I'm locked in on the 3 TV setup. I'm in there, man. Like I literally found myself watching on Monday night football, basketball, baseball at the same time. And we had the volumes up and all those things.
That's
psychopath, man.
I'm fully. I hadn't ramped up. There were times I was like, I don't need to do all this. I'm all the way in, man. We're in that zone, and a lot of this is because the baseball has really drawn me in.
Baseball's been good.
The baseball's been so good. Like looking at oh man, I don't want the Yankees, I don't want the Dodgers. I understand that, but the baseball itself, which is the only thing that I could afford to root for, was good baseball, has been delivering. So thank you, Yankees, Dodgers, for at least playing some damn good baseball.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So the last 3 days, I want to say, my ride to work been kind of cool. So I've been using the GPS to get to work because.
Oh, you don't typically use the GPS?
I didn't until I moved into my new place.
I feel like most everybody still uses the GPS on their
I like, this is silly, kind of a mini confession in your confession. I like when the voice goes, "Welcome home." You know, like
oh, you got the fancy.
I
don't have all that. Yeah.
I don't even have my voice on the GPS on.
I just like, oh, she's welcoming me home again. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I've been using it because I stay kind of far, so it tell me different routes and all that stuff, the easiest route to get there. And I want to say Monday, they took me a whole different route. I was on the scenic view.
Really?
Like I was driving the street. I went through Edo. I'm like, okay.
Oh, wow. You really?
I'm like, I like this. I like this route right here. So they took me on that route the last 2 times. And today, I ain't even pull the GPS out. I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna take that same route again.
All right.
Look at you discovering.
I got to work without the GPS.
Enjoying different parts of the city than you normally would.
Yeah, man. I'm like, I went through Edo. I was
all right.
I'm like, okay. I'm like, I like this route, man. Yeah. And I only spent probably like 10 minutes on the freeway.
That's
a
a game
thing.
changer.
Yeah. So I like that a lot, man. I'd rather do that than it's on the freeway.
I'm real pro surf. Like if there's the same route or same time, I'd rather take surface streets than take the freeway. Right? Are you similar?
Always.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah. When I stayed over by NRG, I would take the street. Just I like going through the neighborhoods, man. Going 30 miles an hour.
Yeah, I just like it.
Yeah.
And I hate the highways. I hate the highways.
Why do you hate the highways?
They be so
30 years of that crap.
Okay.
And everybody be so aggressive, man.
That is true, man.
I'm scarred for life. 30 years of an hour and 15
You got to be tense on them highways, man.
But if you can drive in Houston, man, you can drive most anywhere.
Yeah, I go into other cities. I'm like, why are these people going so slow?
Yeah, man, let's go. Gotta move on.
Yeah, when I went back to Ohio, I'm like, man, everybody driving slow. I'm weaving through, and I'm like, let me chill out because they actually have speed traps here.
You good?
I'm good.
All right, all hearts and minds clear. That's your lunchtime confessions.
I'm just laughing at one text. By the way, did Colin Allred play at Baylor?
Yeah.
You know what? I almost looked him up.
You can recite these now.
I almost looked his career.
Oh, see what his stats are?
Yeah, let me see how long he played, man.
That's a world.
Was that your deciding factor on the vote?
Yeah, I'm like, I might as well. I feel like I know the guy.
That's a funny text.
It's like, if you were actually good at football,
Help
maybe.
me out, guys. Help me out, guys.
Yeah, unbelievable. All right, coming up next, Joe Mazzulla had an interesting kind of observation about the NBA, trying to make it better, but also, does the NBA have an issue in a very particular way that will stop it from growing and developing? That and more. We'll talk about it next.
Headquarters for the best grills at the best price. It's Texas Star Grill Shop.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, so Nick Wright, your former partner on
my man
on this show, in fact.
He's your man.
That's your man.
He's my man's.
He had an interesting point as it pertains to the NBA, but I think it's a little wider. We'll get to that here in a second. But before that, we got a little bit of update on your Houston Texans as they're getting ready to travel to New York to face off against the Jets tomorrow, Halloween night on Thursday Night Football. Dameon Pierce has been ruled out along with Azeez Al-Shaair, the linebacker, your guard center Jarrett Patterson, and safety Jimmy Ward. And so with Dameon Pierce ruled out, especially now that Cam Akers is gone, your running back depth is a little bit thinner than it had previously been. J.J. Taylor signed to the active roster. Obviously, he was on your practice squad, but he's already used his 3 elevations.
Yeah.
So he would have to be signed to the active roster, I guess, thankfully, but obviously not thankfully. You had a roster spot after putting Stephon Diggs on the injured reserve after his ACL tear that's going to take him through the end of the season, that he's done for the season with you. So J.J. Taylor will be on the active roster. So your running back depth chart looks as follows. Joe Mixon, Dare Ogunbowale, and J.J. Taylor.
Okay. Run, Joe, run.
Yeah, a heavy dose of Joe Mixon
run,
incoming.
Joe, run.
Not like that hasn't been the case already, but it seems like Dare will get a shot here or there, and maybe J.J. Taylor. But for the most part, it's going to be a whole bunch of Joe Mixon.
Sort of a low-key, very important part of that is the most susceptible place for the Jets defense, which we've talked about is very good against the pass, upper tier for sure, is against the play action. Like they're susceptible against play action, the Jets defense. So you need a good ground game, to help that.
See, the NFL nerds would disagree. The idea, regardless if you're great at running the football.
Well, it can be, but it helps if you're running the ball.
I bet it does.
Get those linebackers up a little bit.
It sure does.
Yeah.
Also, so there's that, right? That is the information with your Texans, but. Nick Wright last week, he made this kind of point. He was talking about an issue that he thinks the NBA has. And this audio is a part of a longer kind of podcast that he was doing. But he was talking to Daryl Morey, obviously familiar around these parts, formerly of the Houston Rockets front office, now running the Philadelphia 76ers. He said at one point he was asking Daryl Morey this.
The best way to win starts to conflict with creating the best television product, because it is his job to create a winner, but it is the league's job to maintain popularity. And if the best way to create a winner makes the league less popular, then what are we actually doing? Because people want to win and they want championships, but the reason one of the reasons they want it is because what goes along with that is incredible wealth and riches. But if the league becomes less and less popular, there's less and less money, and then all of a sudden running a basketball team is not as good of a gig as it once was. Being an NBA star is not as good of a gig as it once was. And his answer was, listen, my job is to look at the rules and create the best chance of winning possible. If the league needs to change the rules, so be it. And I'm here to tell you, the league needs to change some rules.
So there's the first. Do you think that? Do you agree with his assessment that is an issue that exists with the NBA?
100%. I mean, and baseball has that to a large degree.
Yes.
With home runs and strikeouts.
Yep.
The NBA has 3-and-D. And
I think
all that.
The thing with the NBA that I think about, because Nick did put up like the idea that there's a whole bunch of 3-pointers which are not as fun as seeing guys drive to the hoop, which I'd probably agree with, but I think that might be a little bit less succinct than the ways that he's putting it. But also, I think that the place that you're looking at is the devolution of like the staunch adherence to some of these rules, like the travels and all those.
Well,
types of things
that's all
are
part
happening,
of it, yeah.
Right, and all of that in service of trying to allow these guys to run and jump faster and kind of do those things. I think actually kind of undercuts the enjoyment of this and trying to see them, get to the rim quicker. But you were saying,
yeah, no, I think. Everybody loves a good 3-pointer. The crowd goes wild. The announcer, the stadium announcer, makes his noises and all that stuff. but it's not fun to watch if you don't have a stake in the game. Like if you're just watching a basketball game, you're like, oh Lord, they're 5 for 17. This is what I'm watching. The entertainment value is not there. Not like it used to be. There is a certain amount, as in anything. But the same thing with baseball. The home runs and the strikeouts it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just not good.
I agree, and this is something I've thought about a lot. And honestly, I thought about it more through the context of baseball. As baseball has come to that conclusion and begun changing some of those rules when it comes to the
shift
and all these things. But I think of a lot of things through the lens of incentive structures. What are you incentivizing to happen here? And when it comes down to it, you're trying to serve two masters, right? You're trying to make sure the game is entertaining to watch. It is an entertainment product, ultimately sports. You want people to have the enjoyment of watching, and especially now it's even more so when all of your revenue or so much of your revenue comes through TV. So it needs to be an entertaining TV product as well. But sports, what makes it different than most any other entertainment product is that it is also a competition. And so you want the fullness of a competition there, right? You need all the fairness in those things and teams wanting to win, because if they're not wanting to win, then it lessens the entertainment. While also understanding that sometimes, and especially in this era that we have where everybody's using books, they're using their spreadsheets and everything to try and get an edge because there's so much money involved that now everybody's trying to game the system to the point where, okay, well, let's maximize it and just take 3-pointers and no mid-range shots, which are really fun. Like everybody's just 3-pointers and getting to the rim, or everybody has decided, bunting and some of this base running that's not most important. What's most important is hitting home runs and not having small ball and all these things. And I think that this is an issue that sports are going to deal with consistently now that, as I mentioned, the money is so big and everybody is trying to find the little places to win at. It feels like this is an issue not just with the NBA, not just with baseball, but with sports in general, trying to serve both of these masters and making sure the competition is there, but also still keeping the entertainment in it.
No, and I think, my views when it comes to this discussion, that fans, the entertainment value for fans, I think the NBA and MLB, and maybe we'll even get into a little NFL, but I think those two leagues in particular, they don't trust that fans can be entertained with other things. Like it's like, hey, fans like a home run. Let's give them a chance to hit a lot of home runs. Hey, fans like a 3-pointer. Let's give them a chance to see a lot of 3-pointers. But
I think that they're doing those things just because of the math and the numbers of this.
But I think the NBA has embraced it because, hey, the crowd goes wild. I don't think you're respecting fans' ability to be entertained. But this is what I've said, and maybe you'll disagree. Fans like to see the ball touching several hands, the ball moving. Like in basketball, how cool is it when boom, 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 pass, the ball doesn't even hit the ground, and then you get a bank shot or whatever. That might not be the sexiest thing in terms of the analytics, but fans get off on that stuff. Same thing with a bunt and beating it out at first place. And that's not old school. I think fans like to see the ball touching several hands, the ball moving, and the ball's just not moving.
Yeah, I think the thing that I could kind of see as a common thread is like fans want action.
Action. They want to see the ball moving.
It's a ball movement. The guys and the fullest representation of competition. Sometimes like seeing guys actually go and meet at the rim and those types of things, like seeing that level of action involved as opposed to kind of standing and shooting a 3 at times. Or I think it's just seeing the big swing and that's it.
It's the pitcher and the hitter.
Seeing the guys run the base path, right? And seeing guys have to make plays in the field, right? Diving web gems are as a thing that shows up all the time on SportsCenter and such. And it feels like because teams are like the analytics of this and people have tried to like break it down and like break these games down to where they've figured them out. I think we're moving away from that. So it does feel like it is incumbent upon these teams, the NBA, one of them, but not teams, these leagues, to change their rules, to shift this. Now, we'll start with the NBA because that's where Nick Wright was. Do you agree then that some of the things that they need to do is try and incentivize or move away from the incentivization that you have on a 3-point shot where it's 50% more points? Or maybe is it widening the court? Is there anything that you look at and you go, this could be something that helps the NBA balance this out?
Well, keep in mind, I'm old enough to remember when basketball did not have a 3-point line. Sorry,
wow, that's tough.
But I am. And So it's far too drastic. Like, it's almost like you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube at this point, because the way to do that is, and still have jump shooters, and still have, deep shots, is to take away the 3-point line. That isn't going to happen.
No.
That is not going to happen. So it's far too drastic, right? Because the analytics are there. The analytics say this is the way to win. Well, nobody's going to say, okay, let's try to win another way if that's not the best way.
Well,
nobody.
And especially as the league has had more people knowledge developed in sport, as opposed to what are the numbers saying, as you mentioned. Baseball, it feels like they're doing a good job of finding some of these things, but with the larger base sizes, it seems like you're trying to incentivize guys getting on the base paths again.
A little bit.
But I think that,
but it's also easier in baseball. I think. Yeah.
And I think this is another reason why football is not going to lose its place ever as America's sweetheart at this point. Because I think it is the sport where it's closest. The entertainment value and the way to win are closest together in that league. Although I will say, entertainment value for me, there's not a lot of things that are more entertaining than being able to run the ball well. And it seems like a lot of teams have really geared themselves towards throwing the football, but at the very least, throwing the football is still very entertaining in the ways that you have to do it. And I think that also is a way that clearly helps you win football games.
Well, the other thing about football is everybody can score in football. 22 guys can score, given rare circumstances in some cases, but everybody's involved. There's no boring element about football. Like baseball has some very boring elements. Basketball has some very boring elements. Football does not. Flat out. There's nothing boring about football. I mean, punts are exciting because of returns and blocks and all that stuff. Like every element of football is an potentially exciting play. That's why it's always going to be king. And the whole thing of the Mark Cuban thing, pigs get fed and hogs get slaughtered. I haven't seen them become a hog yet. Because they're doing everything.
Well, they're winning on all of them. I don't even know if they're doing everything right, but I think that they're in a sport where it feels like they're the closest to having those two things match. So, man, it's going to be interesting to see as things go along if the NBA is willing to take that perspective on trying to find a way to bring themselves closer and bring some of this. I think there's a lot of people that you could ask if the analytics have made it more fun for them to watch basketball, and there's going to be a lot of no's. And similarly in baseball as well, there's a lot of baseball folks that get real mad when you talk about some of these guys that are really breaking this down to, swing velocity, exit velocity, and exit launch angle and those types of things. I don't know exactly how you bring those things in, but it seems very evident that there's sports all the way across, basketball, baseball. I can't really speak exactly to hockey in the same way, but how they can bring those things a lot closer when it comes to the entertainment value and the way to win.
I do think in terms of basketball, this is another sort of long-held belief by me that may not ever happen, but probably has a better chance. I don't think you should have a 3-point line in basketball until you get to college.
Just in working the development?
Because you've got players driving, you maybe would develop big men more. See, that's another part. I mean, when's the last time you've seen good, solid back and forth, big men going at it consistently in the NBA? I mean, yes, there are post-ups, but not like there should be. You accelerate and emphasize athleticism and driving. Like if you don't have a 3-pointer at all until you get to college, I think the game itself benefits just by default.
Now we're back to talking about development and the development structures that are or aren't there. Hello, quarterbacks in the NFL. But I found that to be very interesting from your guy, Nick Wright. Sports Radio 610 coming up next. Let's get back to your Houston Texans. Can Tank be the number one wide receiver? And who has to show up and who will show up tomorrow for your Texans? We'll talk about that next.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula hanging out with you on a Wednesday before game day, Halloween. Your Texans off to visit the New York Jets at MetLife Stadium, and you will not have a few players have been officially ruled out. Jimmy Ward missing his fourth consecutive week. That would have been an IR stint if they decided to go that way. In addition to Azeez Al-Shaair and Dameon Pierce, again, not playing in the course of this one. So J.J. Taylor has been signed to the active roster. He had to be so because didn't have any more elevations from the practice squad. So J.J. Taylor will be there. And, of course, Jarrett Patterson is not going to play in this one. We know those things. We know that Stephon Diggs lost for the season with the ACL tear. And so that really puts puts a spotlight on Tank Dell, who is easily stepping into the role of number one wide receiver in this game. Can he handle that? Can he handle that responsibility? 713-572-4610 is the 5-Hour Energy fan line. Lopez, how are you feeling going into this one, knowing that Tank Dell stands alone as the high-level receiver that you're going into this game with?
I mean, you feel better about Tank Dell than really anyone for this game. I'm talking about for this game, obviously, because no Nico, no Stephon. It stands to reason, Tank. You know, the third part of the great receiving core is going to stand in there. But how do I feel about Tank being the number one? It has to do a lot with who else is on the field. You know, the other wide receivers and what you're getting out of Xavier. Because in order for Tank to be able to sort of stand out in this game, you got to have Xavier Hutchinson make some plays. You got to have obviously maybe mixing out of the backfield, Dalton Schultz. Woods. Woods got to be able to make some play. John Mechie. And as I was looking at this, I'm like, guys, I mean, we're all, optimistic and hopeful for these guys. But the Jets, have a pretty darn good pass defense. They only have 2 interceptions this season, but they rank second in touchdowns allowed, 4th in yards per attempt, and second in yards per game versus the pass. They're pretty good against the pass. Now, you can talk. There's been some criticism about, saw ones get interceptions, but they're pretty good against the pass. That means it can't just be Tank. And when Steph went out, Steph had 47 catches. That's combined what Dalton Schultz and Tank Dell have for the year. So, yes, he needs to step up. Yes, he is capable. But it's more than just about Tank. Like, you truly have to have Bobby Slowick kind of spreading the wealth like he did in the second half. And Xavier Hutchinson has, I think, 5 catches this year, right?
I'll have to double check on that, but it's not. I mean, it's clearly not a lot. He hasn't had a lot of opportunity, especially early on in the season where it felt like Nico Collins was a vacuum of receptions, and he also brought those in, right? But for big yards. But yeah, it seemed like there wasn't a lot of opportunity for someone like Xavier Hutchinson. I think opportunity ends up being the word that I think about. I think Tank Dell is capable of this. We've seen him. Now, he did have, what was that, a couple weeks ago, he had that drop in the end zone, but for the most part, when he's had opportunities, he's been able to show up. It just felt like there hasn't been a lot of opportunities. Yeah. And when you can get him more opportunities, especially consistently, which you will have to do in a game like this one where he is probably the biggest name that you have available to you. I guess the other one is Dalton Schultz, maybe tight end wise. Yeah. I think that you give him a steady diet, he's capable of doing it. Also seeing we trust CJ Stroud in these situations to get him the football in a good place. That he has the ability to run the routes. We know that he has the ability to create separation. All those things feel like they settle into a situation where he can be a number one wide receiver, and we've always had that thought of him is that he has an opportunity to be.
He's had
the opportunity to show yourself capable of doing that. Now, one of the things I find interesting about this is there's a let me see, how do I explain this? JetsXFactor.com. Michael Nania put this out. And he talked about kind of the 5 inexplicable Jets dips. Like there's just people that you would expect or places where you expect the Jets to be really solid that they have. And one of those has been Sauce Gardner, who is not, I mean, he has a name, but he hadn't been playing up to the quality that it seemed like he had in that first season. And one of the things that he brings up is a huge high missed tackle rate. 7th worst missed tackle rate. And I do wonder, I know Bobby likes those screens. Is that something that he's going to be able to utilize here to a significantly better benefit, getting the ball out quickly in screens? And if so, who does he trust to get the ball out to do that? Because it feels like the guys that he had previously done that to with are Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs, both those not available to you.
Or Joe Mixon out of the backfield.
That's a good point.
Is going to be, to me, the number one option. Joe Mixon out of the backfield. Cade Stover is a very physical guy. You can run some screens on the corners. That doesn't necessarily mean he's going to be matched up with a corner. But if you're talking about tackling, the corner's going to come up and have to try to tackle him. I think Joe Mixon is the number one option. But more to your first point, like, this has to be a Tank game, and I know that's kind of a trite cliche. It's a Tank game. No, it really does have to be him, simply because all evidence, the only thing we have to go by is what they've done in these games. And what they've done in these games has been very erratic at best. Yes, they stepped up, particularly this past weekend. But that's still, the other guys have not done a whole lot. And here's the other part. This is what's intriguing to me. Do the Jets try to quote unquote take away Tank?
I mean, probably, right? Like they understand what the circumstances are, especially on a short week, and knowing that the other guys that you have depth wise, even though I know at least I believe in them, I know that there's probably a lot of people that have a decent amount of. Definitely prove it.
Yeah.
And to that end, D'Amico Ryans was asked about what gives him confidence in guys like Hutchinson and Mechie, those kind of guys who will have to step up in this situation.
Yeah, one thing that sticks out, Hutch, Mech, I mean, all these guys, just from our last game, like just showing guys winning their one-on-one opportunities. Hutch, going to the ground there, making a tough catch. Mechie finding a way to win in an off-schedule moment there in the game and come up with a big catch. That's all we ask. Just win your one-on-one and make the plays that that you're supposed to make. If guys do that, like collectively as a team, we'll be just fine.
And I don't think that this is D'Amico Ryans being like outsizedly positive. I think that this is 100% right. Like if these guys all play within what they're capable of, not even trying to go out and do more than what they do, they play within what they're capable of. You should have a nice group of guys doing enough, right? Even in that last game, we were talking about, oh man, even Tank only had 50 some yards. Was that correct? If I pull back up the box score in that one, right? Just 30 here, 40 there with a few guys. You'll be able to take the 35. Dalton Schultz had 52, right? But if you get a little bit from all these dudes, I think you can make something shake in a real way.
No, absolutely. That's going to be the plan. That's going to be what they have to do. But let me go back to it. I just called up the numbers. In 8 games, Xavier Hutchinson has 5 catches in 10 targets. 5 catches in 10 targets. Yeah. That's where the Jets are going to say, all right, let's take away Tank and let's make these guys, prove it. Robert Woods, 5 catches in 8 games. Well, he's played in 6. And John Mechie, 4 catches.
I think Robert Woods also, though, as we start talking about who needs to show up and who will show up, I think Robert Woods is prime for this opportunity. Robert Woods, probably Mechie as well, because it seemed like Mechie immediately became, once Stephon Diggs went down, one of those guys that had a little bit of an opportunity to shine, for lack of a better term, in that game. But I think Robert Woods, as a veteran player, seems like the nice analog for a dude that can do some of the things that Stephon Diggs was bringing to you, working in those intermediate spaces and, just kind of knowing what to do in those moments, having that kind of institutional memory that you typically have, having played in a while, playing for a while in the league. Like I'm looking for Robert Woods to kind of give you a boost in this.
I'm with you. I think Robert Woods is going to be one of those guys that has to sort of calm the waters and be more consistent. And as you said, he's been in the league for a while. He's been on a Super Bowl team. He's been around. I think Robert Woods is definitely a key here. And I'm not sitting here saying, oh, I doubt this or that. I'm just saying, like, if I'm from the Jets' perspective, they're going to make those guys prove it.
Yeah.
They're going to make those guys have to prove it.
But there's also some prove it for the Jets in the course of this one. I mentioned that at Jets X Factor and reading this and looking at some of the statistics of it, I was like, okay, I feel not that I was scared of the Jets in a big way. We've talked about how, power rankings are what they are, but I think they give you an insight into what's happening there. And they're so often in the bottom third of the league in power rankings. And some of the reasons why, some of the big names that they have on this team not delivering in a big way. I mentioned Sauce Gardner. Sauce Gardner has been allowing a career-high 16.5 yards per reception, which is up from the 9.9 that he had last year. And then you have the likes of, I mentioned all the missed tackles, 7th worst in missed tackles. That's just Sauce Gardner, who is cornerback 1. Breece Hall has been slower than he was last year coming off of a big-time injury, right? Like his max speed is down over a mile per hour and he hasn't had very many of those explosive plays running the football coming off of an ACL injury last year. This year, he should have more health, but he's not running as fast. And then Aaron Rodgers, the interesting thing about it is he's had a decrease in play, but it's not because of physical, slowing down, which you would anticipate for a guy who's 40?
And
40?
Frankly, he has, if you're trusting your eyes.
Right?
Yeah.
Coming off of Achilles, you would go physically. It seems like it's the mental stuff. Like he seems like he's not making the decisions that you would anticipate of the dude that is Aaron Rodgers with his pedigree and with his history. Like just staring down, not pulling the trigger on certain instances.
Just bad decisions.
Inaccurate balls from time to time. Like, it seems like Aaron Rodgers is losing it. And maybe you can also talk about the fact that their left tackle, Tyron Smith, is going from, he might have reached the end of his real usability as a starter in the league, as he's been a liability on that left side, which, hey, hello, Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah,
Let's add some more there. Like, I just see so many things where the Jets have guys that should be strengths that are, I don't know if I would go full weakness, but are definitely not living up, which makes me feel a lot even better about the opportunity of this Texans team.
Oh no, I feel good about this game. We'll call it tomorrow, but spoiler alert, I think the Texans are going to win this game. It's one of those dicey propositions though, because of the short week and the travel to New York and your issues at left guard, and no Steph and no Nico. So it's a dicier proposition.
You know who needs to step up? Bobby Slowick.
For sure. Absolutely. Bobby Slowick. Let's see what you did there in the second half to get these guys open, because it worked.
Yeah, and also, the conversation had been with the five-headed monster. Well, Bobby Slowick, we trust him to get the ball to the person who needs it. And it still felt like in any given game, it was like three guys getting their rocks off, right? It would be, let's see if you can spread that out, or if it is going to have to be, Tank Dell, Dalton Schultz, and insert wide receiver here as three guys doing it in the pass game or what have you. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens Halloween night, tomorrow night, at MetLife Stadium versus the Jets. Again, no Jimmy Ward again, no Azeez Al-Shaair again. Pierce in this one. Dameon Pierce will miss this game, so you'll have Dare and J.J. Taylor backing up Joe Mixon. And
Joe, run.
We know who's in the concussion protocol. His name is Jarrett Patterson. But that is nice that I didn't mention a particular Henry To'oTo'o. He should be ready to go. He's in. Which I think also gives me a level of confidence, because Jake Hansen held it down. Devin White has found some, but now you have a little bit more depth just by having Henry back. So Hewitt, Henry, I imagine, get a majority of the snaps with Hansen and White mixed in. I think that's a nice group of guys you got going.
Any update on Christian Harris?
Oh, God.
Haven't heard that man's name.
Is Jimmy Ward going to be next on that list? He's missed 4 straight games.
Do you feel like you're okay?
Is he going to get the Christian Harris?
Are we missing Jimmy Ward?
That was the question I was going to get to.
I hate to be that person.
I know.
I like Jimmy Ward. But are we really missing him?
Man, shout out to Eric Murray and Kellen Bullock in particular.
Yeah, definitely.
Hey, they've been holding it down.
Holding it down, making it easy to remember that Jimmy Ward has not been out there.
And by the way, real quick, Reggie just talked about Sauce Gardner, Breece Hall, and Aaron Rodgers. Remember when all these airwaves were filled with, you got to go get Aaron Rodgers. You got to draft Breece Hall. You got to draft Sauce Gardner. Well, you didn't. And I think you're doing all right with C.J. Stroud and Derek Stingley. And, of course, now you have Joe Mixon. But,
man, the Texans just keep coming up with dubs.
Getting those W's.
Need to get another one tomorrow night at MetLife Stadium against the Jets. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's about time for the mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Yeah, man, I'm not sure if y'all picked out your Halloween costumes yet for tomorrow.
That's
but
right.
24 top trending costumes.
All right.
And plus, speaking of Halloween and fall season, it's soup season. So we're going to have that same old discussion, that debate. Is this a soup?
Okay.
Is that a debate?
Yes, it is.
All right, I guess we're going to have that debate next.
Happy Halloween parties, everyone.
Tomorrow. Sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. It's a Wednesday, so we got Texas Star Grill Shop.
Oh yeah,
gift card we gonna give away at the end of this. So just stick around for that.
Yeah.
But man, tomorrow's Halloween. Did y'all get your outfits yet?
Nope.
I got something.
Okay.
I got something.
So I think after work I need to go figure something out. Huh?
Yeah, do you?
You gonna? Yeah, I got something.
Yeah.
I just got to get the finishing touches up on it. After the show, I'm gonna be one of those guys at Party Center or whatever that is, party place that try to get everything. But yeah, man, tomorrow Halloween, and I think I don't know if this is a official Halloween song, but you always hear this song on Halloween. Michael Jackson, Thriller.
Oh yeah,
big time.
So to me, that always puts you in the kind of Halloween mood,
which is kind of incredible because it wouldn't
it's not a Halloween song at all.
It
has monsters.
But I mean, also the video helps a lot. But if apparently like the original iteration of it was Starlight. Like the spec song on it was like Starlight, and then they shifted it to make it Thriller and everything, and then you eventually get the video, and now it's a Halloween classic. But I can't imagine that they would have made a song called Starlight into a Halloween classic.
Yeah, but you're probably gonna hear that song tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
And speaking of Michael Jackson, I ran across this rap. Well, I kind of knew about this rapper all along, but it's a female rapper by the name of Sukihana.
Okay.
So she released a video and a song, I want to say this week or last week. And this song is called WT. And she kind of paid a little homage to Michael Jackson in a funny kind of way. So I'm going to play this clip. And I kind of just kind of want to laugh at it.
This a real dope. They think it's a car show. Bitch, I feel like Michael Jackson. You got that top. Oh, you can't with me. I don't want no roof, Chris. What up? This good. I can't for free.
That's pretty good. I like it.
She kind of had the internet going nuts.
She did.
over that.
Why?
Michael Jackson paying homage to that.
I kind of like that.
Yeah.
So it kind of made me want to go down memory lane because I remember her. She actually did an interview with a young lady by the name of Bobby Altoff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she does these.
She do these weird, awkward interviews, and she had the chance to talk to her, and she kind of got a little offended by something because Bobby called her a musician. And she said,
"Oh, that's her."
And she said she is not a musician. And this is how this.
I remember this.
This is how this conversation went.
What do you know?
That you're a musician. But that's why I'm interviewing you today, so I can get to know you.
So I'm a musician.
Mm-hmm.
What the that mean? Make magic or something? What is musician?
I think you're confusing that.
Yeah, I'm not no musician. I make music. I make music. And that's not all I do. I make music. I act. I'm a TV star too, a young mogul.
Just really quick, I think Very confusing.
You know, you thought that all I was a magician or whatever the you said.
See, that's what I think you think I said.
No,
I said musician, not magician.
I don't think, baby. I don't think. What is that? That's ghetto. I don't think.
I mean,
I know.
I didn't say magician, Suki. I said musician, and I think you are a musician.
No, baby. I do music.
So you just really quick. For the record, could you say you don't think you're a musician?
I'm not none of that.
But then after that, you just said, I do music.
Yeah, I do music.
So, in other words, you're a musician.
No, I'm not.
Talk about secondhand embarrassment.
Dude, I juggle, but don't you dare call me a juggler.
That's a setup, right? Like that's a setup.
No, I
remember
when this was out. I think Figgy sent it to me or replayed it or something. I'm like, this is weird. I do music, but don't you call me a musician.
Yeah. I feel like people know going into those interviews with her that she likes kind of like trying to throw people off. So I wonder if was Sukiana?
Yeah, Sukiana. I think she was dead serious though, man.
I do too.
Like what you mean?
What are
you
you
think I
doing?
make magic?
Yeah, I was like, ain't no way, because it's not just that one time and she didn't hear it right.
Yeah.
Old girl Bobby came back around multiple times.
Yeah.
Like, no, musician.
Yeah, and you
like,
could tell.
nah.
And Bobby liked to make these awkward type of situations, but you could tell that wasn't on the rundown.
It was awkward for
She
her.
was like, wait a minute. No, I said musician. My favorite part was think. That's ghetto. I don't think.
Yeah, look, it's possible, right? With the same amount of sense as the rest of us, right? But I just have a hard time getting to a place where someone is just that loud and wrong.
Yeah. She was.
Yeah, hey, salute to her, man. And her music career. Not musician, but music career.
That's right.
So I got this list of the 2024 top trending Halloween costumes, and maybe I could get some ideas for Reggie or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But before I get to that, I gotta make a PSA to everybody who's trying to think of something last minute.
Okay.
Let's stay away from these offensive costumes, man. So if you're trying to find something last minute, man, don't do any of these things.
Okay.
Don't do anything that includes the Holocaust survivor.
Good advice, Figgy.
Certainly. I feel like that probably didn't need to be said, but I'm glad you did.
Don't do anything blackface.
Correct.
Yeah.
Don't do anything as like a terrorist, a mentally ill person.
Correct.
And a homeless person.
Those are good suggestions.
Yeah, if it's really offensive, just try to stay away from it, man. Don't. It's not worth it, man. And in this day and age, people will find out where you work.
You will get fired.
And they will show your boss.
Yeah.
And you will get fired. Yes.
Yeah, it's probably better to err on the side of obvious as opposed to ones that you got to explain.
Mm-hmm.
Because having to explain has never been a good thing.
Oh,
right?
I'm blah blah blah.
No. You don't understand.
Don't say that.
Yeah. So just stay away from that. But here's the 2024 top trending Halloween costume.
Okay.
And I want to see if you guys actually know what these costumes are.
Okay.
Because I was looking at this and I felt like I was looking at a 2024 rap list, hip hop list.
Yeah.
Full of rappers. I don't have no clue who they are.
Yeah.
So this is I'm gonna go down the list. Ray Gun.
Boom. That's you. Reggie needs to be Ray Gun for Halloween.
Who is
Ray Gun's that bad?
Yeah, she was the
break dancer in the Olympics.
Oh,
or breaker, I guess.
Yeah, breaker. Bad break. That's what you got to do.
That hip hop break dancer.
You got to be
from
Ray Gun.
Australia.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
That's Reggie tomorrow.
I have written it down.
Do you got to dance like her though? Do we got to dance like her?
Yeah, he's got to break dance, of course.
I don't like this one. Let's see if we can get some other ones now.
Boom bap. Catnap.
No idea.
I have no idea.
Catnap?
Catnap.
What the hell is that?
Are you looking it up?
I have no idea. I'm gonna keep on down the list. Dolores from Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice, I know. Yes.
Yeah, that's been popular. I haven't seen the new one, but yeah. Pomni from the Amazing Digital Circus.
Heard of it? Don't know it.
I don't even know what those words is that you just said.
Yeah.
What happened?
Envy from Inside Out.
So
I've seen the first one.
Okay.
So Inside Out is like dominating this year.
It was a good movie.
It's
The first one was really good.
And I get that from my wife, who's a preschool director, and it's everywhere.
Yeah. Red from the Descendants.
No idea.
Dr. Doom.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I can do.
Sabrina Carpenter.
She is a former Disney actress turned pop star who is really running things right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lady. Poor girl's Miley Cyrus.
She might be killing Miley
is she
Cyrus
a little
right
bigger
now.
than Miley Cyrus?
She might be doing it right now, brother.
Lady Deadpool.
Okay.
You got Chipotle burrito. Chipotle.
Oh, people are going as a burrito?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anger from Inside Out.
Yeah,
Okay,
Inside Out is
still winning the game.
Disgust from Inside Out.
Yep.
Wolverine.
Okay.
Anxiety from Inside Out.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with the like major media references. I see that.
Yeah, Delia Dietz from Beetlejuice.
Yep.
Y'all done said it 3 times now. See,
Yep.
look at you. Look at you.
What's gonna happen?
I thought y'all realized that she had said it 2 times. Apologies to anybody listening.
Gambit.
Ah, yeah.
Familiar with Gambit?
He popped up in the Deadpool and Wolverine movie.
Okay.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert, I guess.
Is it Dune? D-U-N-E? Dune.
Yeah.
Dune. Got you. Like, what are they going to be? The Worm, or are they going to be
Oh, I thought
Paul
it was
Atreides?
the guy with the dark black hair. That guy. Am I thinking of something else? Anyway,
I have no idea.
I don't know what you're going for now.
Yeah.
Minion. That's always been a popular one. Shadow the Hedgehog.
Not Sonic.
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah. Is that a relation to Sonic?
Well, yeah, but just Sonic characters, huh?
They last. They've been around.
Sonic been around for a long time.
Of course.
Man.
Yeah, but they circle back around with them doing more of the feature
What was his brother? Didn't he have like a brother or a rival or something like that?
Maybe it was Shadow. I don't know.
Shadow. It was.
Isn't
Well, I was thinking about Knuckles.
Okay.
That's why I was thinking about Knuckles. Joy from Inside Out. Peely from Fortnite.
Oh, okay.
I'm surprised there ain't a lot more Fortnite.
That feels like that's at the schools. Y'all doing the Fortnite skins or whatever at the school for the children.
Yeah, Lydia Dees from Beetlejuice.
Another Beetlejuice.
Okay, all right, guys.
Godzilla.
Okay.
And this one kind of shocked.
Godzilla would be fun.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, this one kind of shocked me a little bit. Soldier Boy.
Soldier Boy.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Soldier?
No,
Soldier Boy.
Soldier.
Okay, I was about to say if it's Soldier Boy, I was like, all right, people are
Get
really
that.
the boys, right?
Soldier Boy?
Yeah.
Okay.
What was that, 1998?
People really turning their
that was
swag on.
2000s.
People are really turning their swag
So
on.
yeah.
So what we're learning here is Inside Out and Beetlejuice are dominating.
Yeah, those are the ways to go.
100%. Yeah. So hopefully Reggie could probably get one of those and join us tomorrow.
I will
as
see
we
what
will
I
be
can do.
rocking our costumes
Yeah, we will.
on the live stream. So it's soup season. Speaking of that hoodie weather, not really.
Well, in
hoodie.
some places it is.
Yeah. I'm used to it being hoodie weather, but it's still hot over here. But it's soup seasons, and I want to play the whole "Is this a soup?" game.
Is this a thing that people do?
Yeah.
Oh, it's been around.
A lot of people.
Really?
Yeah. A lot of people had the debate on is cereal or soup.
And the answer is no.
So a lot of people feel like it is. So I think they did a poll last year and 12% say
12% that are fall into the category that Reggie talked about just a moment ago. They don't have the common sense most of us do.
Yeah. So other top trending soups people are Googling, by the way, is roasted butternut squash soup.
Why would that not be a soup?
That's a soup.
Yeah. No, I know it's a soup. I'm just giving you.
what they're okay.
Yeah, acorn squash soup and pumpkin soup.
Of course they are, because it's autumn.
Yeah. So here are a couple things I want to know if this is a soup or not. Is chili a soup?
Absolutely not.
Why not?
It's chili.
It can't fall into a subcategory?
No, it can't.
Is it? So is it stew? It's not.
It's more of a. I'll tell you what. It's chili is chili, but it's more of a stew than a soup.
Yeah, it's funny you said that because some people on here say it's a stew.
Yeah, it's more that.
All right, it's
Reggie's so.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah.
But is menudo a soup?
Yes.
Menudo is a soup.
Menudo is a soup.
Is gumbo a soup?
Yes, gumbo is a soup.
Okay. Is ramen a soup?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say yes to all of them. I want you to know that right up front.
Yeah. Some people feel like it, but some of these are not a soup.
What was the one you were talking about a second ago? Asking if it's a soup? I mentioned this.
I was like, I don't think I asked. I don't know. Look,
Yeah.
I want to participate in the mixtape always, but I don't know that I have very much to add on the is it a soup? I'm just like, yeah, they're all soup. Who cares?
Here's where I do think it's not a soup. Any chowder is not a soup. It's a chowder. It's a little thicker, a little creamier. And I know there's creamy soups, but I feel like chowder is chowder. It's not soup.
Story, some
clam chowder,
chunky soup clam chowder. That's not the soup.
No, that's the brand. That's the label. But it's the inside that label. They're making chowder. They're making chowder.
I don't.
You seem so confused.
Yeah. They all soups, man. They just varieties of soup, man. We are making it just like is Kenyon Green an offensive lineman? No, he's a guard. It's just a different type of offensive lineman. What are we doing?
Remember back in the day, John McClain had that thing with Brevin Jordan. He said, "Oh no, he's not a tight end. He's a halfback,
an H-back, yeah,
or an H-back,
yeah."
It's just like, come on, man, what are we doing, man?
What are we doing?
Yeah, but yeah, man, that's all I got, man. I'm excited for Halloween.
Yeah, hope that you guys are all set for Halloween and that's big time. Dune. Yeah, okay, so yeah, Paul Atreides Dune.
Told you had black hair.
Yeah, he did it. Okay, Timothy Chalamet. Yeah, that's Mixtape. You hear at 1:20 p.m. every weekday right here on Sports Radio 610. Also, every Wednesday, we give away a $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops, and today is Wednesday, so let's go ahead and do that right now. Caller number 10 at 713-572-4610 will get that $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops and be entered with a chance, or for a chance rather, to win a grill at the end of the football season. So again, caller number 10, 713-572-4610. for your chance to win the $50 gift card to Texas Star Grill Shops. All right, coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to our fellas from The Drive. Clint and Ron, they're already getting themselves ready for this Wednesday broadcast. But before we get there, first of all, a little bit of funny audio, possibly funny audio from J.J. Watt. We'll talk about that next.
All right, Low T Center right now, lowtcenter.com.
getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Wednesday. Getting ready to hand off to our guys from The Drive, Clint and Ron. T. Mill in there as well. Shout out to the fellas. But before we get to that, a few pieces of audio I want to leave as parting gifts. One of them, Joe Mazzulla. Joe Mazzulla, the head coach of the Boston Celtics, I already see you shaking your head.
Because he's strange.
That's a good way of describing him. Yeah, man. That is a dude who does not give easy answers. Sometimes he doesn't make it easy on reporters when they ask questions of him. And strange is definitely one of the ways that he goes. And if you need any level of evidence of that, although I don't know how strange of a reaction this was. So Mazzulla was on the Zolak and Bertrand show on 98.5, the Sports Hub up in Boston. And they were asking him about, about the NBA and like the things that he would, want to see changed rules wise. And we talked a little bit about this as well in a different way, but the actual things that he wanted to see changed in the rules. And I found this to be very interesting, a little bit strange, but in a good way this time from Joe Mazzulla.
The biggest thing that we rob people of from an entertainment standpoint, we should just bring back like fighting.
I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against those days in the NBA.
What's more, I mean, you want to talk about robbing the league of entertainment. What's more entertaining than a little scuffle?
I agree.
How come in baseball they're allowed to clear the benches? How come in hockey they're allowed to play? I don't understand.
Still strange.
I think he's right, though.
But he doesn't make a bad point in terms of the entertainment.
Now, I don't know that I would use baseball as one of my...
They just stare down each other.
Yeah, it's like, that's one thing I do hate about the baseball fight is, like, it's gotten to a point, or fight, that's cute. The clearing of the benches is that it's kind of become an obligation. Dudes are running in from the bullpen. And you can
they
tell,
even look like, oh, gosh, I guess we had to run all the way over
because
there.
you can't be the guy that's not running out.
Right.
Yeah. But everybody runs out so that they can all stand chest to chest and do nothing in particular. However, like hockey, they do be out there scrapping. And I will say, there is something to be said about what could be changed and what could be fixed in the game of basketball in general, and maybe in sports in particular, if, there was more of a threat of getting hit in the mouth.
No, entertainment-wise, people eat that up.
Yeah, I think, honestly, even in baseball, like, when you do occasionally get a fight, like that Jose Ramirez fight with with one cat from the White Sox.
Oh, yeah.
Like, we was talking about that a lot, man.
Was that Tim Anderson?
Yeah, that was Tim Anderson.
Oh, man.
That sweet chin.
He got sat down. That was real disappointing on his part.
Yeah, so, but little stuff like that, like, I don't encourage a fight. Everybody was talking, everybody was super excited to talk about that, man.
Yeah, that's a tough thing. It's like you have to balance that, right? It's not like you're going seeking out fights necessarily.
We don't need a malice in the palace type
malice in the palace. Well, I mean, you can get even closer to home and really strike his home. Like Rudy Tomjanovich obviously dealt with a pretty gnarly situation. However, I would be remiss if I did not, if I wasn't honest about the fact that, nah, man, we as Americans in particular, but we as people, we'd be lying if we just said that we did not enjoy the violence of this all in some ways and sometimes. And sometimes just seeing the fisticuffs pops up is important. But also, I want you to understand, I am also speaking it from a different moral standpoint or a different level of this where sometimes some of the shenanigans that we get out here is because people are moving crazy in a way where they do not believe themselves, do not believe anybody capable of touching them up sometimes.
Exactly.
Right? Like, how many times in your life have you seen someone you're just like, they could stand to get a nice little...
it happens.
Just catch a 1-2 combo.
They need to get knocked down a peg or two.
Yeah.
Right. Sometimes people
Draymond Green.
They do not remember. Well, that's the thing. I thought about it. It's like, you wouldn't have nearly as many Draymond Greens, but Draymond Green, I felt like he would entertain the opportunity to be able to throw some bows every once in a while. But it's kind of interesting because these games do police themselves in some ways.
They do.
And the fight and maybe sometimes having like the goon or the enforcer, it's not inherently a good thing in the league, but I think that it added to the kind of ecosystem that was in the NBA and sports in general.
And like everything else, it becomes too much.
Agreed.
We can talk about hell, very recently, the 90s when the Rockets were playing for their championships and the Knicks were just bruising everybody. The scores were, not only was it too much, it was too much Bill Laimbeer, too much, Knicks fights and the tough guys, and it was kind of affecting the outcomes of games.
But
it was
man,
also
if that isn't
boring.
But man, if that isn't like one of the most beloved times in that history of that team.
For sure, but the score was 74-72.
Sure.
And oh, by the way, Larry Bird and Dr. J throwing hands at each other. I mean, that's a lot of money right there if something goes bad.
Yeah. But even if it's something simple like when Charles Barkley threw the ball at Shaq.
Yeah.
Like little stuff like you don't get that type of stuff no more, man. And that's little simple stuff you could go through at a rec center.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't know. I think I agree with them, man. Like allow this to happen a little bit. And it's not like it went away because of like a fear of somebody actually getting hurt. It was just like they did not think the customer would like to stomach that nearly as much.
Yeah.
And I feel like the customer probably would be okay with a little bit more.
And I think the other thing too, a lot of these guys are friends. And they don't really look at it as being very competitive.
It's not a bad point, right? Once you allow that animosity boil out, you've litigated out some of the animosity that comes into sports.
Blame free agency.
Okay, very good.
Yeah, blame LeBron James.
I'm halfway kidding because back in the day, once you were a Celtic, you were always a Celtic.
Right, you could be indoctrinated into
once
the
you were
culture.
A Trailblazer, you were always a Trailblazer. Now it's like, who do I want to play for this year?
Yeah, and plus some of these cats were friends.
Yeah.
But when you get on that court, I'm not your friend.
Yeah.
No, we ain't dabbing each other up.
All right, so another audio gift that I have for you, J.J. Watt on Pat McAfee, and it seems like J.J. Watt was just kind of over it. We were talking earlier about the fountain of youth that was given to Aaron Rodgers, your opponent, tomorrow night at MetLife Stadium. Apparently, he is going to be the most youthful version of himself because he found out about cayenne pepper and water.
How about that?
And there's a lot of our listeners that are really here on the cayenne pepper kick. They're really praising its health benefits and those types of things. And apparently, Aaron Rodgers is in that space as well. Let's see if J.J. Watt is also feeling that.
Jage, what about the fountain of youth? Thomas Morstead has given Aaron, I guess, water and cayenne pepper, right? I thought that was something that my mom's friends used to do before spring break to try to lose a few pounds. What do you think? You never do this?
No. Yeah, right out of the darkness, baby. That's it. I mean, I'm going to do that today, actually. Then I might sign up for a team. Maybe that'll do it.
Maybe.
Okay. Is this a joke, man? Like, is this a joke? Like, come on.
What is wrong?
Let's just go play the ball, man. Just go play the ball, try and get better, score some touchdowns.
That's why he's drinking the cayenne pepper.
Because he wants to play the ball for a long time.
Trying to get better.
Come on, man. I'm so sick of all of us talking about this shit. Like it's not working. Like we're 2-6. Like we're 2-6.
Sure they asked him.
It's the first. I know. Well, I know how it is. I've been a struggle. I was on 2-14 team. I know exactly what that's like. So it sucks. All you want to do is go out there and win the game. You still have to answer the questions, but you also don't have to stoke the fire a little bit here. Let's just. I mean, we're 2-6.
God bless J.J. Watt.
He's so fed up with that.
God bless J. By the way, when did this Jage stuff start?
I don't know.
Hey, Jage.
I don't like
They
it.
called him that twice.
Yeah.
Jage. So they're abbreviating the abbreviation.
That's right. That's right. It can't be short enough. They might just start calling him Jay.
Jage.
Yeah, I don't like it. Just as much as he doesn't like the idea that we're talking about.
Cayenne pepper and water, baby.
How much of that do you think? Because he did get into their 2-6 or whatever. How much of that is the 2-6, and how much of that is just I'm sick of Aaron Rodgers in particular?
Oh, he all but said Aaron Rodgers' name. He all but said Aaron Rodgers' name.
It's the ayahuasca.
I'm sick of this.
It's the darkness
stuff.
Retreats. Yeah. It's the fatten of youth. Being the cayenne pepper in the water.
Out of the darkness.
Oh man. So yeah, it seems like J.J. Watt's ready for this this particular game to be over.
He's had enough of Aaron Rodgers for sure.
Yeah, it was actually a pretty fun visit that they had, and I imagine you'll hear more of that with these fine gentlemen that we got coming up next. It's Clint, it's Ron, it is The Drive. Fellas, how we living?
What's good, y'all? How we doing?
Doing pretty good.
Terrific.
Are you guys in on the fountain of youth being cayenne pepper and water? Is that something that you guys are?
No, but I'll try it.
Okay. All right.
Whatever works.
I'm not above trying lemon water and cayenne pepper and water, and if it reportedly helps you stay young or gives you any kind of, I'll give it a shot.
Okay. All right.
I like a little cayenne pepper. I don't have water, but I'll give it a shot.
I'll pass anything he's selling.
Snake oil. Snake oil, you said.
Yeah, I'm good. You have it, Aaron.
Are there any of those kind of like what do they call those?
Like the grandma's home remedies
things that you guys are fully in on?
Home remedies?
Yeah. Like a garlic clove on a bee sting works like a champ.
Is a hot toddy, is that a home remedy?
It is.
I think that counts.
I think technically. Yeah.
I find I start to just get drunk.
Yeah.
You're like, if I don't feel better, I'll feel better in a different way.
I'll tell you who I'm going to get in on this conversation. I'll get in on social media. Oh, Granny?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Linda Stoerner?
Yeah.
She got some now.
No, my mom used to do the garlic thing on bee stings.
Yeah.
100% better than anything else.
Yeah.
100%.
Hey,
I believe it.
And this guy has never been stung by a bee.
once.
That's worse than not knowing how to ride a bike.
Is that commonplace? Is it that super commonplace getting stung by a bee?
Yes.
Sit back a little bit.
But it is worse.
You came
than
out of
that.
left field. For that one.
You just came for me. I can't remember. I think I've been stung like once.
But I asked him in the break, I said, did you play outside?
Yeah, plenty. I just was not over there by them bees.
you didn't hang around the bees, huh?
No, man. If there was bees nearby, I got
I've
out
never
of
met anybody. I think you're the first for me that
Never
been stung by a bee.
Not this old. Not this old.
Not at this
Definitely.
age.
Yeah.
Maybe one of them youngins. I don't think either one of my kids have, but they got 3 years combined.
I think
never broken a bone.
Never broken a bone either.
I'm not on wood. I've never had stitches,
There you go.
Seriously?
much less broke a bone.
There you go. See, we're just guys' favorites out here. That's all.
I've never had stitches.
Let me rephrase that. I had 2 wisdom teeth pulled, and they did put stitches.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't.
I've had stitches in my ass cheek.
Okay, all right.
True story.
Hey, Tyler's here.
Pretty commonplace up here in College Station.
No, dude, I was like 1 or 1.5 years old or something, and it was bath time at the house, and so I was little, butt ass naked, and I didn't want to take a bath. I didn't want it to be bath time.
Why would you?
And for some reason, I went and sat down just right on this ceramic train piggy bank I had, and it broke and cut my ass cheek wide open.
Wow.
Well, what an image to begin the day with, Tyler.
Got a scar too, because I got home from the hospital. Apparently, I ripped out the stitches.
Prove it.
I'll come in there in the break. Don't tempt me.
Put that old hatchet ass on that window right there. Let me see it.
Was that the opening line with the wifey? You want to see the scar on my ass?
You want to see the scar on my right cheek?
Hey, I'm going to roll over. Never mind that scar on my cheek.
So damn nasty.
True story.
It's not tender. Do as you please, baby.
Somebody said, what about peeing on a jellyfish sting?
That works.
All right.
Yeah.
We told an old boy that peeing on your athlete's foot made it go away as a joke in the locker room, offensive lineman.
So he had everybody pee on his foot.
We walked in the shower. Next time, he's over in the corner just doing peeing on his foot, boy. Well, Josh Melton, man, he would, boy.
Yeah.
What did he do when he realized he still had the athlete's foot?
Well, I don't know that he ever picked up on it. We constantly got him with all kind of tricks like that.
That's tough.
What was he, a young country kid or something?
Young country kid. Ended up killing a man.
Oh,
man, that escalated quick.
Wow.
It did.
All right, so
he killed a guy.
Yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I think Brick killed the guy.
Yeah,
damn, man, that turned dark.
That guy,
you might need to lay low for a while.
Well, Josh was always one of them old boys that you could tell at some point was going to cry.
He was going to kill
at
somebody.
some point.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know he was that.
And so y'all decided to play pranks on him then?
Well, I mean, we were,
like, is he out? Was it manslaughter?
Yeah, he's out. He got out. Yeah, I don't know how. Like he did
it wasn't no accidental.
He did it and waited on the cops to get there.
Oh, okay.
Again, this is turning
and
so
again,
much info and crosstalk.
Wow, we have learned a lot about each other.
Actually, a really good dude. I like him.
I bet you would say that. I'd say that too.
Never done anything. I mean, he's a good dude.
All things considered,
very friendly fella.
It is limit, didn't he?
Somebody pushed the wrong button. He was a big fella.
Hey, he just made one mistake.
It's a big one. It's all it takes. All right, in the loop, we're done on this Wednesday. Time to hand it over to these fine fellas. You're listening to KLT HD2 and Odyssey Sports Station, and right now, The Drive is live.
Yeah, The Drive is live. That was not on my bingo card today, baby. I can't. He killed a guy. I mean, not just killed a guy, man.
Sure enough did.
Called the cops and waited for him to get there. That's what he did. Yeah, but he out, though.
Boy, that escalated quick.
And that reminds me.
Started with peeing on his foot, Frat, trying to cure his athlete's foot, man.
Yeah, a lot. They would have hell we get there. Hey, it reminds me, man, that just turned so dark. I was at a trunk or treat, and I put him out there. The old Gaines is sitting there talking. I said, man, can you believe, man, we're up against this Halloween next week. We're up against the holiday season, man. Thanksgiving's coming, Christmas. She said, man, you're not kidding, man. It's Thanksgiving, it's Christmas, then it's New Year's, then we have to sit down and realize that we didn't achieve any of the goals that we achieved, and then we're just completely depressed going into the next year.
Whoa.
I said, damn, Kelly, I was just thinking about the
holiday season.
Holiday season.
Good Lord.
Oh, my God. Hey, her husband turned around and looked at her and said, damn.
Is it that bad?
She said, yeah, Christmas. And God, then you get to New Year's and start thinking, damn, I didn't accomplish any of my goals that I set for 2024. And I just said, doggone it, man.
Yeah, boy, this is starting that run for me. November, December, January, February. It's expensive.
Oh, I love it.
Expensive 4 months for me. We got Granny's birthday coming up here first week of November. Lowe's birthday's the 15th.
I hate to tell you.
Laney was born on the 2nd, December.
That's my birthday. That's right. I forgot me and your daughter got the same birthday.
Yeah. Yep. Got a Christmas obviously in there, then my birthday. And I got an anniversary in there. We got Valentine's Day in there, and Liv was born in February.
Yeah, you took it to February. You got several.
I'm telling you,
months,
it's November, December, January, February. That quarter right there of the year. Woo.
Yep. Mine's December. All my kids were born from December to March. Yeah, you're in that run. But January to March, excuse me, in that run. No, man, it should be fun. We're getting closer and closer to the Christmas movie season, baby. Get home, go watch Home Alone 2, Christmas Vacation. Can't wait, baby. Getting close. Think about the good things. All right, there are some good things. One, the Houston Texans look to go to 7-2 tomorrow as primetime action, the only game that is in town and on TV. You will have it. You will be in New York Halloween night, Thanksgiving, and there is some news and notes. You can join the show. You know you can. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, how you doing? Those of you on the 5-Hour Energy Fan text line, you can text in 713-572-4610 and hang out with us as well. But I want to get the latest news. The injury report is out, and they already have designations. And Clint, there are 4 guys that are declared out of this game already. Azeez Al-Shire, who returned to practice yesterday with that knee, did not practice. What is this, Tyler? Is this 3 straight games that Azeez has missed?
I believe that is correct. Yes,
I believe
sir.
now 3 straight games from Azeez Al-Shire. He is out for this game. Then Jarrett Patterson, no real surprise there with the concussion. He is still in protocol. He is out for this game. And then Dameon Pierce, who returned the last couple of weeks, had a big return. You talked about it earlier this week, how big a return that was to kick off the game. He is out with a groin issue. 3 or 4 games already this season with a hamstring issue. Now he is out with a groin issue. And then Jimmy Ward, who practiced yesterday just like Azeez Al-Shire, Jimmy Ward with that groin, he's going to miss another game. That's about 4 for him that he has missed with that groin. So 4 out. And 2 on defense, 2 on offense. Al-Shire and Jimmy Ward on defense, and then Jarrett Patterson and Dameon Pierce out. Kalen Bullock is full and no designation. Kamari Lassiter full, no designation, as well as Henry Toa, who has missed the last 2 games with a concussion. So he should be back to play tomorrow, Clint. But there was some hope with Ward and Al-Shire that they would be able to go since they practiced yesterday, but that obviously is not happening.
Yeah, look, the positive here is what's big for the Texans. Kalen Bullock dodging a bullet of him being limited or not being able to go with Jimmy Ward already out. He's good. Kamari Lassiter, obviously coming off of injury last week, playing the entire game. Had that little bit of a shoulder issue, but Monday, Tuesday was full, although Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday being full. This is all walkthrough stuff because of the short week. But those 2 guys right there on the defensive side of the football, along with Henry Toa being full all week long, no limit, no nothing, no limit soldier, no limit, no nothing for Henry Toa. That the defense is getting Toa back along with week 2 of Devin White right there at that linebacker position. So things looking up on the defensive side of the football, that's for sure.
In honor of what Clint had to say there, those of you on YouTube and Twitch and the 5-Hour Energy Fan Hotline, your favorite member of No Limit? Who is your favorite member of No Limit? Mystical was serious business there.
Without a doubt.
We got a little trouble.
You get the first one ahead. Sick and tired of being sick and tired. You got a problem with me getting high? What can you do, Tyler? You don't even know.
As I step back now, as I'm older, as I'm older, for some reason that Charger to the Game Silk the Shocker album was something that really got it. But he is not a great MC. Now that I've gotten older, but boy, Fing was nice too. Mia X Strong. So there's a lot of members there. Your favorite member of No Limit. All right, Clint. As you said there, man, there's some things to watch out for. Henry To'oTo'o, that's good. You feel good about your linebackers. Devin White, who was added last week, played a lot. That slides Jake Hansen back to special teams in the place in the way that he needs to go. And we'll see what happens the rest of the way. Obviously, there are some questions with the injuries and the poor play, but we'll look at that moving forward. All right, Clint. I think this is a good thought that you had here, and I think the people can obviously jump in and add their 2 cents to it. 8 games in, it's crazy, Clint. 8 games in, this team is 6-2. Atop the AFC South by, it says 2 games, but really it's 3 games with the sweep of the Indianapolis Colts. You got a firm idea what this team's identity is, especially offensively. You got a firm identity.
I don't know what their identity is. When you look at what they do well and then what they choose to do. If you look at where they struggle and the fact that they choose to ignore those struggles and they still choose to put C.J. Stroud in harm's way early on multiple times, I don't know what the identity is. But I know.
Damn, did you ever think you'd?
No. I damn sure didn't think I would have to ask that question at this point in time in the season and it be flip-flop from what I thought it would be. I thought at this point in the season the identity of this football team, and I was asking for it. Hey, this C.J. Stroud-centric football team. Hey, you got 2 tackles that are highest-paid tackles in the game. Let's snap the football, protect C.J. Stroud, and let him spin it around the park. You got a 5-headed monster. You got all these skill guys that are supposed to be elite. He's supposed to be one of the best receiving corps in the league. Let's let these guys eat. Well, we've played 8 games this year, and I am in the exact opposite spot. Now, it's pretty obvious with no Nico, no Steph Diggs, this week what you need to do. Now, I say that, and I still am not sure what Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans are going to decide to do offensively. I believe that last week would have been a perfect time for you to come out of the chutes and establish the run, and everything plays off of the run, but they came out and they threw it 12 of the first 16 snaps. As you said, when Kenyon Green went back in there after the touchdown that Jarrett Patterson, Kenyon Green goes back in. What did they do? Threw it 10 or 15 snaps, something like that. So he had 26 attempts at halftime, and he had benched an offensive lineman. CJ had been hit several times. And so I thought last week would be a really, really great time for them to kind of shift a little bit in terms of what they know they do well. And they didn't do it. Where we sit this week, short week, you lose Diggs. Your protection wasn't any better last week. In fact, by the numbers, you got pressured more last week than you did against Green Bay. And the one consistent is that Joe Mixon went out there once again and went for 100, and is clearly the best player on this offense right now. And it is very simple to turn around and get the ball in his hands when you run the football. So, look, I think the identity of this team, I've said it multiple times, I'm leaning even more into it right now. They're going to play really good defense. They got the defense side of this thing figured out. But I believe they got to lean into that run attack, Ron, a little bit heavily. And I'm talking about from a play-calling perspective, not a in-game box score perspective. It's especially with no Diggs and no Nico, this is the time on prime time to lean into your best player on offense, which is Joe Mixon right now.
But with Nico, you think that's still the case, don't you? When Nico returns,
I don't think there's anybody you can add or at the trade deadline or get healthy, including Nico, that would tell me they're going to a game and call 12 passes in the first 16 plays. It's absolutely not. You are setting guys up to fail. You are setting guys up to fail.
You ever watch Bobby?
And I'm going to tell you what. I hadn't got to the whole thing, but watch a little bit of that film.
We'll get to that. Yeah.
I mean, hey, look, I'm going to tell you, if you're watching the same thing I'm watching, when Nico ain't in the game, you ain't got a whole lot of cats creating separation there. So, I mean, it's you're missing opportunities now. And I don't know that there's any reason on God's green earth why this football team should throw the football 12 the first 16 times.
As people are texting in, what's the identity of this team? Clint, run the football and play defense. And if we look at what they have done this year, that is probably the two things they have done best thus far. Someone texted in, I know the identity, bend but don't break defense with a competent run game. Kind of similar to what you've said, although I don't think it's been a bend but do not break defense. I think they've been more than that.
They've been a little more pressure-oriented, a little more risk-oriented.
Tyler, I'm being drugged to the table with this one. It is hard for me to accept that with C.J. Stroud on this team.
I feel you.
It is hard for me to accept that with C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and Tank Dell, that this is – and Laramie Tunsil, I'm just bringing that up because of how good of a pass protector he is. And play defense team. That this is not a – hey, we've got a quarterback that can go get it done. That this team is a team that it at some point probably I'm almost to a point I just won't accept it. I just refuse to. That this team is a team that, hey, you may be at a better shot if you run it more than you throw it.
You're gonna get hit hard if you playing against us.
I feel like it should. It doesn't. What did my man David Culley say? This doesn't compute. This doesn't compute with me that, hey man, Bobby Slowick can't. It is not in the team's best interest for Bobby Slowick to come out and say, hey, I want to get the ball in CJ's hands and have him make decisions and get it out today. I just refuse to accept it. I just don't want to.
Well, look, and you may be right, Ron. Look, it's only week 9, Chief.
I think by Bobby's play calling, he refuses.
He refuses as well. I mean, look, this. If we're being completely honest, what we've seen, and there's no denying this. I mean, people can, anybody can. Hell, I want to, but I just can't do it any longer. I mean, we can hang on to what CJ did last year and what this offense looked like last year, and we can hang on and hope when Nico comes back that Nico can do enough.
You know the answer to that.
But when it's all said and done, to continually go out there with a young quarterback and an offensive line that can't protect him, and right now you're undermanned at your skill position, to continually go out there in a situation where they got to protect 12 out of 16 plays, 26 times in the first quarter. That was the attempts. I can't remember how many sacks he had, so I think there was probably more than that, 28 or 30. So to continue to do that, Ron, is there's a lot of risk associated with it. And to continue to do it while you have Joe Mixon back there that clearly is making – I mean, these guys are better up front in the run game, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot in that run game, Ron, where Joe is just running by unblocked defenders. It's impressive. I mean, he is – you've got the ability. Last year you didn't have it. A lot of teams don't have it. You have the ability to protect your young quarterback, more importantly, to protect your offensive line that can't protect as well as we thought they'd be able to protect, to allow, to still move the ball, shorten the game, play good defense. I'm telling you, man, that's right now that just makes a whole hell of a lot more sense than what I watched last week.
From the text line, y'all are dumb. This is the QBX Shanahan system. It's run first, then pass. I thought you all were smarter than that. Show it's Ron. Acting surprised by QBX offense is run dominant. Championship football is great defense and run game. With all due respect, actually check that. No respect due to you. You're a dumbass.
And your mama.
Thank you. Last year, this team was a pass-first football team.
Without a doubt.
It was what they they were in the because of who they had. They quickly understood, oh, that's C.J. Stroud. We got these receivers. We're going to be pass first. We're going to throw the football. And you would have been screaming to the top of your dumbass lungs that, oh, why are they running the football? Why are they handing it off? No. He led football in yards per game passing. You came in this year and you got Nico Collins and you gave him $25 million a year. You brought in Stephon Diggs with Tank Dell, and you gave $12 million to Dalton Schultz when you had C.J. Stroud, who was a MVP candidate as a rookie. No, sir. They're going to throw the football. You added Joe Mixon. Yes, this team was not built. This team was not built, Clint, and you know it, for Joe Mixon to be the MVP of the offense. Was it? I know you're feeling really good over there typing up whatever you're typing up, but you, sir, sound stupid. So while you think we dumb, your ass is dumb. I'm done with the gloves.
You took the gloves off?
I am. I'm done. I try to be, because I know some of you all are sensitive. Many of you are. And I'm told about it often. Be nice to you guys. No. You can't handle it. Go listen to something else. I know I'm not supposed to say that either. But I mean, because if you looked at this team, you thought this team is built. Hey, it's the Kubiak Shanahan system. All right, now we're going to run the football. Do you see Terrell Davis and that offensive line back there? Is that how this team was built? You see Tom Nalen? You see Zimmerman? I didn't know I had that many Denver Bronco linemen right there. Tom Ruin. That's the punter, I think. But no, man, this team was built to throw the football.
Schlereth, wasn't he on that?
Schlereth, yeah. Stink was on there. There you go. But I mean, obviously, listen, you're right. It looks right. Damn sure tomorrow, dropping back and throwing that bad boy with Tank Dell and Robert Woods and Xavier Hutchinson and John Mechie. That's probably not it. That's probably not it. But Nico, I'll be damned. That one's just hard to accept. Speaking of that, Clint, it is Drop the Tape Tuesday, and I know you watched the tape, and I am interested because I think the number one thing that I want to know from you, from what you watched, and you've got a different eye than the rest of us, is did Kenyon Green look as bad as we thought Kenyon Green looked? And is it a deal of, hey, if you remove him out of there, maybe the offensive line ain't great, but it absolutely fixes a ton of things. I got to hear that. Drop the Tape Tuesday coming up next right here live on The Drive. Before we get there, guys, the men's clinic.
Phone or smart device, follow our channel, crank up the stream, and enjoy. Energized by 5-Hour Energy, it's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Houston's sports leader. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I guess it is Wednesday, isn't it? Remember, I'm into that tape drop Tuesday, ain't I?
Yep, wind down Wednesday.
Well, I thought you because they moved the game up. It's a Thursday night game. I thought you were just playing theater of the mind, you know?
Yeah, no.
Just playing with the schedule a little
Creativity.
bit.
Nah, Courtney just told me it's
But
Wednesday.
yeah, no, it's actually Wednesday.
It's Wednesday. Tape drop Tuesday action. But, and I think I want to get your thoughts on it, and I think a lot of people do want to hear your thoughts, as I know you look through the tape, the All-22 that comes out, and Kenyon Green is the big thing there. And what did you see there? Was it as bad as you thought? Because it was clear he was the one who got pulled. He is the one that you have heard be, at least this week, be the reason why the offensive line is terrible. I just saw someone, literally the last text on the 5-Hour Energy fan text line is, do you guys think you're going to get a guard before the trade deadline? Was it as bad or worse than what you thought you saw?
No, it was not as bad as
really?
That's good. Yeah, I mean, look, here's the deal.
Pointed up.
In no way, shape, or form am I going to try to paint a picture that it was good, but it was, you know, as especially as watching it at the same time the fans are watching it, right? You know, the play where I think it was number 90, just it was right after he went back in the game, I think. You know, just beats the hell out of him and belly flops on CJ, right? I mean, I think it was Grover, right? I mean, he literally sets him and hands him to the center. And now I don't know why he left him, why he went and tried to help Laramie. I don't know. Still don't understand what the hell's going on there. but he literally handed him to the center, and then the center just let him go. And now I'm sure that has a lot to do with Kenyon as well, but that looked like in real time, it looked like Kenyon just got beat immediately and just allowed the D lineman to belly flop. That's Kenyon and Juice. That's a level of softness that both of them got to be better. And there's a lot of that. There's a lot of Kenyon and Juice really, really struggling.
So it's not just a deal from what you're saying that Kenyon Green is clearly the one and the reason why.
Well, look, I'll put it to you. He's not playing good. I mean, and he deserved to be benched. I understand why he was benched. I get it. But the thought now moving forward that it sounds like he's going to be the guard Thursday night, I still don't like him versus Quinnen Williams. But to D'Amico's point yesterday is, they won 6 games with Kenyon Green at guard. They can go win this game with Kenyon Green at guard. Does that mean it's going to be pretty? No. But it's not near as bad as everybody's making it out to be. And I understand. I'm just saying it's not like the walls are caving in bad. Should they be shopping to get a better guard in free agent? I mean, in the trade deadline, absolutely. Should they play somebody else, whether it's Titus or Broker or Green or Patterson when he gets healthy or whatever, or slide Juice to guard? Yeah, there's a chance that can happen. I'm not saying that any of that is off the table. What I'm saying is the walls caving in thought of like, oh my God, what are they going? Like that's the Kenyon Green situation is not a situation where you're going to remove him from the equation and all of a sudden everybody's going to be great.
That's the point that I'm trying to get to is if he is removed, how much, like, is it to you a significant jump, or are there other people across that line that are also kind of getting kind of hiding behind how much is going towards Kenyon?
Yeah, look, I just think they're all struggling. I think Kenyon's struggling from he's struggling slightly more than most of them, but there's I mean, Shaq Mason gets decleated and set in CJ's lap. Juice Scruggs, as I said multiple times, is just, I mean, like just willingly opening his hips and getting turned sideways and the pockets collapsing. There's several plays where, yes, Kenyon was the first one to get beat, but there's 3 defenders that are meeting at CJ Stroud's head. I mean, that's a big issue.
It almost became a point where you were just almost focusing on 76.
Right.
And seeing that and maybe missing the other stuff that was happening.
No, so I think that number one is I'm after watching the film, I'm less concerned about this Thursday night if Kenyon Green is on the field. I don't think it's going to be pretty if he is on the field. I don't like the matchup. I don't think they should go in there and throw the football 12 of the first 16 times and set the kid up to fail. I don't think they should do that. But watching the film, there were good plays in there. There were good double teams with him and Juice. There was good times when he helped Laramie. There was some good run fits where he did his job and it was serviceable. It's not good. Their teams are going to get there. They're going to put their best defensive lineman on him, and they're going to get home at times, and it's something that they're going to have to deal with. But I am less concerned right now about Kenyon Green than I was yesterday. I was thinking before I watched this film, like, man, I don't know how they put him on the field this week. Like I don't know how.
Because that's where I am. That's why that's where I came with the thought of maybe they need to do something that I would be completely against. That would be a better.
I agree with you. Your point is very valid. If I would still make a move because you can be better at guard. But the simple fact of the matter is that if they don't make a move, just sit tight and hang on. It's not going to be pretty, but you can win a game. You're not going to lose the game because Kenyon Green is still on the football field. You may lose the game because the pass protection is not good, but you're not going to lose the game because Kenyon Green is on the football field. And I much better plan than what they had last week. The other part of that Kenyon Green thing is there's a couple other things on film that we need to get to too, Ron. But the other part of that is Jarrett Patterson winning a game, and while Jarrett Patterson appears to maybe work a little harder,
he's backup quarterback now. Everybody loves him.
Be a little more active. He still got set in CJ's lap a couple times. He still got a lot of help from Juice. He got a lot of help from the running back on one play. he still struggles with. It makes me think that this is how they're coaching it. Like when they double in the run game, when they double up to a linebacker, I mean, it's almost like they're avoiding the damn D tackle and getting up there instead of giving him a shoulder, letting that tackle or letting that center get on him before they go to the next level. Their double teams are garbage, and it's with Kenyon and with Jarrett Patterson in there. You saw it a couple of times. So the thought that Jarrett Patterson is going to be the answer at left guard, I don't think that's it either. I double down on if there is a move to make when Patterson gets healthy, it's Patterson at center, Juice at guard, and then you see what happens from there. But I'm just not knocking any opinions because I agree wholeheartedly with all the moves that need and should be made. I think Bobby should. If he comes out and throws it 12 the first 16 times, I think D'Amico should bench him. I think he needs to be talked to. But we're going to be – Kenyon Green at left guard is going to be all right. We can win a game Thursday night with Kenyon Green at left guard.
All right. All right, we'll hear some more as the show goes on about what you saw from that All-22. Coming up next, we'll hear from the quarterback you'll be facing tomorrow. Apparently got something new that may fix things. You don't want to miss what that could be. And back to the big story of yesterday. Was Sunday the last time we see Stephon Diggs in a Texans jersey? We'll discuss that next.
Hey, fellas, let me quarterback you through this low testosterone deal, right? If you've had some low energy, maybe you've noticed a little loss of muscle mass, some stubborn weight.
in the headrest to create a 360-degree listening experience. You've never heard anything like this. Reimagine your music and your drive. Experience the all-new reimagined Nissan Kicks for yourself at nissanusa.com today.
Available feature. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation.
Fresh out of the Pancha Karma.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. As we get set tomorrow get a little Thursday night football as the Texans take on the Jets. A Jets team that's cornered, that has to have it, that needs to have it, and
it's that simple.
And the Texans, they can continue to add things on. It feels like it's almost a deal about seeding. We're almost getting close to that point with the Texans, that it's about seeding, as opposed to, hey, what are we going to do in the playoffs? It seems like they've got a big lead to that right now. All right, fellas, I want to get your thoughts. 713-572-4610. Those of you on the 5-Hour Energy fan text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, they converted all of this to deal for Stefon Diggs. Stefon Diggs, in a way, betting on himself to try to get another big contract after having this year. And listen, he was 7th in the league in receptions, second on the team in yards behind Nico. Solid performance. Obviously not to the level that he was in Buffalo, but still, obviously, this cat can play ball and can be a big help to teams. But do you think next year the big help that he will be with the Houston Texans? Do you get a sense? Do you feel like we've seen the last of Stefon Diggs? Do you think that he may be back here next year?
I've changed my mind on this because I think you asked me that right after it happened, and I said I think he's done. But I think there's a really good chance he's back.
Diggs was open.
Yeah, I think this injury, Ron, and the style of play that you mentioned, I think it's very, fair or foul. I think it's very obvious that Stefon Diggs is not going to be viewed from the outside looking in or by his representation. I just don't think he's going to be viewed as the guy that was tearing the league up in Buffalo.
Yeah.
When it comes to how much money is this guy going to command in this next contract? And so I think if he were, and maybe he is, maybe I'm wrong. I think if the money gets up there, I think Nick and D'Amico move on from him. But
this injury,
along with the style of football that we've seen him play, kind of how they were using him here in Houston, I think it could put him in a spot where there's a reasonable number out there for a 3 years run. And I think the Texans brass, I think they really, really value and are bought into everything that he's brought to the table, from mentoring young players to being the hardest working dude on the field, to showing that he can play the game and not be the diva that the reputation that followed him here, at least for a year, he did. So I've moved from no chance. I think he moves on to I think there's a real chance. I think he is precisely what this organization wants to reward. And when Nico's really the only guy you're paying,
so you're telling me
I don't know why you wouldn't.
Yeah, text line coming through. He will go to a contender, but the money has to be right. Well, the Texans are a contender, and you would imagine will still be a contender next year. And I'm more or less with you as well, Clint, because I think the injury brings him back potentially into the money area where the Texans would be comfortable to spend.
Yep.
And I think also a lot will determine on how Tank plays the rest of the way out. Like, if Tank plays, and we can talk about that at some point, finds his level back to where he was last year, he say himself as a younger guy that may be getting in the way here, and we can do this and draft somebody and go and spend this money elsewhere. But I do think as you said, they like him. I think he likes it here, which is a big deal. And why wouldn't you like Houston? Athletes love living in Houston and being in Houston. And, I mean, it's hard not to just, if you're a player, to like the vibes here and like what D'Amico and Nick and the McNair family are putting together. So I think from his end, you know, unless somebody just blows him away, Clint with money. But I get the sense that he don't want to be in a situation where, hey, the Raiders are going to give me a ton of money, but I'll go play there. No, I think he's beyond that.
It is interesting because I do think there's a CJ factor here too.
Yep.
You know, when you look at how CJ plays the game, and forget about him being so pressured, the fourth most pressured, the fourth most sacked, the fourth most knockdown quarterback in the league this year. Forget that part of it. Just the way in which he plays the game, man, as a wide receiver, you literally, and I know people don't like when D'Amico says this, but you literally just got to get open. Like, whether it's you or the system, and you're beating man or you're sitting down in a zone, if you're open, the majority of the time, C.J. Stroud's going to find you. And he throws a very friendly football, very catchable football, damn sure for Diggs relative to what he was catching out of Josh Allen's hand. That's a damn – it's got Tucker's cannon. And so, yeah, I think there's a C.J. Stroud dynamic here in terms of Diggs wanting to be back. I do, though, Ron, there is part of me that thinks that Houston is going to have to battle some of the bigger markets. Because after Minnesota, Buffalo, and Houston, Diggs does strike me as the kind of guy that, boy, L.A. would turn him on. Boy, you mentioned Vegas. Vegas would turn him on. I do wonder if he would entertain one of these bigger markets to end his career in, just from a life perspective.
Maybe. I don't know if the bigger markets per se, but
brighter lights, I guess.
If there are contenders in which he still could be the top guy, I think he could go. I think he came here thinking he would be the number one receiver.
Probably.
I think we said it before. But he got here and Nico clearly was that. But you brought up L.A. He could go to the Chargers, contender. Right now they're 4-3. They're probably a contender. Good quarterback, coach. Who's the number one receiver over there? McConkey? I think he is. Like that.
He just went off on me in fantasy.
Yeah, at least he's definitely the future. What's the other kid? Palmer kid's a good. He's a good.
Yeah, but
player.
but you go there. Go there. You be like contender. I'm in L.A. Like stuff like that, where he may be able to, where he's getting the balls. Like I think, like he wants the targets.
Yeah,
like those could be.
The overall point being, I just think for me personally, think the outlook has changed. Like I don't know that his representation or the NFL look at him as the guy that was stretching the field with Josh Allen. Like to me, that's just I don't know that he's still there. And even if he is,
a two-time All-Pro,
even if
if
he is, it's not in the Jefferson and Jamar Chase and that Mike Evans, that kind of like stretching the field that way. It's not there. He's not. It's a different animal. So.
We've hit 30 with an ACL.
Yeah, I think they really, really like him here, bro.
I do.
I could see him being, and I'd be down with it. I think he compliments the hell out of Nico Collins really, really well.
Yeah, he seemed that there was never that like there's no situation of he's annoying or he's annoyed. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Or the case with Buffalo, they were annoyed with him, and clearly they wanted to part ways. It does not seem like that is the situation.
Well, remember they're 6-2, so you avoided a lot of the adverse situations that in the past have, I think, triggered those kinds of things. So you avoided it. So, but I think they bought in. I think their claws are sunk in. I think they believe that this is the digs that they would get longer term.
Yeah, I do. As I said, I do think. The Tank Dell,
I agree wholeheartedly.
That's
if Tank Dell goes off in the next handful of games.
If Tank Dell shows like he can be what they envision Steph to be, or what he is, like, well, that's not a place where we need to allocate money. Like we got it. Like we got it, or we can draft somebody at a receiver. I can hear Ocho now. We could have drafted Brian Thomas at receiver next year. That could be the third guy. That's a much, much cheaper option for them. All right, coming up, one of my favorite movies growing up, What About Bob? I think that is a you'll know about that. You'll know about that with Richard.
And I'm
Dreyfuss?
a movie guy, but I don't got that one.
There's some people listening who know about What About Bob. No, Richard Dreyfuss and Bill Murray. But I think there's some questions about Bobby Slowick. I think a couple. Has he coached himself out of being a potential head coach next year through the first 8 weeks? And do we need to take a step back? Are Texans fans being a little too hard on Bobby Slowick, applying too much of the blame on him? Let's talk about Bobby Slowick coming up next. But before –
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Oh, it's 3 o'clock.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we get you ready for tomorrow's game as the Texans. They look to get to 7-2 and another win over an AFC opponent. Yes! As they will take on the New York Jets. Aaron Rodgers and company got to have the win, and the Texans need to go ahead and get in there and get that W just as bad as they do to get themselves to 7-2 to keep seeding right. Right now, they would be the 2 seed if things ended in the AFC. I think the 2 or the 3, them and Pittsburgh have the same record. But Clint, I think it's interesting when we start to look at, as we've been talking all week, and we talk about, dang man, they've got so many injuries here, especially on the offensive side of the ball now with Diggs out for the year, and now it's going to be no Nico and no Diggs. And at the end of that game last week, there was no Nico and no Diggs. And hell, I don't know that Nico and Tank have played. I'm sorry, Nico and Joe Mixon. When you look at Joe Mixon going out in the middle of the Bears game and then missing all the time, and then Nico Collins missing all the time, they haven't even, the 2 biggest weapons so far, haven't played a lot together. Obviously, the offensive line issues and everything that's happened. This offense has not quite hit like it was last year in year 2 of Slowick and Stroud and company. A couple of things on this here. One, do you think that Bobby Slowick, who I think was a surefire, hot head coaching candidate, not just last year, but then going into next year with him coming back, thought like, hey, man, we have been talking about Deron Johnson probably going to slide over, be the play caller, and just kind of have this pipeline. Do you think these first 8 weeks he has hurt his chances of becoming a head coach in the league?
Oh, he's affected. He's hurt him. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah. No, I absolutely. Now I still think he's going to be a hot head coach candidate. The system he comes out of, I do think he's head coach material in the way he conducts his business and how thorough he is and how well he coaches, the connections that he has. That's going to be very powerful in front of other owners that are building an organization.
But he's added more questions.
Yeah, look, there's no question that when you got to strike while the iron's hot, and I don't know that his iron. I think we actually talked about this last year.
Oh yeah.
I don't know that his iron is ever going to be hotter than it was after that year with C.J. Stroud. And the reason I say that is because I just and it's a hill I'll die on. I may end up being wrong. I think it's going to be very difficult for C.J. Stroud to duplicate what he did last year, which in turn it's going to be very difficult for Bobby to duplicate what he did last year. And so I don't know that the iron's ever going to be hotter given how shocked everybody was at how well C.J. played and then also how that affected the team in terms of going to the second round of the playoffs. But, yeah, just sticking, Ron, to your point of this year, like there's no way around it. The national narrative around C.J. Stroud, I think it shifted after the Green Bay game, right? And that because isn't that when we had the Mina Kimes audio and the maybe even Dan Orlovsky?
They're scared.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Alex Smith, not Dan Orlovsky. But yeah, I think everybody is taking note of how much pressure he's been under, and I don't know how you look at. I don't know how you don't first and foremost look at the offensive coordinator when that indeed is the case. Now, if you had an offensive line that you didn't have so much invested in, then people would say, yeah, but they can't find an answer at left guard, or they can't find an answer at center, or they can't find when you've got 2 first-round picks. I'm sorry, a first, a second, and then 2 first-round picks that are in their second contract that you chose to pay, and a Super Bowl champion quarterback, right guard. I don't know how we don't look at the offensive coordinator and say, hey, man, what's the holdup here, man? What's the problem? I think you start there. And you look at some of the things that they've done this year. I think it's Bobby Slowick in the same light that you had last year. I mean, the toss play that we talked about yesterday. I mean, that may be the worst call that I've ever seen Bobby Slowick make.
That toss play?
The toss play. In that scenario, with the movement of the tight end, with Robert Woods blocking a hand-in-the-dirt rush end, play side, the way you're pitching that thing, in that scenario, that may be the most bonehead call I've seen Bobby Slowick make.
Dang it, Bobby.
That was a tough one. Watching that on film, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. What are we even thinking?
Is Slowick losing it?
And stuff like that. Some of the game management situations, that's it's hard to think that none of that's going to impact his popularity as it pertains to being a head coach next year. Now, I think I think when it boils all down to it, I think he'll be a head coach. I think that'll happen. But this year matters. Absolutely.
Oh, yeah. As Nick goes vest mode on YouTube and Twitch says, I don't see Bobby being on anybody's short list. There's some people saying Slowick could go to Miami. Some people saying he could go to Dallas. There's an opening
Miami.
there.
Mike leaving?
I don't know.
Is his seat hot?
It might be a little bit. He doesn't seem like he can do anything without Tua, so that's kind of been a deal there and where they are. But
I think Bobby will be on short list. I mean, how short is your list? I think you get if you have a vacancy. I think if you've got 5 head coaches, I think Bobby's on
it. It's crazy to me because the biggest thing that Bobby needed to do was, hey man, the biggest question is, what's up with you, man? Can you develop a run game?
Yes.
Yeah, I just hit that. Exactly. You're all right.
And now
but
we've gone to a point where the run game is developed to a point where Clint, who all off season said this better be a run first. I mean, this better be a pass first team. They've got to pass the ball instead of the run. And now the only thing they could do against the Packers in his worst game was run. And Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
And now he's developed a run game, and I think he may be, at the very least, in a worse spot to become a head coach than he was before last year.
The tough spot is the expectations for C.J. Stroud were through the roof, and as the team offense struggles and he gets pressured, the numbers struggle, the narrative changes, and so does the popularity of Bobby Slowick, I think, and fair or foul, that's the reality of the business that he's in. Here's the thing, though, Ronnie. This is the interview because you did hit on something. It's like done a 180, right? He went from not being able to run the football consistently to
that was the biggest thing. Is man, you can't. I mean,
right.
You can't.
Well, and here's the deal. Like last year, we'd all sit around and be like, "Damn, Bobby, what are you doing, man? Quit forcing a run, man." And that's just a matter of us getting mad at him continuing to try to run the football. You flip, it's done a 180 now, and he's being bullheaded about throwing the football the way he is. And now it's not just about play calling or just about fans not understanding. Now you're putting CJ in harm's way. You can't protect him. You know what I mean? So it is interesting that we've done a 180, and now instead of just being bullheaded and wasting downs, now you're being bullheaded and you're ultimately choosing to expose your offensive line, who has proven that they're just not very good in pass protection.
Oh, no.
And in the process, you are exposing C.J. Stroud to potential injury at a very, very high rate. Again, knockdowns, sacks, 4th in the league right now. I mean, it's definitely been a 180. Now, look, I don't subscribe to Bobby's not a good play caller. Bobby's not a few. Like I still think very, very highly of Bobby Slowick. There's just got to be some, like, to me, the awareness at this point is the deal. Like right on, we talked about it, and we disagreed on it last week. You actually were right. Come out, take the ball. Hell, I thought you were crazy saying it. You said it, and I'll be damned if it didn't win what they did.
Is that
great
return?
Wrong? Came out, took the ball, great return, threw it 12 of 16 times, and like. To me, I mean that's borderline criminal. And why is exactly what we saw. You end up having to bench an offensive lineman, putting a center at guard, and then you end up your quarterback getting beat up pretty good early in the game. Like that's at some point you got to turn the page from that, Bobby.
You know what? And listening to you, because you're as you were talking about his, where he is now in terms of his head coaching opportunities, Tyler. I'm curious because you talk to a lot side here. I know you got group chats and all of that. Plenty. I mean, you as well. So, I mean, obviously, I'm not excluding you from this. And the people out here as well, we see it from the text line to YouTube to Twitch. That's all up. Texas, Twitter, whatever. Do you feel Bobby is taking too much of the brunt? Do you feel like, because with everything that you just, like you kind of like we've laid out, like, I mean, all of the injuries and the offensive line issues, I mean,
I don't think so.
They prevent him from being able to call things the way he does, but you think he is fairly?
No, absolutely fair, the criticism Bobby Slowick's getting, and I think I would have felt that way either way, just given his position and his role with this Texans team in 2024. But when you add in the fact that, yes, this past offseason, we thought Slowick might be as good as gone. He was given a raise, offered to come back to Houston, continue to work with CJ, develop on what we saw and what was built last season. You gotta show me something. You got to get there somehow. I mean, like I said, he got the raise. He stayed here in Houston. He didn't go off anywhere else. So no, I think the criticism's more than fair, Bobby.
Tyler brings up a great point. Like, and we've heard Bobby say it himself. Is boy, the difference between last year and this year is, man, we can pick up right where we left off. Man, we can build on what we did last year. And if we're being completely honest, the only thing that hasn't either stayed the same or gone backwards is the fact that you signed Joe Mixon. I'm telling you, right? Like, blocking is better, but it's not. As you can see, when you put Dameon Pierce or you put a backup running back in there, it flows by the wayside. It doesn't look anywhere the same. So
I love Joe Mixon. That's
a great point, T, of building on year to year and taking the next step offensively. Like, the pass protection has backslid, which in turn, like, CJ has backslid, which I think was going to happen because last year was so great. It was going to, because he's under so much pressure, CJ's backslid a bit. The only guy that didn't is really Nico. I mean, like you said yesterday, you caught me. I mean, Nico may have gotten better.
But that's kind of my point with Bobby. In hearing both of you and people texting in, is as I'm seeing someone say, "Speak on it, Tyler." Joseph said,
"Amen, brother."
Someone texted in, my biggest gripe is how bad the offense is when we actually have a run game. I want to make it clear. I think, Bobby, you're the leader of this thing. He is, man. I thought Bobby was really noticeably bad at times in the last game.
You ever watch Bobby?
To me, when you saw that Kenyon Green was clearly struggling, and Kenyon and everybody else up front with what the Colts were doing, and you were dropping back as much as you did. I thought that guy. I didn't really have a problem coming right out the gate trying to get this thing going. But after you clearly saw the problem, you had to replace him. Then you had to bring you back in, and you slanging that sucker again. Yeah. That was the worst to me of Bobby this year. But it's a deal of, hey, I gotta understand what Bobby is doing over here. And then when you say everybody has probably taken a step back except Nico Collins, then who is that on? How much is that on the players? Like Dalton Schultz, I mean, how much is that? Like, some of that I do think is on Bobby for putting him in the Minnesota game in positions that, but he's also just sucked. Like Tank Dale, hold on, show. I think Bobby and them thought we was gonna have a passing. Yep. We was gonna have a three-headed guy, three receivers that could go get. Man, he took an offer.
Yep.
In a game. Yep. And, Tank Dale is not the same dude that he was, right?
Has not been. You are correct.
Dalton Schultz not the same. Like the offensive line, Bobby worked with far less on that offensive line last year. And it wasn't just against bad opponents, against the Steelers, one of the best pass rushers in the league. And they were able to get something out of it. And now this year, he's got more talented people. Everybody's been healthy for the most part. Titus has missed a game, but everybody's been healthy. And they suck far worse than George Fant, Shaq Mason, and then it was Patterson, and it was.
Don't leave Dieter out now.
Dieter, and I'm trying to get to. There was a bunch of centers. There were about three of them. Deculus and Broker got one. Kendrick Green got some action.
Dang it, Bobby!
Some of it,
exactly
yes,
what
Bobby gets it. But what's the other piece of It ain't just the play calling. Bobby's not. How the hell did last year's stuff work like it did in the passing game, and then this year, like it?
Yeah.
It's gone. I understand there's coordinators making some adjustments, and he's got to make some, which I think he gets some blame for that too. But damn, man, I mean, when you said that, just popped to me. Everybody, who else has gotten better? Like, who else's play would you look at and say, "Well, they're better than they were last year"?
Nico and Joe.
And Joe wasn't on the team last year. Nico.
On a much smaller
Xavier
scale.
Hutchinson, I guess.
That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
No, you are spot on, Ron. There's no
There's
doubt.
got to be a mix of it.
Oh hell yeah, there is. Absolutely. I just when we're talking specifically, when you ask the question, it's specifically about Bobby Slowick for me. Like I can't put the Minnesota game from a protection standpoint. I can't put that on tight ends, man. No, I know there are tight ends in this league. You see no-name tight ends that ain't making nowhere near $12 million a year. You see them pass protect, and they get it done. What in the world are you thinking Dalton Schultz and even Cade Stover's first action that he's going to get it done against Jonathan Grenard? Like, I can't put those things on the lack of talent or guys that just need to play better. And there's a lot of that across the board. Schematically, some of the stuff that they're doing offensively from a protection standpoint makes no freaking sense. Like, it's not that difficult. It is not that difficult, especially when you're not very good and you can pay the next level type protections. Eliminate them. We ain't got it. It ain't in our bag, man. It's not in our bag. Let's use these protections right here. And if this is the case, CJ, you got to throw hot. Or you got to throw it away if they bring that pressure. They only bring that pressure 15% of the time. Throw it away if it happens to us, and it happens at the wrong time. Throw it away. Like you can't. What they're doing schematically, both the tight ends, or let's say they've done a better job recently. But if the tight
Minnesota game, they clearly adjusted off of that.
Yes, and then there's some stuff offensively with the offensive line that we saw rear its ugly head multiple times, like Kenyon Green and the sporadic and spastic play of like going to bouncing from helping Juice to helping Laramie. Like
is he coaching? You don't think they're coaching that, right?
Ron, he chased the defensive tackle all the way around.
I just don't believe the offensive line coach is coaching it.
You're either coaching or you're allowing it. That's my point though. Like I don't. And by the way, when I say Bobby Slowick, the O-line coach is included in that mix. Like, I don't know who's responsible.
And I know we got to get out of here, and we can revisit more of this a little bit. But Clint, real quick on this. When you say, like, yes, it's now time, you got to change, you got to do whatever you can to make the protection get as easy, whatever you got to do for them to make it better. Yes. Whatever they're outside of the tight end blocking defensive ends, whatever it is that they're asking them to do, should that be something NFL offensive linemen should be able to do with ease?
No.
So what they're asking but what they're at, like, so it is a difficult level of protection he's asking them to do.
Difficult and dumb a lot of the times. Like Ron, they tried to slide a center. There's a D tackle that's lined up on the outside of shoulder of the guard. And they tried to slide protect all the way out, and the center go get that D tackle. He turned sideways immediately, and he's just riding him to CJ Stroud immediately. There's no way you're not going to do. It's not going to happen. It just doesn't. Instead, you block the guard on that D tackle, you block the tackle on the end, and you pop the center to get the outside rusher. Like, it's just common sense stuff that they don't do. They just don't. They don't. It's crazy, man. What defenses can do to put them in a real bind physically. How easy that happens.
Yep. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down, as we do every Wednesday. We'll let you know who we see stocks going up and whose stocks going down. That's coming up next.
Drive on a Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday. Game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shopper's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Tootski, come on.
Every finds
Yes! Rock and roll!
and lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
You like the bell? You like the market's open, baby.
Got your bell. The market's open.
I've been looking at this bell in this studio for months, if not years, and
You've been waiting on it?
Yeah, I found a reason.
It is used for it.
Welcome into the Drive on a hump day. Wednesday at this time, 3:30 p.m. means one thing. We're keeping an eye on the market with your Houston Texans for you here on the Drive. So let's get it going. Fellas, let's go with old Dirty Red first here. Clint Stoerner, Texans stock up. Which players for this Texans squad are you buying stock in heading into Thursday Night Football against the New York Jets?
Man, this is a good one for this week, T. This is there's several of them that I think the stock can be up for. I'm going to go out on a limb here a little bit, and I'm going to go with Devin White, the newest member of the Houston Texans. We're talking about a guy that Ron and I sat here last week, and we said, damn, is he even going to be able to play? Is he even going to be able to get on the field? Played 30-plus snaps. Pressured a couple of times. Damn near, and D'Amico said it nicely, said, well, I'm going to use pressured the quarterback when really they were missed sacks. Showed a lot of promise, and so won by the fact that he got on the field and was able to play that many snaps. He gained the trust of everybody around him to be able to do that.
He didn't tap out like Anthony Richardson.
He did not tap out like Anthony Richardson, but when he did play, he actually made plays and impacted the game. And then the third reason is we're in a spot at the linebacker position with the Christian Harris situation, with Azeez Al-Shaair's knee being a little bit worse than we thought, with the concussion. A football concussion is wild anyway, but when it's a linebacker, a position where really you lead with your head and get away with it just by the position you play, you never know what Toa is gonna happen with him moving forward. So the fact that it's a position of need and it's a position where, boy, the injuries are they're lingering a lot longer than I thought they would. I've got to go with Devin White. And when I say stock up, we mentioned it. This is a guy that's a lot younger than I thought he was.
The arrow's pointed up.
And, T, for me, I think there's a real high side of this guy getting back to playing some of his best ball. So my hopes are a big part of this as well, that he can get back to playing some of the ball he's playing.
Okay, so Clint's buying stock in the newcomer, the linebacker Devin White. Ronald the Show Hughley, who are you buying stock in on this Texans team heading into New York for Thursday night?
Just Daniel Hunter. Will has, as I said last week, been the best defensive player on this team and has gotten a lot of the praise and well-deserved.
The arrow's pointed up.
Another sack in this game on Sunday. But Daniel Hunter is coming along. I felt like he was starting off slow, but he has started to make some big time plays, got some big pressures, and now it's got himself up to 5.5 sacks, and not just the sacks, the pressures. So I think there have been times this year where he's not been as noticeable or his impact hasn't been as big on the team. I think the last couple of weeks he's coming.
Okay.
Like Daniel Hunter is coming. And his numbers are showing it and his play showing it.
Okay, so you stayed on the defensive side of the ball as well. You are listening to The Drive's Texans Stock Up, Stock Down every Wednesday, 3:30 right here on these airwaves. Let's stick with you, Ron, real quick. Stock down. What Texan player or players are you selling? Are you not? not really feeling great about right now as they prepare for the Jets.
I'm going to stay on the D-line, and that's Danico Autry. He has not recorded a statistic in the 2 games that he has played.
Oh,
not had a tackle.
Damn.
Now he did have a pressure into Richardson's legs that forced a tougher throw on a 3rd down, but just not what you were hoping. And listen, clear he's missed the first 6 weeks of the year, and this point Clem was making, the impact that Mario Edwards Jr. was making was a far bigger impact than what Danico Autry has right now. So right now, Danico Autry stock down.
Okay, gotcha. Real quick, Dirty Reds, stock down.
Dameon Pierce. I thought during the game with Dameon Pierce, with Joe Mixon just getting all the run and Dameon Pierce kind of disappearing, I was always wondering, like, what the hell's going on here?
Got a 1.
Yeah. But the thought of, like, man, can you spell the guy a little bit here? And clearly there was something wrong and he couldn't do it. So in a moment where boy, he really needs to get in there and produce at least 3, 4, 5 carries when he can, and we need him to spell Joe Mixon. He goes out there and not only doesn't take advantage of the opportunity to do that, but gets injured again. Now we're looking at Dameon Pierce being an injury-prone backup running back. Stock down on Dameon Pierce.
Boy, and in a week where you're going to run the football probably a lot more than normal, you've traded away Cam Akers. I guess it's going to be Dare Ogunbowale or
J.J. Taylor and Dare Ogunbowale, baby.
J.J. Taylor coming up. We'll see. So, that's a miss. And man, this injury thing is, like, to me, we're getting close to. Hey, buddy, you got hurt and missed the rest of the season. Your rookie year, missed some time at times last year, and has already now he's going to miss, I think, his 5th game this season. So, a lot there. All right, coming up as we continue riding here on the drive. Tomorrow we're going to do a lot of Texans talk leading into to the game, and Friday we'll be doing a lot of reaction. But I want to know, how nervous are A&M fans about this weird game in Columbia, South
more
Carolina?
ass kicking chickens.
That's one of those weird games when you're having a dream season and you look back in one of those games like a.
Why is he doing this, Tyler?
I'm just saying. All right, I can.
Why is he doing this?
I don't know, but I hate it because it's work, and I've been nervous about this game since LSU ended.
Like, you could be in Knoxville riding high and undefeated, and then just
you gonna take us both out?
And then have a weird game against an Arkansas team that has you on the ropes. So how nervous
got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a
A&M
controversy.
fans be about this game against South Carolina? We'll discuss that next.
All right, First Service Credit Union, y'all. They invite you to win a Generac generator. I tell you, around these parts, if you don't have one, boy, this is big time. No doubt about it.
A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Football, fall, and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
This game Saturday is an odd game. This is one of the ones, because to me, I until the Texas game at College Station, I like A&M. To me, feels like not only should they win, these aren't games you're really that concerned about until you get to Texas, except this one. Because A&M, they get past Mexico State and Auburn on the road. You should handle those. But this South Carolina team is weird, man.
That pass rush is terrifying.
They're 4-3, and they've got losses. It's crazy. Like, sometimes you think about it, like, they beat the brakes off Kentucky and Lexington. And then Kentucky the very next week gave Georgia everything they could handle and lost 13-12. But South Carolina scored all up and down. I remember flipping through CBS or ABC saying, "To hell with this. This thing is over." But they've got losses at home by 3 to LSU. We talked about the Alabama game on the road that they were leading in the fourth quarter and then had a real chance to win later in the fourth quarter, even after they gave up the lead. And then they just blew out. Now, Oklahoma's not the Oklahoma that has been, but they beat the hell out of Oklahoma in Norman. This South Carolina game, fellas, this is a weird one for A&M. This is one of those ones where
you ain't lying.
The early part can make you nervous. You can see this being, a game where, South Carolina comes out early and they've got high intensity and A&M can match it. And now, this one is a weird one. A&M's got this quarterback situation thing on who's going to play and who's not, who's going to be the guy. This is an interesting game, say the least, in Columbia, South Carolina on Saturday night.
Interesting is a really good way to put it. This is a game, again, for me to ban that A&M first time in a long time. That A&M is an absolute contender. This is the A&M team that I've been looking for since Jimbo Fisher took the job, to be completely honest with you. And this is a week where they can prove it. Last week was a monster at home, but there is no doubt about it. There may not be a bigger advantage in terms of home field advantage than what you have in College Station.
Baby.
It's absolutely ridiculous, and that was on display last weekend. Now they're on the road, right?
Yep,
it's correct.
I'm going to tell you, man, and this is a game where A&M should go in there with their ears pinned back, playing hair on fire, and kick the hell out of South Carolina.
Yeah.
But Lenore Sellers, the quarterback at South Carolina, them ass-kicking chickens, they're going to go as he goes, and I'm telling you. Now he may be god awful on Saturday, but there's also a chance that he's going to be great. He's a big dude that can run it, that can extend plays. He's got a big arm. He is a highlight reel if there ever was one. And some high highs and some low lows. But boy, if you catch him on a day where he's got them, he's rocking and rolling, man, the Aggies could have their hands full. So this is a chance to me for the Aggies to go in there and prove that this ain't Jimbo Fisher's Aggies. Because Jimbo Fisher's Aggies, they'd walk in here like the crap didn't stink.
Oh, yeah.
They'd walk in here like they already been in a national championship game. They'd walk in here like they're better than South Carolina, thinking and beat them away ass-kicking chickens. And
that's pitiful.
You'd look up and Jimbo'd be on the hash yelling at his quarterback in the fourth quarter when you're down 10. Mm-hmm. This is the game for me, for the Aggies, for this football team. I know I love Elko. I said this when he got hired. I liked Elko taking over with his discipline and kind of his approach. I think he's going to do good things. But this is the time for these players. And I know there's a lot of turnover nowadays in college football. This is the time for all these players to prove that it's no longer Jimbo Fisher's Aggies. This is Mike Elko. This is a different squad, and we're going to handle our business.
Yeah, these are the games that traditionally, like Georgia and Alabama, haven't been losing. Like, you know what I mean?
Take care of business.
And like I said, this is a tough game. This is a road game, and this is going to be a team that is absolutely ready for this game. And it is A&M.
Yeah.
Is A&M ready for it? Because you can see scenarios in which they struggle offensively, and it's a weird game, and they maybe struggle with this defense. But because if they get past this one, because that's what I want. Listen, I got a
November 30th, baby.
That's it. I don't have a dog in the fight, but two one-loss teams, and A&M being undefeated in the conference,
5-0
for that game to be at the highest that it could be. Texas versus Texas A&M. That's the one, because you could. I don't know how the tiebreakers work out. We were just talking about this during the break. The winner of that, which I'd assume it's probably going to be Georgia, but the winner of that, they'll be sitting there with one loss.
Mm-hmm.
A&M doesn't have any losses. Texas has one loss. That could be for however the tiebreakers work out. That could be for a spot, the final spot,
huge
in the SEC championship game. So I want to see if A&M's mature enough to handle this.
That's it. Maturity is that's the answer.
Mature enough
now,
to handle this game.
Here's the thing. Just a little recent history in the SEC, history being this year. There have been teams on the top of this conference. There's been teams that have been on the top of the country and get beat. Tennessee's been top 5 ranked. Arkansas beat them. No business losing that football game. Alabama's been top ranked. Vanderbilt has beaten them. You look down, Ole Miss was at the top of their game and the talk of the town. Who got them? Kentucky went in there and got them. And so when you look at this, we've seen more teams go down in these situations than we have seen rise up in these situations, right? So you can even throw Georgia in there, by the way, boys. I mean, we're looking at this Georgia. That ain't the same Alabama team. Like, this ain't Saban's Alabama team.
Kentucky almost got them.
Yeah, that's a different. So you can say that Alabama getting Georgia is right along with some of those lesser teams jumping on some of the top-ranked football teams. So, look, the reality of it is who in the SEC is going to get to the top, and to your point, be the mature champion of the group and not give up and have some inexcusable loss along the way.
Yeah, and just to speak to what y'all been saying this entire segment, we've been talking college ball. I mean, this is most likely just going to be a straight-up showdown in South Carolina between A&M and the Gamecocks. This game right now, y'all know I'm degenerate. Check the betting lines. Game right now, Aggies are only a 2.5-point favorite in South Carolina. So get it done, boys.
Don't text in. I really like Elko, is what Sally says.
I do too, Sally. Hey, save me a little room Saturday. I want 100 on them Ags, man.
Okay, I can do that. See, let me know ahead of time. I got you covered, brah.
You sure?
Yeah. No, if you need anything today.
He's a man of his word.
I know but I'm just saying you never know what could happen between today and
Cojones in your word. It's all you got, man.
That may get him. No, man.
I think it's knocked out of commission. That's a different animal.
I'm rooting for A&M just because I want this A&M Texas thing to be for it all.
I've been getting so hyped thinking about that, man. I mean, November 30th is going to be here before we know it. I'm most likely going to come into work the Monday after that Longhorn Aggie game, and I'm not going to have a voice.
Just take off. If you win, it's well worth the day off. If you lose, nobody wants to see your ass anyway.
I think there needs to be some sort of video footage, like of you at that game that we can use.
I think you should hire a crew, follow you around.
Yeah, see what
like a documentary.
See what Figgy's doing.
You want to. You want to walk around College Station tailgating with a crew following you. Who's that guy over there? Oh, that's T. Mill.
That's T. Mill, real deal.
That's real deal. T. Mill, 67% of the books this year.
Someone texted in. So who's starting, Wegman or Reed?
2 hours ago, Elko said they have not made that decision.
Of course they had.
Which is kind of terrifying. But
this is a game. This is a game where if you don't start Reed, you're making a major mistake.
Could not agree
more. You
more.
want that 100 back if Reed's not starting?
No, it didn't matter. It didn't matter.
With the way they're going to be pursuing the quarterback,
that tries to fight everybody in pregame. Settle that down, Elko. By the way, come on, man. Settle that down.
He wants it to be settled down.
You see him, guys?
You hear him?
It's the same one that damn near got him. I know he got him 1 15-yard penalty. Damn near got 2 or 3 in that game. I'm sitting there watching that game thinking if the only thing that can keep the Aggies from kicking off in LSU's ass at this point in time is if this D lineman keeps elbowing guys in the head. You see?
Hold that tiger.
It was like he was a wrestler or something.
I think his coach likes it.
Ron, he literally was pushing and trying to fight in pregame.
I think his coach likes it.
I'm talking about in pregame stadium walk.
His coach is picking fights with Jimbo.
I mean, hell,
what do y'all think of Elko's belly?
Bigger, better. On that thing.
Yeah, it is.
Bad thing is he's gonna be like Bielema was at Arkansas. He's gonna wear that big white white half zip, and it's just gonna get bigger and bigger and bigger, and everybody's gonna be laughing at him.
It's like a bubble.
I think he's seeing himself. I think next year he really brings.
He better get off his carbs, man.
I think next year he comes back and
somebody tell him them pregame carbs are not for the coaches.
He pulls who's the Giants coach?
Dabo.
Yeah, Dabo really.
Elko don't look like he gives a damn.
He really doesn't.
He looks like a big guy that's gonna own it.
Shapely fella.
I think he cares a little bit now. Now he's on a bigger stage. Yeah, Dooku gives a rip.
He's got one of them bellies that it's not just big. It looks like it has like a hard shell.
Oh, it
like
does.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. He's swollen.
You think it's a hard? You think it's
There is no doubt.
It looks like it, man.
There ain't no doubt that thing's hard.
I think it's squishy.
There's probably not much hang there.
I bet it's squishy. Yeah, I bet it's.
there may be a layer there,
but it's squishiness.
Layer of blubber.
I don't think he jumps on it. He bounces up.
I think it's uncomfortable for him to lay on his stomach.
It's like he's got a medicine ball under his shirt.
I think it's
what do you have coming up?
Yes, a medicine ball. How about a beach ball?
Sleeper.
That's unbelievable. All right, the Texans, man, 8 games in. We were told 6 to 8 games in that that's how long it takes for them to figure out who the hell they are and what they're doing. Where are you at? 713-572-4610. All the things we know, we'll rehash them. I'll line them up for you in the next segment. And you tell me what do you want the Texans to do in moving forward in this game on Thursday night? What is the Texans' identity right now? Can't believe we're having this conversation, but it's real, folks. Also, we all thumb social media, baby. We all thumb social media. Let's try a little something from the gram. I got a couple of things that I got to check with the folks about from Instagram. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to let the people know about Our Vision Homes. Look, if you are –
The Sports Station.
No strain, no gain.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Eight games into the season, Texans sitting at 6-2, sitting pretty now. There's no doubt about that. But I think offensively the Texans are still a tad bit lost. What is the Texans' identity moving forward? Bobby Slowick, Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans. You know, one of the things in the NFL right now is because, I mean, this is what I think it is. They don't have a lot of activity in training camp the way you used to. It's viewed a little differently than it used to. You know, it started out, well, we don't really know, you know, teams don't know who they are until about 4 weeks into the season. Well, we've gotten to the point this year where it's 6 to 8 games into the season, then that's when teams ultimately know who they are and start to create this identity. And now, I don't subscribe to that. To be honest with you, I completely disagree with it. I don't like viewing your football team that way. I feel like you should be a little further along 8 games into the season. But nonetheless, we're at 8 games into the season. Texans are sitting at 6-2. And before we got to week 9, early in the season, we were hearing Bobby Slowick and DeMeco and Nick and these guys talk about, well, it takes 6 to 8 games to get to know who you are and what you do well and what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. And we're at that 8-game mark. And I don't know how comfortable everybody out there is, but right now, for me, I'm uncomfortable with what the Texans' identity is and what it should be moving forward. What should the Texans lean into offensively to get the job done? Now, this week, with a short week, Ron, with missing your top 2 wide receivers, Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs, both being injured. Now, this week, I think it's even more obvious right now what the Texans should do than it was last week. Last week, run game. They threw the ball 12 times in the first 16 offensive snaps. Clearly, they don't believe in that. And so I'm at a spot, Ron, where I don't know what they're thinking offensively and how long they're going to push the envelope in hoping that they can be a pass-first football team and play efficient football, stay ahead of the chains, not put themselves in bad situations, whether it's penalties or sacks or pressures, and get this offense to where we for once can see them hit on all cylinders this season. Is it fair to say that they're 0 for 8 in terms of for 4 quarters, this offense hitting on all cylinders? There's been a couple of games where they ran it really well. There's been a couple of games where statistically CJ threw it well. But I don't personally recall a game.
The Patriots would be the closest.
Good game. Yeah. That'll work. But we need to see this. We need to start seeing who the Texans are. And Ron, I don't know where you're at right now, but I believe that this should be a run-first football team, which is crazy because up until about 2-3 weeks ago, this is a CJ-centric team, and they better figure this pass protection out. Right now, I'm going to run it and play really good defense, which you've been doing, and that's your recipe to win. Now, I think that's your recipe to win this week for damn sure again because you're missing Diggs and you're missing Nico Collins.
Yeah.
But I'll be honest with you. You said this earlier, and I'll go ahead and reiterate it because it's me we were talking about. Like I think this is the case when Nico Collins comes back. When somebody either steps up or you make a move and bring somebody in.
What did you say earlier? There's not a move that they can make, skilled whatever, that would lean you to thinking that they should drop back and throw the ball as much as they did.
There's not a single trade that they can make, whether it's an offensive lineman or another wide receiver, and there's not an individual getting healthy, whether it's Nico Collins or it was Steph Diggs. None of that puts me in a position where I go, all right, this offense is ready to rock and roll. I'll paint the picture for you. Right now, C.J. Stroud is the 4th most sacked and the 4th most knocked down quarterback in all of football. Clearly, you're not protecting him well at all. Doesn't matter what defense is. We've seen some good defenses, the Bears defense, the Minnesota defense, right? The Colts defense last week somehow, we made them look silly in the first week of the season. They somehow turned things around and had more success against our offense. So C.J. Stroud's the fourth most sacked and fourth most knocked down quarterback in the NFL. The Texans versus Green Bay, when this really became a thing and the national narrative started to change, C.J. Stroud was pressured on 45+%. I think the number is actually 47-point-something% of dropbacks versus the Green Bay Packers. And that's when everybody stood up and said, whoa, the Texans got a problem. Keep an eye on this. CJ's in trouble. He's getting pressured. He's overcoming it because he's so damn good, but this don't last long. This is not sustainable. The Texans commenced to going out against the Colts at home because what did we hear about the 45 about on the road in Lambeau, man? Can't use your hard count. It's hard to communicate when you're on the road. You know, there's a lot of factors. Okay, you come home, the friendly confines of NRG Stadium. Guess what happened, boys? C.J. Stroud was pressured 50+% of his dropbacks versus Indy. I believe that number again is 53-point-something% versus the Indianapolis Colts. It's getting worse. You continue to go out there and put C.J. Stroud in a situation where he's getting hit more and more as the season goes along, and you're choosing to continue to drop back 12 of 16 times, or that's what it was to start the first half. To end the first half, it was 10 of 15 times. Meanwhile, you've got a running back in the backfield that is one of three backs right now that's averaging more than 100 yards a game. You've got a back in the backfield in Joe Mixon, who is a tone setter. You got a back in the backfield in Joe Mixon, who Ron is, and I'm not taking anything away from the offensive line because I think they have been better in the run game. But Mixon is, whether it's blocked up well or not, Mixon is making guys miss. Mixon is hitting the hole so quick, he's running right by guys that are unblocked. Mixon is doing a lot of it without the perfect setup up front. And that's the lay of the land. That's the reality of who the Texans are right now. So you tell me, 713-572-4610. What should the Texans do? I'm not talking about just this week because Ron, we've acknowledged that. Like just this week, it's clear. This is again on the road. No Nico, no Diggs. Not sure what the hell is going to happen at the left guard position. Common sense is probably going to be to run it with your big-time back. But moving forward this season, after watching 8 games of the Texans play, Ron, their identity needs to be what?
Got some people texting in on this, Clint. Mm-hmm. Someone texts in and says not comfortable with what their identity is. Texans have a Super Bowl defense and a workhorse running back. Defense and run is who they are. And I damn sure agree with you this week with that defensive front and that secondary.
Yes.
I like dropping back. What, he dropped back 26 times in the first half?
First half, baby.
Dropping back like that, I don't think is a good recipe for success for them this week. But when Nico comes back, yes, I think that will be different and will help things. And I said this earlier, and I still stand by it. I just refuse to accept that this is a team that's run the football and play defense. When they have C.J. Stroud, they have Nico Collins, they have a guy who last year was one of the hottest head coaching candidates and play callers in the game, in Bobby Slowick last year. You know, they went out and got Tank Dell, who his thing, and Dalton Schultz they brought back. It is just hard for me to say run first and play defense. I know it's hard. And I think the reason why I feel like it's hard for me, Clint, is I just don't see the path of them winning big with that philosophy. Because I don't like this texter said, I think they got a championship Super Bowl defense. I don't know that I am ready to say that their defense is is that good to carry them.
Agreed.
In a run game.
Yeah, this isn't Ray Lewis's Ravens.
Or even like last year's Ravens or last year's Niners or last year's Chiefs.
Yeah.
That team that did that. That I think that's why it is hard for me to accept, because to me, for this, the way that I envision this team winning big is, yes, C.J. Stroud and them making plays and this defense getting to play off of it and do what they do best, and that's rush the passer and to be able to get leads and to play that way. It is hard for me to get the sense that they can win and take the next step, that they can win multiple games against the likes of, Buffalo and Kansas City and Baltimore and whoever, to win multiple times with C.J. Stroud not being at the forefront. That one's hard for me to see them winning big.
Well, I think I
just don't even want to.
But Ron, to me, I don't know that two things can't be true. I think it actually would be very C.J. Stroud friendly. I think it would create more opportunities for these wide receivers. I think you as an offense would start dictating what they do up front. Right now, these guys are lining up, and they're willing to let Joe Mixon run. And look, I'm not. It's not easy for Joe, but they are willing to align and assign, simply hoping that you decide to throw the football 26 times. And by alignment, and everything they do is, if C.J. Stroud is in the pocket, the way we're lining up and the way we're rushing with all these different twists and all these different crazy alignments, we're going to get to C.J. Stroud. They're willing to get themselves out of lanes and out of pocket and give up some of those run type situations, knowing that C.J. Stroud is the way that they're going to try to win football games. And I think if they counterpunch that with Joe Mixon and Joe continues to run it the way he's ran it, I think it slows the game down. I think it protects your quarterback. I think it protects your offensive line, whether that offensive line is Kenyon Green or not. I think you become at the very least a balanced football team, which is much more dangerous than a one-trick pony. You are playing into the defense's hands when you choose to go out there knowing that your pass protection is suspect and has been suspect, and continue to throw the football 26 times and a half by
would die for CJ. Everyone knows that.
I think CJ could get back to probably even bigger, definitely more consistent, but bigger numbers if they went this route. That's where I'm at with
YouTube and Twitch. Ron, the Texans have a defense that can win a championship. We can just have different opinions. It may have been proven enough to you with that. It has not been proven for me enough to say they've got a defense that can win. Now, I think they got a defense that can win a championship with C.J. Stroud as C.J. Stroud.
Yes.
I think that is enough that this defense is proven enough.
They can't be ultra conservative. They can't be Trent Dilfer conservative on offense and ride the defense to a championship.
It is hard for me, and we'll see. Maybe they prove my ass wrong, and you all are. But it's hard for me to see this team winning big with Joe Mixon as the driving force of the team and not C.J. Stroud.
All right, boys. Y'all know. Do y'all scroll the social media as much as I do? I'm sure. Y'all scroll.
Definitely when I'm on the pooper.
All right. Well, I'm an Instagram scroller, thumber. There ain't no doubt about it. From the gram, couple things that I picked up from the gram, boys. I didn't know these were things. One of them is actually Houston-centric, and I was hoping that B. Scott would be here today because I would he would be the one to ask. But before we get there, Jimmy John's. Tell me if y'all are a fan of this.
Big fan.
I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a joke. And Tyler, aren't you? Which one of y'all are the ones that like the big ballpark pickles?
That's me.
Ain't me.
Yeah, Ron doesn't like pickles.
I thought one of y'all. Well, Jig John's has decided they're going to make a sandwich, and the big ballpark pickles are the bread, sliced right down the middle.
Huh?
Pickle on each side. I'm not interested. You?
No,
a pickle would be aggressive to have that in a sandwich.
If it wasn't Jimmy John's, I'd be very interested.
Jimmy John's might be is that the drunkest late night spot?
They almost got me with some food poisoning, man, back in the day.
The pickle sandwich, would you try it?
No, I wouldn't at all. I hate pickles.
Tyler,
I love pickles.
I think I'm out on it too. You hate pickles?
despise them.
I didn't know that. No pickles, no bananas? You don't like anything that looks like a piece?
Or even if they're cut up. Or even if they're sliced and cut up.
Well, here's the other one real quick. It has to do with the pickle. Coincidentally, it has to do Megan Thee Stallion.
Oh, okay.
Old white pants.
I did not know Megan Thee Stallion was Pearland. I did not. I knew she was H-Town. I did not know she went to school at Pearland.
She's from Pearland?
She went to high school at Pearland. Did not know that.
Did she?
Okay. Apparently, I caught a little video clip of Megan Thee Stallion, and she claims this is a Houston thing. I've never heard of it. Hollowing out a pickle and stuffing hot Cheetos in it and eating it. A hot Cheeto pickle.
I wish Brandon was here to let us know. 713-572-4610. I know there are a lot of different people and different backgrounds in the city of Houston. Is that a thing? I ain't never heard of it.
Hollowing out a pickle, stuffing it full of hot Cheetos, and going to town. Now, I've never heard of it. Did not know it was a Houston thing.
In Pearland?
But I could get down with it. That one I could try. I love some hot Cheetos now.
See, I love Cheetos, but I to the Flamin' Hot.
Whatever talk show she was on, the host, who was a super white guy, imagine that, he seemed, I don't know if he was playing it up now, but he sure seemed to enjoy it.
We're here with Megan Thee Stallion. Tell us about these hot Cheetos and pickles.
I bet he enjoyed everything in her presence.
My wife said the pickle sandwich sounds great. You think she's trying to tell me something, or you think she's going to Jimmy John's?
Sounds like she wants a pickle sandwich tonight, bro.
I'm going to tell you something, and she's going to Jimmy John's.
Gotta pull out that dill pickle, bro.
Hey. All right, coming up, what the hell happened at Yankee Stadium last night? What are we doing? What are we doing in the stands? I bet not ever see any of y'all asses from Houston and Minute Maid do anything like this. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, football fall and Sagamore Rye Whiskey. It's a match made in heaven, y'all. It's a
technology. It's the Sports Radio 610 video stream. A new way to experience Huger. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, some confirmation here coming through, Clint. On your thought here, somebody said that's a Pasadena thing. That's a hood snack, as some people came through. Some people said, yeah, there is a thing called the Hot Cheetos girl. You can find that at Corey stores in Houston that sell that.
That sell what? Literally the pickle and the Cheetos in the pickle?
In the pickle.
Oh, you can buy it already made.
Yeah, that's what some people are saying.
I ain't had a carb in 4 months. Like
Chris said it. You can find a stuffed pickle with hot Cheetos.
Like already made?
Already made.
Where? Text line. Chris, is that who said that?
Chris said.
Where at, Chris? Tell me where. I'm going to get one within a couple of days here. I'm going to get one.
Jay in Freeport said my 15-year-old son says hot cheese pickle thing is bussin'.
Bussin'.
My son says that gets on my nerves.
Bussin'?
Bussin'. He usually doubles it up. Bussin'.
No G. Bussin'.
Just two of them.
Yeah,
bussin',
I like that. I typically don't get down with the young lingo, man.
My sis does that with her Cheetos in a pickle.
But look, I don't doubt there's a few people out there that do it, but it is definitely a thing if you can literally buy one. Like if I don't have to go through the process of hollowing out the pickle. You don't want
to do it yourself?
Well, no, I mean that's
the time to do it.
I mean,
I think you should do it.
I mean, look, I'm not obviously.
I think you and Tyler should bring in pickles and Cheetos and hollow that sucker out throughout the show.
Why? When you can go wherever Chris talking about, just get them. I'll get them.
I'll do it, but not with hot Cheetos.
But don't you want to?
No, I don't.
You don't want to get.
I don't want to prepare anything.
Do that and feel good about that you did it all yourself.
No, I don't.
You went through the whole process.
No, I don't want to prepare anything. If somebody else has got it available, I want to get the real deal, man. And then I may try to duplicate it, but I want the real deal. Chris, let me know where it's at, man. What corner store?
Hey, Chris.
Somebody texted and said they capping ain't no store got that already made.
We'll find out.
You hunt that down. No, I didn't.
I mean, that's worth the drive.
I'd like to see what it looks like.
That's worth.
I want to see what it looks like.
That's worth venturing off the highway on my way home. Because if it's on the east side,
you would.
I mean,
at least it'll stop you from.
Well, I mean, hell, look. I mean, all we got to do is pick a Thursday or Friday. We can get up on the west side, the northwest side. So it ain't like we don't have the opportunity to stop by and get one. Wherever it's at, I will damn sure. It's hollowed out pickle with hot Cheetos inside it. You know, one reason I like it. Like one reason I think it's got a real chance is because you remove all the juicy stuff in the pickle that could spill out when you bite it, and the pickle then will contain the hot Cheetos as you eat it. Messy snack. Like I don't do messy snacks.
See what I'm seeing a lot though. I'm seeing people cover the pickles with the Cheeto and not
with the crunched up Cheeto.
Yeah,
no,
and not hollowed
she had them, bro. She had them. Megan Thee Stallion had them, and it was without a doubt pickle. The end of the pickle was cut off. It was hollowed out, and there was hot Cheetos stuffed down in that thing.
Yeah, there it is.
That's it right there.
There it is.
That's what it looked like.
I bet you that can't look. That looks like it's made. It's got a paper and everything for you to wrap around in your hand.
I'm telling you.
When y'all were a kid, did you ever stick the straw down in the big dill pickle and drink the pickle juice out?
So I'm out on that one again. I've never been a pickle guy.
I did that in junior high a lot. I'd go to the snack bar, get me a pickle.
I've stuck the straw down there, and you pull out a straw full of seeds.
Yeah, that'll happen.
I've never sucked the guts of a pickle with a straw, no.
Yeah, you got to work through a little bit of the guts and those seeds, and then once you do that, you got some delicious pickle juice right there.
I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of the big pickle.
Bigger the better.
Size does matter, man. I like a mid-size.
You're a mid-pickle.
I'm a mid-pickle. In more than one way.
I like them Del Dixie big old boys.
I bet you do. It takes two hands, don't it? I can see Tyler at the ballpark
with
these little two hands wrapped around big old
I wanted to take one of them big old pickles and shove it down the throat of those two dudes that grabbed
yes,
Mookie Betts.
They should be held down and beat in the face with pickles. Yes.
No, yes.
At the very
least. And then beat down, and then the pickle shoved in their mouth.
I got a message for those Yankees.
That seems like there's a law to keep that from happening.
Escalate.
It should be. That is crazy to me. Like the whole game. Look, hey, they came back. They had that huge home run, that grand slam, and really actually, kind of opened it up. They won 11-4 last night. But the story to me is what goes through your mind that says, I'm gonna grab his glove, and then I'm gonna try while grabbing his glove with my other hand. And when I say who this is Mookie Betts coming into foul territory to catch a foul ball. And then I'm gonna try to pry it open. By the way, the out's been recorded. Referee called, the official, the umpire called the out. I'm going to then take my hand, pry it open.
Get that webbing open.
Like I'm trying to strip a running back. I'm trying to rip out the ball from the running back. Then what possessed my friend then next to him to then grab Mookie's other wrist to hold his wrist down so he could continue? What in the hell rolled through their minds to think, this is cool for me to do? This is cool for me to do.
That's just severe Yankee dumbassery, man.
And the part about the Yankees, they are some dumbasses. And the worst part is, it took people talking about it for them to go ahead and say they were banned from coming to tonight's game.
Major League Baseball had to
they had to step in. They were going to let them jokers come in.
They escorted them out after that, and they said, "Yeah, you can come on back tomorrow."
Those season, those dudes, their season tickets should be revoked. I'm sure they don't have a problem with filling those season tickets for somebody.
Not
for
the rest.
Yankees.
Not for the rest of this World Series.
No, I think their season tickets should be revoked. That's one. And you have been grabbing folks, grabbing players.
Yeah,
that was wild to me.
Yeah, if you missed it last night in the World Series games where the Yankees won and this thing's going to Game 5, there is a foul ball hit down the right field line. Mookie Betts runs over, jumps up, glove in the crowd, catches it, and two fans grab onto his wrist, his glove. And by the way, the way that these fans were grinning and laughing, they knew exactly what they were doing. It's not like I could see, Ron.
That was not it was too long to be something.
No question. But I could see where you're just standing there and the ball's coming down. You look, and all of a sudden a Major League.
You can see the Steve Bartlett thing happen to you.
Well, even trying to catch the ball, or even this, I would not do this, but I could see where somebody may grab the glove and try to get a souvenir and try to. But these dudes literally held Buddy up and are trying to rake the baseball out of the glove, and they're smiling and laughing. Yeah, I mean, it just I don't know. I was disgusted with the dudes that were doing it. I mean, who in the hell thinks that's funny? They were grinning the whole time. How drunk or how stupid do you have to be to think that's funny?
You're a jackassery.
Honest to God, I think my first thought process, if I were out in the outfield and Kyle Tucker came, does not compete with him.
Back up.
That is whether it was Kyle Tucker or anybody else on the other team. Yeah. That's my thought. It sure as hell ain't. Let me grab his ass. Mookie's legs were dangling.
Yeah.
They had his ass up.
Yeah, like you said, even if it's the opposition like it was in this case, my instinct is, hey, I like going to ball games. I'm not trying to ruin that, so I'm going to back the hell up if a ball's anywhere near.
Oh, I would too. I very easily would back up. It'd be a no-brainer. I'm not even trying to touch the dude or the ball or the glove, but I could see where a nut job fan that's half drunk would do all of the above. But to hold Buddy up, and they could have hurt him.
Yes, from YouTube and Twitch. 99 reasons. Don't jump in the stands. No, he didn't. No. Let's use our minds.
That's an extension of the playing field.
Don't go and grab his arms and his wrist to try to rip a ball out. Stupid. I just it takes a certain mind to think, you know what? This is cool for me to do.
Yeah. And I'm sure they're still convinced today that it's all right.
Oh, and convinced that they had a say in this sucker. Well, look at Mookie's hot, boy. I mean, that other dude grabs his wrist and just This next guy comes in to grab his wrist. That's what I don't understand. What made you say, let me go grab his wrist? That's wild. All right, coming up, big game tomorrow for the Texans, and I think there's a question that needs to be answered and find out over the next coming weeks. What is Tank Dell? What is he? We thought we had an idea of what he was coming into the season, but what is Tank Dell? That's coming up next.
Are you ready to move? Have you found your dream home? Uh-oh. Are you worried that you can't sell your current home? Well, guess what? You can go ahead and buy that dream home, baby. Do it now. Do it with Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program. You don't have to wait to sell your current home before you buy that new home. Orchard, they'll unlock your home's equity so you can buy and move into your new home before.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Stroud in the gun, first and goal at the 7, one back, Mixon, bunch formation right, CJ to throw, looking, CJ steps up, fires right side of the end zone. Yes! Caught, touchdown, Houston, Tank Dell, the Texans take the lead.
All right, that was the big touchdown at the end of the half, coming off of the recently benched Anthony Richardson, Jalen Petrie. And they punch it home with Tank Dell in the back of the end zone there, and that was a big play, the biggest play for Tank Dell in that game. And Clint, I think to me, when you see that Stephon Diggs goes down, I think you would feel better and you feel all right. And for those who feel all right about it, and we had the conversation, do they need more? And for those of you who felt like, no, they have enough, I think a lot of that is based off of, all right, and I've heard this a lot, Clint, like, hey, you basically have the receivers you had last year. When Nico gets back, you had Nico, who had gone for almost, 1,400 yards. You had Tank Dell, who was on pace to go over 1,000 yards. You had Dalton Schultz. You had you had Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, and John Mechie are a year older. This is similar to the passing game you had last year, and C.J. Stroud led all of the NFL in passing yards per game. And you had one of the best passing games in football last year. But that is if you're getting last year's Tank Dell. The problem with that is you haven't gotten last year's Tank Dell. This has been a different dude, and they need for this to work, if they're not going to go out and make a move, which I know they will need to do that. They need Tank to show up. Nathaniel's been playing.
Where art thou?
The first 7 games of the season. They need Tank to show up. And I think there's a question of what is he? Is he a guy that's a number 2 level receiver that you can feel good about, or is he playing himself lower than that? Because right now, Clint, you could argue, he's playing in the same vein and level of, Robert Woods, what Noah Brown did last year, what, number 3 receivers and not a special what did they say before the year? We got 3 number 1s. That's not the way that Tank has played this year.
Yeah, look, I don't. He damn sure hadn't produced like that. Now, I personally, I can tell you where I stand with it. Is I think there's been he falls 3rd or 4th on the depth chart of we're going to make a priority and do things that are Tank centric to get the football to. Out of the gate when you have Nico Collins and you have Steph Diggs and you have Dalton Schultz. I think he's been 3rd or 4th on that list of guys that you kind of cater your offense to. I think the pressure that C.J. Stroud has been under consistently, really for the entire season, I think that has taken away from the opportunities that Tank Dell gets. I still believe in Tank Dell. I still believe that Tank Dell is a guy that if they tilt this offense towards him from a pass game perspective, which they have to now, right? He's the most explosive guy you got. Really, he's the only explosive guy you got catching the football right now. And that's everybody. I guess Joe Mixon. You can throw it to him out of the backfield. He's pretty explosive. With the exception of that, you got guys that can't run away from anybody. Whether you're talking about Dalton Schultz or Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson, these guys are all Robert Woods. These guys are all they all lack twitch and explosion, relatively speaking. And so, I would imagine that whatever pass game they do have in the books this week will be very, very Tank Dell-centric. Get him the football quick, get him the football in space, move him a lot to get the release, to get the DB to back off a bit if you snap the football when he's in motion. All the misdirection stuff, I would imagine, if you can get the run game going, would be quick to Tank Dell in the flats on the other side. So I think there's several reasons why we haven't seen the Tank Dell to start with. And I think this is the week that, boy, if it's ever going to happen, this is the week that it has to happen because he's the lead dog. He's number one. This is the opportunity that Tank Dell has always looked for. But, Ron, I tell you, I mean, we're at a point. We were talking about CJ earlier. We talked about the offensive line, the pass protection. I mean, I said this earlier in the week, man. I'm at a point where I'm putting year one. I mean,
you started just look at what you've been seeing.
We're 8 or 9. We're 8 games in, man. It's obvious that you're not going to be the same team that you were. Whether we're talking individuals or we're talking about as an offense and identity, it's obvious you're not going to be that team. And some changes need to make. They need to shift gears a little bit. Now, do you go from one extreme to the other, or do you meet in the middle a bit? I think you meet in the middle a bit. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm just. Whether we're talking about Tank, CJ, the offensive line protecting, it is what it is right now, man. We're 8 games into this joker right here, and what we've seen is who they are.
Yeah, from the text line, Tank has not been himself because of the Diggs signing. Him and Dalton will make a jump and be more motivated moving forward. To me, that will that you have in there of him and Dalton will make a jump. I think that's to me a hope. I think that's a hope that they do that.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's one that could argue maybe you're not getting the ball as much, but it should be easier for you to be open. And we know CJ, man, if you've been open, if you're open, he'll find a way to get you the ball.
You know, I don't like Ron putting Tank in the same boat with Dalton. Like Dalton's a sit in a soft zone, takes you there, he's there. I mean, he's not a man beater. He may beat it from time to time, but he's not. I mean, that's just not. Tank is a guy, damn it. I mean, Tank is a guy, damn it, that needs to. I said guy, damn it, by the way.
He's not a man
I wasn't
beater,
sure.
but he might beat it from time to time.
Sure, we all
That was a pause.
We all do. But the thought is like
I'm a master debate.
Like damn, Tank has been a dude that can like not just win, but explode, make
he
somebody
embarrassed people.
Yes.
Tank is a freaking beast, bro.
We've got to get back to seeing some of that, and you know, again, to me, that's the key to the game this week. I think they're going to run it decent. I don't know what they're going to try to do offensively, but I do believe that Bobby's going to find a way to get Tank the football one way or another. And what Tank looks like is going to dictate whether they're in this game in the fourth quarter.
And here's what
did say in this game in the fourth quarter. And I know New York's bad, but they got some dudes.
And listen, and to that point, I honestly think the Tank Dell stuff has now got to start to fall on Bob Slowick, because. All right, man, maybe 8 weeks we've sat here, Clinton tried to say, hey, man, what's up with him? He's not getting open. As you said, he would embarrass guys last year. Well, I think you got to help him. I think now that Diggs is gone, to me, it makes sense that he plays as much of that role as he does on the outside, Clinton. I think, to me, make him the move guy. Make him the guy in the slot where you take better matchups and two-way goes in the middle of the field and doing those things. To me, you gotta help him, because lining up on the outside, he just has not shown to have the same production that he did before. Someone texted in, Tank Dell is a beast. Stay tuned, Ron. You're about to see wide receiver number 1 Tank tomorrow. I hope so. But that's what I'm saying. I'm asking the question: Is he that guy that you're talking about? The beast and the number
Prime
1
time Thursday night Tank Dell.
I don't even need him to be number 1. Can you be what you was last year?
Tank is a freaking beast, bro.
Especially when Nico returns. Can you be what you what you were last year. When Nico comes, coverage is going to be shifted towards Nico, and you're going to go against many teams' worst corners. You should be able to win that.
Without a doubt.
Consistently.
You should be able to win this weekend.
Like, Clint should come in and have watched the All-22 and say, hey, listen, they were getting their asses kicked up front. CJ's just didn't have enough time, but Tank's getting open every play. I don't remember many times you've come back and said, like, oh, boy, they missed it. They missed it. They missed them against, like, that Green Bay game, that was an eye-opener for me. He just couldn't get away from dudes. Couldn't get away from dudes, which is something we had not seen from him. So that is a wonder. What kind of Tank is he going to be moving the rest of the way? Because they need him to be the guy that was from last year. They need him to be Tank and not Nathaniel. That's what he's been this year. All right, the injury report is out. The Texans have four guys they have declared out of this game. We'll fill you in and let you know the latest of this. A move in the NFL. The Texans fans are really big on maybe the Texans making a move on an offensive lineman. Well, a contender has done so, and we'll get you ready for what could be the last game of Major League Baseball this year, Game 5. Garrett Cole gets the ball tonight for the Yankees. We'll set you up and get you ready for that coming up next.
All right, are you dealing with chronic joint pain? Does it hurt when
Any size soft drink for just $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. A la carte only. Not valid in a combo. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. But luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tips and Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, and you'll hear from Moneybags in a bit, have the latest for you. And the latest is, Clint, 5 o'clock fire. It's brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And this is the injury report. And we'll jump right in with the news with the Texans. Obviously, we know that Stephon Diggs is missed for the year. And he's clearly and obviously out of this game. But there are 4 others that are out of this game. Clint, Azeez Al-Shaair has been declared out of this game, which, damn, he practiced yesterday and was in pads. We saw a video of it. It was an encouraging sign, but he is not ready to go with that knee. So he is out for this game, as well as Jarrett Patterson. Not a surprise there with the concussion he suffered in the game. He is still in concussion protocol. There was not a thought that he would make it to Thursday's game after having that concussion on Sunday. Dameon Pierce, Clint, with a groin. He is out of this game and has not practiced all week. And then Jimmy Ward, also just like Al-Shaair, practiced on Tuesday, but they declared he is not able to go as he didn't practice today with that groin, and he is out of this game. When you look at those 4, by the way, Kalen Bullock is good to go. Kamari Lassiter, good to go, as well as Henry To'oTo'o. He will return back to the lineup, and so that should ease a little bit of the Al-Shaair missing this game. And anything on this injury report, what is the most impactful to you right now?
Well, I think Kalen Bullock being back full instead of limited and knowing that he's ready to rock and roll with Jimmy Ward out is big. Kamari Lassiter being back after missing and being full Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which would tell me I don't know why he's on the injury report at that point in time. He should be off of it next week, assuming everything goes according to plan. But Kalen Bullock, Kamari Lassiter, and Henry To'oTo'o all being in this ball game on Thursday night is big. I mean, you just, if Kalen Bullock would have had any kind of limitation today, you got to start wondering is really your best start and safety really after Jimmy Ward, a guy that you know the depth is thin as it pertains to playing safety. I know you got a couple of guys, but you don't trust them the way you trust Kalen Bullock. You got to start worrying about how thin that safety position is. But Bullock's back; he'll be fine. He's ready to rock and roll. And the cover defenders we talked about a million times, man. With Kamari Lassiter, with him in there, I still think you're short a cover defender. But with him out, boy, you really got some problems. So, you know, if you're gonna stand a chance of stopping Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, what's my man's name? The young bucko up there in New York. My mind just went blank.
They got Mike Williams,
Garrett Wilson.
No, Garrett Wilson's the one I'm thinking about. Yeah, I mean they got some dudes that they can throw out there, and so you know you need Kamari Lassiter obviously, as well as in that same vein you need Kalen Bullock. But then Henry To'oTo'o, that linebacking group has been thin so much. Did go get Devin White last week, and he played 30+ snaps last week. To'oTo'o back there, him being full Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, and appearing to be ready to rock and roll. That's all great news for the Texans. The Dameon Pierce groin did not practice, him being out. It's why he's my stock down player. Stock's down on Pierce.
Yeah, he can't stay healthy. By the way, and I see people wondering, and listen, we're one of the same things. Christian Harris, we're moving towards 4 months here, folks, and we've only seen him once, and that was like in mandatory minicamp. This is a while ago, and the reason why I bring him up even is Breece Hall has become a monster out of the backfield catching the ball. Hell, he was a monster last year. He had some big plays against the Texans last year, and out of the backfield. But he has been big for the Jets here the last few weeks. And boy, Christian Harris would be a a really good matchup in terms of how you would feel if you were a Texans fan with Breece Hall. We'll see how they deal with him out of the backfield in the passing game, because he has been a big key for them. Whether that's Devin White, whether that's a safety, whether that's Toa, that'll be one to watch. But that's one where, boy, this is a game where you really feel the loss of Christian Harris there for a bit. But no, I'm with you though. Kamari Lassiter, this is good. Like this will be a fun week to watch and to learn a little bit more.
Yeah, I would love to have seen Kamari Lassiter against the Green Bay Packers.
Love,
I mean, you got Jordan Love, you got a big time play caller. You got I would say a very deep wide receiver room that they trust. And so they have the ability to kind of just line up and pick their poison of who they want to attack. And we saw them attack reserve corner for the Texans, D'Angelo Ross. Hell, we saw him go right at Stingley late in the game, 4 straight plays, go to his side of the field to win it all and to win that game. So, I would have liked to have seen him against that particular attack and see how he fares. So we could just so we'd know a little bit more about Kamari Lassiter. And so this will be a challenge for Kamari Lassiter. This will be a week where, again, look, I know the record's not good. I know there's dysfunction within. I know the wheels are either off or in the process of coming off in New York. But you've still got one of the best of all time throwing it. He's got his partner in crime in Devontae Adams, as we mentioned. They're 3-4 deep. I know Alan Lazard is hurt, so they may not be 4 deep this week, but they're damn sure three deep at the wide receiver position.
He's out of this game, by the way. That's the most notable guy they have out of this game for the Jets.
So, I mean, they can attack you. Like you said, Breece Hall catching the ball in the backfield's been a beast this year. I mean, they can attack you offensively in several different ways. And so it's going to be interesting to watch this secondary cover. And I think that starts with us learning more about the second-round draft pick out of Georgia, Kamari Lassiter, who's been a starter and play when he's healthy. I think this is going to be his biggest challenge for sure.
Yeah, so that's the latest there. Again, the 4 players out. Alshire's out, the linebacker. He's missing another game here. Jarrett Patterson, who had gone in and subbed in for Kenyon Green, he'll be out. Damian Pierce missing another game. Jimmy Ward missing another game as well. Everybody else should be good to go. And as Clint talked about, Alan Lazard, who's had a pretty good year, was their leading receiver before Devontae Adams got there, and I think probably still may be. He is going to miss this game, so that is a help for the Texans there.
Fresh out of the Poncha Karma.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, World Series tonight, Game 5. The Yankees are going to try to send this thing to L.A. I know Fox is hoping that they do. They're trying to send this thing to L.A., and it's a rematch, I believe, of Game 1 in this series. Tyler's favorite, Garrett Cole, will be on the mound versus Jack Flaherty. And the Dodgers are going to look to try to close this thing out. And I know you don't want to hear this, Tyler, but I think we might see the good Aaron Judge tonight.
It'd be about time, wouldn't it?
No, yeah, he got his last at bat. Of course, it was when the game was completely in doubt, completely over. It was 10-4. He did get an RBI single to make it 11-4, but it was one of his best swings. He did not have a swing. I think he's starting to see the ball a little bit better. I think we could be in store for him having a big night. I would if you were to tell me, like, what the prop is for, maybe an Aaron Judge home run. I might.
No.
I would think about throwing a little bit at it.
Well,
no.
Well, I know a guy that can tell you pretty quick what the hell that is.
I can tell you, but I won't be placing that.
No, I know you won't.
Now you won't even place a bet just because you don't. Astros aren't even involved.
When it comes to the pinstripes, hell no, never ever.
See, I can feel good about saying that. See, he won't do it, but I would.
Clint's got a guy.
I told you I don't anymore.
Oh yeah.
I throw a good $50 at it. That's not true. I throw a good $25.
I mean, either one that's going to pay you some. That's going to pay you a nice bit.
I know you don't want to hear it. I think Aaron Judge is
Ron's been a little dangerous.
I do. I liked his swings. I liked his at bats yesterday.
Is that my boy Ron?
He may be digging out of it. He may be digging out of it because he needs to.
Garrett Cole may go 9 innings tonight.
I do think we'll see a strong performance from the bump.
He usually doesn't suck in the playoffs.
Well, he was pitching really well in game 1, and for some reason came out after 6 innings at 88 pitches.
Probably ran out of spider tack or something.
Maybe so. But I bet he replenished his supply.
Tired.
No, I wonder with his history if he's already had a talk with the manager.
Aaron,
y'all better keep this spider tack in the damn dugout.
Try to walk your ass game this inning again and see. I'm going to embarrass you out here in front. I'm going to do more than just wear my agent's hat in the post game.
Real quick, I'm serious.
What a douche canoe.
If Freddie Freeman hits another damn home run,
how about that?
You ain't lying.
This is 6 in a row, and he's getting them out the way early. He's getting them in the first inning.
Talk about seeing the ball as a beach ball, man. I mean, me and you, Ron, were just talking about Freddie Freeman towards the end of the show yesterday, and then I started watching that game a little bit in that studio back there, and I saw him hit another one. I was like, good Lord.
I'm at football practice. Shout out to Southside Saints. We're 4-3, won 3 in a row here.
Keep that conditioning up.
We didn't hear about them old Saints when it was 1-3, did we?
Yeah, you did. We got 4-3, baby. Got a regular season finale against the Oilers coming up. Got a big one. But I'm sitting there. I look down, and I just said, I saw it's 2-0 in the first inning. I said, if this, I can't say what I said.
Gotta be Freddie.
I said, if this ass, and I had the other word to follow behind it. I said, if he hit another home run, I looked up, Freddie Freeman goes deep again. I said, because this goes all the way back. This goes back to the Astros World Series. He's hit a home run in 6 straight games. So,
wow.
So he's hit it 4 in a row in this series.
4 in this series.
In this series, and then he hit it in games 5 and 6 against the Astros when the Braves.
I'll be damned.
He's continued to hit them, and it's. By the way, Freddie could barely walk. He had this severe sprained ankle, and but this boy is something else. That's he's nuts with it. He's nuts with it. By the way, a little update: the Yankees fans who interfered with Mookie Betts, they are banned from World Series Game 5. But the Yankees have announced in a statement on Wednesday that the fans will not be permitted to attend tonight's game in any capacity, and added that the incident Tuesday night with Betts was egregious and unacceptable. Apparently, they have given their tickets to pediatric
kids dealing with cancer.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is really they've really been pushed into getting here.
Those kids are fixing this. This is their moment of fame right here.
Yes, glad they got here. The Yankees got drunk here because as of last night, this morning, the gentlemen were able to come back.
Major League Baseball was having to ask them.
They were able to come back. The Yankees were just going to let them come back in Game 5, and it's going all the way up to pediatric cancer kids have got those tickets. So finally, they slid into the right spot.
Good for you, Yankees. Good for you, Major League Baseball, for making that happen.
I'd like to believe
they'll meet the world tonight multiple times on TV.
I'd like to believe Jim Crane wouldn't have had to been drugged like that.
Hell no, he wouldn't have.
No one should give an F about Aaron Judge.
5 o'clock fire.
I think he's going to get hot. All right, this is interesting because we've talked about receiver, but I think the bulk of people that I'm seeing is, can we trade for a guard? Robert Hunt is the name you keep hearing. Many times you talk about offensive linemen. Sometimes people are skeptical of trading for offensive linemen just because, they got to learn the system. They got to learn what it is you do, and that's a little bit more difficult than, hey, I got a running back and you hit the hole, or hey, I got a receiver, hey, corner, you just. It's a little bit more difficult. But the Vikings, they had an injury to their left tackle, and they trade within the Texans division. They go get Cam Robinson for a 7th rounder to be their new left tackle. So it does look like teams are, and contending teams are trading for offensive linemen. And if the Vikings pull this off, this may, hey, maybe the Texans can go in and get a guard and get him in there, a veteran player, and get him in there and get him used to the system.
Oh, there ain't no doubt. They can. If somebody's available, they absolutely can. And look, I think for the Texans, the kicker here is that this isn't just a play for this year. If they do go out and acquire a veteran guard that is a plug-and-play difference maker, this is a play. This is a future play as well.
Yeah.
I mean, because this is clearly if they go out and make a move, they're clearly saying we don't believe that Kenyon Green is going to be the answer. He's 3 years in. You got him under contract for one more year. You're clearly not going to pick up the fifth-year option, and being a depth, interior offensive lineman for one more year would be the plan. I mean, if you go out and make a move right now, if you're the Texans, it's to have a guy for this year and
you've quit
the future.
It's over.
Yeah,
it might be. It might be anyway. I mean, the argument of, hey, man, we felt like our sixth-round backup center, who, as you've said repeatedly, is light in the ass, gives us a better chance at left guard in a season where, as you said, D'Amico said they've won 6 games with. That might be a sign maybe already that they're there. All right. Usually we do the tape drop Tuesday on Tuesday, but it is game week. Games tomorrow.
A little wonky week.
A little crazy week. We'll do it coming up on Wednesday. And Kenyon Green, yes, was the one many people were looking for, but there's another player that showed up on this tape to Clint that we got to talk about. We'll discuss that next.
All right, fellas, check it out, man. If you're out there, you're dealing with low energy, maybe you're dealing with some moodiness, maybe you're dealing with some stubborn weight gain, loss of muscle mass. It happens. It's not if, it's when. It happens to all of us, y'all.
game analysis, inside info, and your reaction starting at 6 a.m. on Shoppa's John Deere Reaction Monday.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Appreciate everybody who've been involved in the show. You to the 5-Hour Energy fan line, 5-Hour Energy, the official energy shot of Sports Radio 610 and football superfans. We appreciate you joining us, and you can continue to join us here. And Clint, I know that the tape drop. I saw you watching the tape before the show as we were getting ready for the show. And I know Kenyon Green, which we talked about earlier, was obviously a big talking point. He got pulled from the game and then immediately had to go back in due to an injury to Jarrett Patterson. But it wasn't just Kenyon Green that jumped out on the tape. And it wasn't just the offensive line that jumped out on the tape to you. There were others. There were other players that jumped out on the tape. What else jumped out to you as you watched that All-22?
Well, I think it's probably C.J. Stroud for me. We talked a little earlier in the week about our grade for C.J. Stroud, and I was a little bit lower than you and some others, and with a B. And I would, after watching the tape, I would actually go even lower. I would go B- for sure.
I thought he was going to say A.
Maybe even C+.
Really?
For CJ, yeah. CJ left
285 out there.
CJ left a lot of plays on the field, man. I bet you CJ left, and I'm talking about throws.
And these are plays you think that could have been made. It's not because.
Absolutely. Throws that could have been made and should have been made given the circumstance. Now, I know he's getting the hell beat out of him, so there may be some let me just get this thing out. Yeah. There may be some jitters going on, but look, if you're going to be one of the top quarterbacks in the league, you got to deal with this from time to time, and that's when you make big-time throws. And while he did have 2 or 3 really, really good throws that stood out, to me, particularly early in the game, there are at least 4 plays or throws that C.J. Stroud just flat-ass don't miss. I don't know. You probably remember the throw where he misses Dalton Schultz, probably 2 or 3 yards down the field off to the right.
Third down, yep.
I'm telling you, Steph Diggs is coming open, and it's right over the top of because they covered down on Dalton Schultz, so it had to be a perfect throw there. Diggs becomes, it's a throw in the ocean for 15, 20 yards.
Diggs was open.
If CJ
was that the one where he didn't even really look at him?
No, it was not that one, but I'm going to get to that one.
Okay.
Yes,
it's a different one.
It's a different one, yeah. That one you're talking about was more of kind of like a bootleg misdirection, and he just checked it down real quick, and it was blatantly obvious. It would have been an explosive play.
He's wide open, CJ.
Yeah, it would have been an explosive play to Diggs. So those 2 where he didn't even throw Diggs' way were left on the field. And these aren't, they're backside, and he started here and this and that. No, these are both throws where I believe you catch the football, you see the defense attack the over the top, the mid range throw is going to be there. So I put these on CJ. I just simply do. There's it's part of the game, but the reality of watching the film, it was there, and you didn't make the throw. The big time miss to the left over Dalton Schultz, again, that was in the 15 to 20 yard range. A little bit of pressure, but it was after the release. The ball that's a throw CJ makes in his sleep all day long, twice on Sunday, and he didn't just miss; he missed bad. He missed by 10 feet high. Like that's a throw that CJ left out there. Now you can argue the follow through. There was somebody in his follow through, so it affected his arm angle. Whatever, that's fine. But we see. In fact, in this game, we saw CJ make throws multiple times, and now. You probably remember this one as well. I think it was the first drive. We ended up getting a field goal. There was he comes to the line of scrimmage, and it is all out man, and he's got Steph Diggs and he's got Steph Diggs on a quick slant, and the defender reaches over, knocks it down. Ball was maybe like on Steph's back hip instead of out in front of him. This is a double whammy for me because this is a throw that C.J. Stroud has to make.
The biggest bugaboo.
And does make. And we're inside the 10, if not a touchdown. And number two, we've been talking a lot about Steph Diggs and what he's bringing to the table. That's a play where Steph Diggs got to separate and make that a throw in the ocean, 5-yard separation. I mean, a laughable effort by Steph in terms of creating separation, breaking a little bit flatter so you run away from the defender. And that play that this offense left on the field is unacceptable. So there's 4 right there off the bat. And I'm trying. There's another one, but I can't off the top of my head. I can't think of the miss. There's another bad miss. But you just in games like this where you're getting heated up, you just can't afford to have as many misses as C.J. Stroud. And I'm not counting the ones where he was under heavy pressure and because I'll give the quarterback the benefit of the doubt on that. A lot of the times, hey man, but I'm talking. There's real opportunities here to make big time plays. Increase a defense and we don't hit them, that's got to be like they've got to take advantage of those situations. It's even more so now important, Ron, because of how much pressure he's getting. When those opportunities present themselves and you don't get pressured or you don't get like pushed out of the pocket, it's even more important now that you make those. And so there's no doubt about it. C.J. Stroud left several plays on the field, particularly in the first half of this football game.
It's clear that he is affected by the pressure.
Yep, he's starting to get – and this is the fear.
Which is very common. This is very common that he would
Absolutely
react like
is.
this.
Yes.
But he is clearly being affected by the pressure. And some of that is early in the game before he's been beat up a lot. He's being affected by the pressure. And as being pressured like that, it's understandable. CJ is getting killed, so he's getting jittery now. Got to fix the O-line. What I'm just saying, and you know better than I do, this is not going to stop.
It's not going to stop, Ron, until exactly what I'm talking about is hit. Like you're going to get cover 0, and they're going to pressure you, and they're going to do it, and they're going to feel real comfortable doing it because Steph Diggs can't separate, and you can't throw a football to lead him. Because the difference is their DB makes a play, you kick a field goal, they go back to the sideline, everybody watches the film, and they go, well, hell, we can line up and do that against him. We got better cover guys than what Indianapolis has, right? And or if you're CJ, boom, you crease them. You hit your head on the goalpost, and then they watch and they go, "Well, forget that, boys. We're not going to give these guys free explosive plays." So it's damned if you do. I mean, not damned if you do, but it's like it's either outhouse or penthouse. You know what I mean? Like you either they keep doing it, you fail, they keep doing it, or you hit them and you drive teams completely up out of playing cover 0 in those situations. And that one's on CJ and Steph. Like I said, I didn't want to just put that one on CJ. That's on Steph as well. That should have been a throw in the ocean, definite first down, if not a hit your head on a goalpost type situation. So we talk a lot about Kenyon Green. We've thrown the pass protection under the bus. We talked about Bobby Slowick. We've talked about the receivers not separating when they should, and that's all fair. But I'm just telling you, as you watch this game right here against the Colts, C.J. Stroud left a lot of plays on the field.
Yeah, because they're going to keep doing this. Teams are going to do it. The Jets are going to do it. The Lions are going to do it. The Cowboys are going to do the best that they can. They're going to do it. Teams down the rest of this schedule are seeing this. And as we had Dan Orlowski last week said, there is a blueprint being created. And I think what you just brought to the table, and many people are having some issues. Oh, he's getting beat the hell out of. Yes. And teams are, what they're seeing is, all right, even if we don't get there, if we keep heating him up and pressuring him, because one, we probably going to get some pressure because this offensive line doesn't seem to be able to pick things up. It clearly, even when he doesn't get hit or he isn't having pressure, it's affecting him to miss throws, as you would say, he would never miss. And when you're affecting him so much to the point where even when you don't get there, it's hurrying his throws or it's affecting him, Teams are going to keep doing that till you kill them.
Well, no question, right? And this is why, and this is a byproduct of just continuing to try to throw the football when you don't have an offensive line that can protect. Everybody thinks, oh, yeah, CJ's great under pressure. What the hell are you talking about? He's throwing for 280 yards. He's throwing for 300-plus yards. And he's doing this. And he's doing it. That's fine, right? Worst case scenario, he gets injured, right? At the very least, he's human, man. He's going to start, quote unquote, seeing ghosts and feeling pressure that's not there because he's so used to getting hit. He's going to stop and throw a ball with authority. Like it's going to happen. We see it happening. And so here's the deal, though. If you're going to be a top quarterback in this league, every one of the top quarterbacks in this league that have been around for a while have had seasons where they got hit in the mouth a lot, and they've overcome it. CJ's got to overcome it. I understand why. It's a tough-ass thing to deal with. Fact of the matter is, if CJ is who we think he is, and CJ's a top 5 quarterback in this league, he's got to overcome it.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
Yeah, that's it. And overcome it because teams are going to keep doing it. They're going to keep doing it. That's it. All right, coming up, we'll get to Tyler's bets, his best bets. I see one on there that really turns me right on. If you read the game-to-game thing, I love one of these bets Tyler has. And Our fans being a little too hard on Bobby Slowick. Is he getting the proper blame for a lot of stuff we just talked about with CJ? Is he getting the proper blame or too much right now for the issues on the offense with the Texans? That's next.
conclusion. I need more researchers.
And she's way too busy researching.
Does this have peanuts?
To waste time researching resumes.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Put our matching platform to work so you can spend less time searching and more time connecting with talented candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. A big one tomorrow. Big one tomorrow. And go out there to Spring. Go out there. Ooh, I didn't spit all over this thing. That's why we got these condoms right here for our mics.
Hold
Going
on,
out.
Joe. Wait, what'd you do? You spit all over the condom?
Yeah, I call it the condom mic cover.
Hey, let's clarify.
I'm lubricated already.
He's talking about his mic cover here, y'all.
Yeah. Protector condom. Going out to Spring, our guy Reggie from In the Loop, he will be out there tomorrow. Buffalo Wild Wings in Spring, a little watch party.
Y'all let us know how Reg is doing too, man.
I think I might go out there.
We own. Well, Tyler, I'm gonna tell you, me and Ron, we own that area up there now.
Oh, I know the drive.
When we go out there, when we go out there, we represent y'all. Y'all don't go out there half-assed, half-cocked. Don't be going out there pissing people off and acting a fool now. I need you to go out there and check on Reg, make sure Reg reps well, man.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
But go out there and hang out. You're looking for a watch party, a place to have fun. Going out and hang out at the Buffalo Wild Wings in Spring, as Reggie will hold it down for a fun watch party. So that's happening tomorrow as the Texans will take on the Jets. We will have that covered all the way from here, starting tonight. As Area 45, they will be talking about it tonight. I'm sure after Texans All Access, as well as right in the morning with Payne and Pendergast through In the Loop and us before Texans football takes over. Texans radio takes over for us when we get done tomorrow. So big day tomorrow as the Texans look to try to get to 7-2. All right, Clint, before we get to Tyler's best bets, realistically, when you just think about everything that's happened with this offense, the injuries from Joe Mixon missing multiple games, to his backup Dameon Pierce, who's going to miss his 4th or 5th game, to Titus Howard's missed a game, to Nico Collins, who's got to miss at least 4.5 games, and Robert Woods has missed time, and now Tank Dell had to miss a game with a rib issue, and now Steph Diggs is going to be out for the year. And then just the absolute struggles over the course of the year that the offensive line has had in pass protection. How much do you think Bobby Slowick deserves in the blame of this? And do you think Texans fans are pushing too much blame towards Bobby Slowick?
No, I don't think they are. I think he has earned, and I think even he would tell you he's earned every bit of it. I mean, there's several like NFL players and really all players. I mean, at some point in time, those guys have to play better. There's no question about it. The Texans, particularly on all the pressure points, the hot button topics that we're having with Bobby Slowick, there's no question. With every single one of them, the players have to play better. I just gave you several examples where C.J. Stroud's got to play better. Collection guys individually have to play better. But look, I look at several different situations this year where Bobby Slowick has to be better. Now, when I say Bobby Slowick, I'm including the O-line coach. I don't know what the hell who's coaching what up front. But there is some piss poor schemes that they're trying to execute.
He's at the head of it.
They're putting these guys in position, whether it's the tight ends trying to block Jonathan Grenard in the Minnesota blowout, or it's the struggles and all the different slide protections and the lack of communication and guys just going unblocked. And I mean, it's at this point you're still asking guys to do things that they can't do. And it's the game of football is not that difficult to figure out. And I don't like Bobby Slowick's toss play that was a turnover. Denver lost the game last week. Bobby himself told us that the play the last out route to Tank Dell that stopped the clock and allowed the Green Bay Packers to keep a timeout in the game before that was a suspect call. There are a lot of things about game planning, designing plays. I didn't like the game against Green Bay and last week but really against Green Bay when it's obvious he's just getting heated up over and over again and there's no adjustment to go to some kind of pressure beating quick package. Pass game package that they just keep trying to do the same damn thing over and over and throw the ball down the field. There's a lot that Bobby, I think, is responsible for ultimately that has been done poorly this year that has to get earned as every bit of the criticism that he's receiving at this point.
Yeah, from the text line, Bobby has regressed, better talent than last year, but the offense is worse. You're the offensive coordinator. You're supposed to know how to scheme up run plays, period. And the O-line coach's ass should be fired 2 weeks ago, Gus and Katie. I don't know. I mean, the run game seems to be the thing that's, especially with Joe Mixon plays, is the thing that you feel the most comfortable about. I think he at the head of it, at the top of it, and I think just he has made some bad decisions. Or at least some decisions that turned out to not work. So I think he deserves his fair share of it. For me, it is just I do think that he is getting a little over more than he should be and more of the blame than the players just not executing as well. I think whenever we start to see protections, oh God, they can't keep him up. I think some of that is him, and then I think some of that is, come on, man, these guys aren't executing the things we're want to. And some of it is, the run such and such. Some of this is these guys aren't executing, and I think the shift is moving more towards Bobby more than it is to, all right. On paper, the talent looks better to what the texter said, but Tank Dell ain't playing like he did last year. Dalton Schultz ain't coming here. From everybody on the offensive line to that point, a lot of guys. I don't think these guys are playing to the level that they should be playing to, and I don't feel like it's a happy medium. I feel like it is more kind of shifted over to Bobby Slowick.
Well, look, I think that's natural a lot of the times. I mean, it's when you come out to the one part I didn't mention about Bobby is, and I've beat this dead horse multiple times this week, but when you obviously have clear-cut protection issues and then you come out, take the football and call 12 of the first 16 plays or passes to the point where you've got to bench your left guard for a backup center ultimately. That just doesn't make sense.
But then you finish it when you have to bring the guy you benched back in and you finish the half going 15 plays, 10 of them passing.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. So, I'm not one of the – I know a lot of fans get critical of him calling a run play on first and second down and getting behind the chains. Well, I mean, you want to get behind the chains real far is when you can't protect and you take a 7-yard sack on first down. Then you're really in trouble. So, I don't get too worried about that. I don't like the big picture mindset. I don't like schematically what they're doing protection-wise. The situational stuff with Bobby's been suspect this year. It's Bobby's getting what he deserves.
All right, coming up, as we said after us, Texans All Access, as they will get things rolling behind us. Nick Caserio will be on as soon as we get done. And then Area 45, Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Santiago have things covered there until midnight. Tyler, let's hear it. Your best bets, baby. We got T-Mill's best bets last night. Pretty good night. This is why I said I don't bet. That Pelicans game, I don't even know what that was about.
Right, yeah.
They didn't have any of their players.
Yeah, the Pelicans decided to crap the bed, but it was a successful Tuesday night of best bets. Went 4 for 6. That brings us to 7-12 on the week, hovering right around that 60% benchmark of success rate at 58% for the week. Pins ready. I got 6 more best bets for you tonight. All NBA plays again. And I got 3 of these 6, once again, are going to be player props for you.
I'm sorry, real quick. That's what I'm talking about, man. That's why I can't do this betting stuff.
What?
Zion goes 31-8. Brandon Ingram goes 30-4. They lose. They lose 124-106. No Steph,